Order up. Hello? Hello! Greetings, everybody. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. Good to see you all. Hi, Denko. Hi, Bugs. Hi, Aquads. Hi, I think I saw Zora. Hi, Burb. Greetings. Good to see you all. How are you all doing? I'm sending out, I realized I didn't post in the Discord, nor did I post in the, on Twitter that I was going live. For our 2-year anniversary stream. Yippee! Okay. Hola. Sup, sup, sup. So I'm doing well, just writing. Just writing that you forgot that you went to say you went live. Yeah, no. I remembered. I just remembered in the middle of everything. So, hello everybody. Thank you guys for stopping in. Thank you guys for coming to hang out for our 2-year anniversary stream. Wild, right? We've been here for 2 years. Some of you have known me for almost that whole 2 years. Some of you have known me for maybe a couple months, up to a year, right? We have a varying degree of people in here. You guys have been around for various donuts, right? Some of you have seen, some of you are familiar with the original, right? Hey Cam, how's it going? Good to see you. We've gone through a couple iterations of waiting rooms, of chatting rooms. And yeah, it's wild to think that we've been here for 2 whole years now. This year honestly has passed very quickly for me. I don't know how long I've been here. All good. There's only really 3 people I can think of who have been here since the beginning. Will PNG Donut make a return for this? Not today, unfortunately, but I'm trying to figure out if I can ask somebody to just like well, I don't want to talk about it yet. I was not a freak before. I'm actually more of a freak now than I was back then. One of the things I'd wanted to do was look at some clips from like originally when I was streaming, when I first started, but I ended up not doing that because it was taking me too long to get other things sorted out, and I wanted to focus on getting stuff ready for the actual interviews. But yeah. Thank you for shouting out Kem. Thank you. Yeah, so we're gonna be, again, for anybody who doesn't know, actually, hold on. Okay, sorry. Donut was freaky. I was not. Hello, Alpha. Welcome. So, today, the worms got stronger the longer you streamed. It's true. I've said this before, is that the worms were very, very... I got that, what was I saying? I was very mindful before, very cutesy, perhaps even a little demure in that first year of streaming. Now I'm very... I'm still a little, I'm kind of mindful still. I'm a little cutesy. But I don't know about demure. Well, maybe. So, but what I can't, the parasites. Yes, exactly. But anyways, real quickly, before I get too sidetracked, I do want to say that today, for anybody who doesn't know yet, we are going to be having, it's a special event. We're going to be doing interviews because, again, I never really got a chance. In this last year, I've connected with a lot of people, and I feel like that's one of the biggest things I've done since I started streaming. And it's kind of a big step for me. And so I kind of wanted to celebrate that and all the people who make good things by interviewing some of the people I've connected with. So, that said, I have made some renovations because this space, not big enough for 2 people. So, we've made some renovations. So let's go take a look. Hello. Welcome again. Welcome to the expanded corner of the shop. So we've got some nice little, let me know if the music's a little too low. I have it turned down. But yeah, we've made some renovations. Are you guys on the menu? Everybody's, yeah. So I figured we needed a little more space to have everybody. So we've decided to add in a little extra nook and cranny here. About tree fitty, about tree fitty. We're a snack. Y'all a snack? So the real menu is the friends we made along the way. Can I be a boba? Yeah, can you be a boba? Everybody wants to be a boba. So, but yeah. If I'm a food, I guess that means I'm chicken. Yeah. But yeah, so we're gonna be using this room going forward. I figured that it was time for an upgrade. And while I can't really get too many upgrades, getting a new background I felt like was a good option. And then taking advantage of some of that music that we got ages ago. I'm gonna turn down the music just slightly. Tiny bit, maybe like 2 decibels. There we go. I just want to make sure that once we have other people in here, it's not going to be overwhelming, you know what I mean? So, I guess I'm Stu. I always knew I was a snack. But yeah, so, real quick, I'm going to run down what we're going to be doing today. I don't have it up. Let me go ahead and pull it up real quick because I forgot to add it to the screen. So, actually, it should be right here. No, it's not. I lied. Okay, that's fine. We'll make it. Cool. And here we go. So for anybody who doesn't know what's happening today, again, this is our 2-year anniversary stream, and we will be having some guests. So our menu for today is going to be, first up, at 6:30, about 15 minutes, we'll be interviewing the patron of pride, InnkeeperTarrok. The main focuses, I'll kind of run down a little bit of the focuses for each of the interviews, right? For Tarrok, we'll mainly be talking about community, finding a place to belong, and how to connect with people, as well as balancing safe for work with not safe for work, because Tarrok does both of them. Tarrok does do both of those things. And it's something I admire, honestly. It's weird to say, considering how safe for work I am, but the ability to flip between, like, casually flip between having like a kind of sussy interaction with chat to then being very serious and relaxing is so natural to him. It's something I really appreciate. So we're going to be talking about stuff like that. The Constellation Weaver will be next. Hey, thank you for the follow, Sleptics. Thank you. Oh yeah. Yep, there it is on my special cup. This is really the place that's going to be showing up right now. The Constellation Weaver, that's going to be Xira, for anybody who doesn't know. And we'll be talking about, everybody will be talking about streaming, right? Because everybody on this list is a streamer. But for Xira, we'll be talking about video editing, is going to be one of our main points. As well as some things about kind of like finding who you are as a streamer. PNG Donut Cup merch when? I would love to. I would love it if people wanted it. I would love to. I don't know how to get merch. That's not a thing I know. And then to finalize the night, we'll be talking to the Necromancer, our resident wizard cat, BadChemistry. Chemothy BadChemistry, full legal name, will be coming in, and we'll be talking about balancing work and life, with streaming, work life with stream, as well as talking about it'll be kind of like a handful of things, because you guys will see really is that Chem has a lot of background regarding work-life balance, so we're going to be discussing a lot of that. So if any of those things are things you struggle with or are trying to find the balance for, these interviews will have a good bit of information for you. I'm approaching the point in my project where I can connect grapes. Wow. So I am going to answer a small handful of questions, okay, that were asked to the Chem is literally so cool. Everyone on this list is cool, except for that one weirdo on Saturday at 7:45. Yeah, who's that? I can't pronounce that. So, let me go through. We did receive a handful of Telenym questions. If anybody would still like to submit a question to the Telenym now, I guess, if you still want to, you're more than welcome to. I can't promise I'll be able to find them for specific people if they're on the list for today, but you can ask for people tomorrow, or I can review it. If it's to me, I'll review it at the end of the stream. So if you would like to, you absolutely can. But yeah, feel free to submit any questions over to the Telenym. Label them THMQ. It just helps me to identify those versus any bot questions. So hold on, let me pull up a I need an image thing. Telenym questions. I meant to get this part set up ahead of time. Let me pull the menu away real quick. And you'll see why I wanted to do it like this. So okay, let me get this from the Telenym so you guys can see what this question was, and I'll address it really quickly, because inquiring minds want to know this. Inquiring minds demand to know this. The hidden donut. What are you hiding from? Is it the Krispy Kremer Hitman? I'm assuming that was supposed to be the Krispy Kreme Hitman. Hello, Sleptics, welcome. Oh, what happened? I see that something happened. Headshot. Never mind. No hello, Sleptics. Goodbye, Sleptics. Obviously, that guy from Seinfeld is Crispy, the Krispy Kremer. Well, I'm not at liberty to discuss who may or may not be after me, but there's a reason I'm hidden. And for those who found me, just know, if you know where I am, I know where you are. Thank you. All right. There are some other questions that we're going to be asking to the other people, but I want to just do a couple of the ones that are like general. Let's do this one. Bum, 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 bum. Donuts in our walls. He's in the walls. He's in the goddamn walls. I should have set this up in a different slot, but whatever. Next question. What would you like to see come out of yourself doing streaming as a hobby? So, honestly, I mean, I'd love for this to become a career eventually, right? But that's not like one of my goals. It's kind of like a thing that, like, if it happens, it happens. What I would really like to do. Sorry, the in the walls thing reminded me of a video I made for InnkeeperTarrok and Bug last year? No. Somewhere in the middle of this year. It made me anyways, I'm not going to show that right now. But what would I like to see come out of it? The thing is, I just want to become large enough to have an impact for other streamers who are getting started. Because I do this for fun. But I would love to get to a point where need to break my walls down now. Who else is in my walls? You're in my walls. You're in my walls. He's in my walls. Anybody else I should know about in my walls? Hold on. Sorry. Okay. Yeah, honestly, the thing I would like to come out of doing streaming as a hobby is just to get big enough to help people get their start, right? A lot of people struggle, I feel like, getting past like the 3 viewer mark. Getting through 5 is like a big accomplishment for a lot of people. And it's usually the point at which you can like, oh, trust, I'm in your walls. Please don't be in my walls. I don't need anybody else in my walls. There's enough people in my walls. I wish I had donuts in my walls. Easy midnight snack. Yep. Just pull out a donut. There you go. Easy snack. But yeah, I think that's the one thing I'd want to come out of being doing this as a hobby is just, you know, being able to help people get their first leg up. I don't need to be able to change people's lives. I think that's expecting a lot. But sorry. Who submitted this? Who submitted this? Hold on. Pause. Which one of you? Which one of you little freaks submitted this? Who was it? Does Bruno Mars is gay? The public demands to know. The rumor come out. Does Bruno Mars is gay? Who dares come into my anniversary stream and be funnier than me? Which one of you is it? I cannot answer that. Any answers I have, I am sworn to an NDA. So, you can pry it from my cold, dead hands. Have you ever read the whole thing? I have. I've read the original article. I used to be able to quote a chunk of the article. It's probably one of the first. It's either a translated article or it's one of the first AI written articles. I could not tell you. Thank you for the follow, David Gutierrez. It would be wild and crazy and silly for you to post your telonyms so people could ask you some more questions just in case you need to fill time. I posted. Oh, I didn't pin it. I should have pinned it. Is it still somewhere I can pin it? Is it still somewhere I can pin? Here, pinning it. I need to go find it on YouTube. Hold on. We're kind of flying by the seat of our pants today. But I appreciate everybody being here and everybody help keeping my pants up. I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Next question. I've pinned the telonym. What do you think is your biggest strength as a streamer? Do you think streaming engaging community has changed aspects of you as a person? Honestly, yeah. I think my biggest strength, and this is, I think you would anticipate this to be a common strength among streamers, but not every streamer is like this. And I think my biggest strength, honestly, is that I just don't know how to stop talking. In my day-to-day life, I will yap to myself, much to the displeasure of my friends around me, is that I will sit there talking to myself, because I just think out loud. It just helps me to stay focused, right? And I think that helps fill space. I'm very, what's the word I'm looking for? Emotive? Sure, yeah, emotive. This is true. When I met Donut, he just yaps. He's a big yapper. Yeah, I'm a yapper. I simply don't know how to turn off the yap. But I do think that there is something I've become much more accustomed to with streaming, that I think has kind of changed me, is that I'm a little more comfortable with kind of like, he's a yapper once he gets going. Yep, I am here. Welcome, Gail. I think that the thing is, right, when I first started streaming, a different Gale. When I first started streaming, I had a problem with how do I put this? I was very closed off to people, and I think that I've been much more what's what I'm looking for? You have a problem? Accurate. Not wrong. I cannot deny the truth. I have problems. Bale? Christian Bale? Dear Lord. But yeah, so I think that interacting with people online really has kind of like helped me be more willing to interact with people in general, because like typically I like to kind of stay on my own, right? Curse you, Bale! Vile Bale! You inspired me to stream again, or maybe we'll think about it. Cool. Stinky Bale! Hello, David Gutierrez. Donut yapping is fun. Also helpful. Definitely hasn't caused me psychic damage. Yeah. If you ever end up in the category of people I talk to off of stream, the kind of people that I will just send things to, be prepared to end up with problems. I knew it! Get him out of here!
Toss his salad.
I love how ready you were. I love how ready you were.
Headshot.
Oh my god. You guys were so ready. Jesus Christ. We all saw because I talked about this before. If you guys didn't know, if you ever get somebody who follows you, right? They just follow you. No words, right? All they do is follow. And then about 2 to 3 minutes later, they just say hi. If that's what they do, follow, wait 3 minutes, hi. The next thing that they're gonna message is probably gonna be some sort of ad. That's just the way it always is. Hey guys, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wilds? Yeah. Oh yeah. So again, just a reminder, we will be turning off most of the redeems that are audio based once the interviews get going, because I don't want them to kind of get in the way of the interviews. I was immediately suspicious about the name. Yeah, I think we all saw it and we're like, For the record, just as an FYI, Tarrok is running a tad bit late. He did give me a heads up. So we're just kind of sitting here buying time. Which is fine, because again, lucky for me and all of us, I be a yapper. Oh my god, guys. I said hold on with the questions. Okay, I'm not gonna be able to put all these on. Actually, here's what I'll do. Hold on. I got this. I know what to do. I'm just gonna grab all of these and I'm gonna put... I'm sorry, hold on. The last question on this one, hold on, let me figure out how I'm gonna do this. Okay. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna just slowly pull this up and you guys will see what these questions are. Okay. And we'll talk about this. So you guys just flooded me with questions. Let's address some of them, right? So. Do you feel that using a VTuber model makes streaming easier or more difficult? A pretty good question. Honestly, can you guess my question? I think I saw... You're gonna see so many... I can't believe I'm getting called out like this, but you'll see the questions, guys. Get ready, okay? So first off, do you feel like using a VTuber model makes streaming easier or more difficult? Personally, for me, I think it's easier. I think that one, it gives people like, one, I don't need to worry about, like, if I was gonna do a face cam, I don't have to worry about cleaning up. I don't have to worry about being clean. Not saying I'm not clean, but like, I don't have to like brush my hair every single time. I still do, because I hate when my hair is not brushed. But like, I don't have to prep myself and like be nice for stream. I just turn on the camera and I let this VTuber model do the work. You know what I mean? It does have problems where we do end up. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I didn't say that. I didn't say I was stinky. Did you say I was stinky? You saying I'm stinky, huh? Come over here. Never mind. Never mind. I'm gonna be a little less punchy. So, personally, I think that using a VTuber model is a little easier for me, at least. Yeah, it has some sort of technical difficulties occasionally. No, stinky. Uh-oh, stinky. But yeah. Now, the next question. Which one of you is calling me out? How much money did you spend on microphones now? Well, this is quite a loaded question. Loaded with many, many dollars. So, just for me, right? This is only mics for me, not mics that I've also bought for other people. Just my mics, okay? I have spent on microphones. Uh-oh, this number is larger than I thought it was. I have spent, oh shoot, about $1,000 on microphones. Just microphones. Oh no, I've never done the math. No, so it's $1,000 just on my mics, right? So just my mics is $1,000 because the 3DO was $400. The current mic I'm using right now is about $250. The special mic is also about $250. I had just the mics. Yes, this is just the mics. This is just my mics. Not even the mics. I've also bought mics for Xira. Okay. Let me get some stuff ready. Hold on, I'm prepping something. But yeah, these are just for my mics. I also have a audio interface that was about 200. I have another audio interface that was also about 100. I've bought Xira mics, spent about 200 to 300 on mics for Xira as well. That was my question, by the way. You're welcome. Yeah, I had a feeling. Yeah, so it's about, all in all, in audio equipment, I've spent about 2K. Roughly 2K specifically in audio equipment for myself and others. Okay, but we are going to bench the questions for now. I believe Tarrok is ready. I'm going to call him and we're going to attempt to pull up his model because what I did is we're going to attempt to use, this is something that Chem has also had me try to use in the past, is Video Ninja. We're going to see how that works. I know last time we had a little problem with it being a bit crunchy. So we're going to see how it is. If it's too crunchy, then we'll figure it out. Hello, Tarrok. I'm going to call you right now, and then we're going to pull up the model and see if it works. If it's too crunchy, we'll end up just using Fugi, but for now, we'll try this. All right. Started cold. Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this. Oh, it does work. Neato. And it's not super crunchy.
Okay. Let me adjust myself here. So I make sure that everything's good to go.
Got it. Getting a
I haven't used my model in a minute, so like, let me.
You gotta re-get into your thing. Hold on real quick.
Yeah.
Let me really quick adjust something. We're getting a slight bit of feedback off your mic. I'm not sure. Do you have a sound suppressor or a fan on?
Yeah, I had a fan on.
It might be audio from the fan. Let me see something.
Yeah, I just turned it off, so hopefully it.
No, still getting a hum. Interesting. I don't know what it is. Okay. Hold on real quick. Let me adjust myself. Okay. Kev was asking, this isn't the titty model, is it, Tarrok?
I mean, I can make it the titty model. Like, if that's what we want. Like,
Okay, let me see if I can do. I have one thing I can maybe do on my end real quick to see if I can pull out the the slight bit of wine, and then. But feel free to do whatever needs to be done real quick. Well, I figure this out.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, let me just hold on. Let me make sure that I can sit here and figure out my toggles real quick. Oh, there we go. just scared.
Well, I never did say that this was a no shirt, no shoes, no service type of place. So I guess you know.
Yeah. This is what people came for, you know. They saw Kinky Innkeeper and they're like, "Oh, hold on a second."
Okay, hold on. Let me real quick. Let me turn. Hello, Cinder. Welcome. I need to turn off a handful of things on my end real quick.
For sure.
That way, these don't get in the way of the interview. Where is this? Oh, Soundbites. Okay. We're going to pull out the Soundbites. So for anybody who's been here before, the normal Soundbites that we have, the pukei-pukei, hoyeah, all those, we're going to shut off for now. Okay. So, let me see if this is good. Add in the... Okay. I think this will just have to do. So, good to see you, Tarrok. Welcome.
Yeah,
Glad you could make it.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for having me.
So, again, for anybody who does not know, we are joined here by Tarrok. He streams... Do you stream only on Twitch?
Yeah, only on Twitch.
Okay. So, for whichever one of my mods is available right now, can you go ahead and give Tarrok a shout out? And then Tarrok, can you go ahead and give us a brief introduction and tell chat what your preferred pronouns are?
Yeah, so I do go by he, him. But yeah, so I mean, I've been called it all at some point or another. But yeah, no, it's InnkeeperTarrok. Hi. It is he, him pronouns. He, him, bro, you know, anything of that sort.
Got it. How long have you been streaming? If you'd please tell everybody.
So as an actual streamer, it's going on about 2 years in February. That'll be my 2 years in January technically.
Oh.
With the affiliate anniversary in February, but I've been a part of one of my close friends streaming careers for since I think somewhere around 2016, 2017.
Yeah.
I would basically be in all of his YouTube videos and all of his streams and stuff, and no one really knew who the fuck I was, but I was the most consistent person.
Got it.
So I was just kind of it's I've been in the streaming verse for about 8 years now, but I've only been a streamer itself for about 2, going on 2.
Interesting. I feel like I mentioned this to somebody else the other day, that I feel like a lot of streamers kind of get their start either streaming with friends or streaming to friends, especially with Discord share screen and stuff like that. It's like a gateway drug almost.
Absolutely, yeah.
So since you started streaming, have you been VTubing the whole time?
Yeah. Well, back when I in terms of for me streaming, yeah. I started off at first I was just a V personality. I wasn't even a full-time streamer. But then it turned into me being oh, actually I'm gonna go and do VTubing and give it a shot, and then thus I was you know what, I don't feel conventionally attractive enough to be a face cam streamer, so make a hot anime guy.
See, and I feel like that's not necessarily the way it always ends up being, but it's just like it's easier, like in a way, because you don't gotta worry about like, you know, making yourself up and stuff for the stream every time. You just gotta pop on the model. The model's always ready to go.
No,
and you can be as hot as you want to be.
Exactly. Like, you know, I could just sit here and be, you know, like this version of Tarrok, or I can use like the PNGs and stuff like that I've had for like any of the other versions that I have of Tarrok. And it's one of those things where like, I'm like, I don't have to sit here and actually like put effort to actually like being like, oh, hey guys, like gonna, you know, have to get ready for stream. No, like I can wake up, just put some pants on, optional of course.
Yeah, pants optional.
But like just put some sort of clothes on and just be like, all right, let me just fucking jump on the computer, let me start to stream real quick. And I mean, no one's gonna like judge me for like what I'm wearing or like what my like background looks like or something.
Yeah,
it's literally just one of those things where like I'm like, hey, it's just a silly little guy on the fucking internet.
So that kind of addresses it, but I was going to ask, what made you choose VTubing as a hobby? Is there like something specific that pulled you to it, or is it pretty much just that, like, you know? It's...
So it was the fact that my friend who's like who I was streaming with, he was a VTuber to start off. He was a face cam streamer to start at first, but then he like found out about VTubing like right as it was like just starting to like encroach on like the community. And I think that was around like 2019, 2020. And as I was like streaming with him more and more and more, it was one of those things where like I was just like, okay, you know what? Actually, I'm gonna sit here and just try to go with. I'm just gonna try to go and do some sort of stuff for VTubing. You know, like I'm gonna go and see what I can get, like see what I could do to like make a personality. And my friend was like the first person that was like, fuck yeah, dude, 100%, get it, show it off, do whatever you have to do. But like he was like, yeah, no, 100%. He's like, I fully think that you think you'd be like a phenomenal streamer. And I was like, maybe one day. I was like, we're gonna start small. Yeah. And then we're gonna just kind of start rising up. So I mean, like, it's definitely been one of those things where like I've been like, okay, hey, let's take a little shot at this and just kind of like have the level of anonymity, but still like be allowed to be myself without the thought of like judgment behind it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, I've seen it said before, like there's some people who like to criticize VTubing as like, oh well, you're just playing a character, you're wearing a mask, whatever. But like there is that whole thing about like, you know, there's a hint of the self in the mask, right? It's like how much of, and this is actually a question that we got, is like the whole question is, what are inspirations for making your OC, and would you say your OC has a lot of similarities to you, or is it someone you aspire to be? And I feel like that kind of like, you know, is at the core of it.
Yeah, I mean, like, trust me, like, if the thing is, like, can I be muscly fucking fireboy here with, like, you know, pecs galore? I mean, like, absolutely I would. But no, like, so the big thing that most people don't know about Tarrok is he was just going to be a random fucking character. Like, I literally sat here and rolled dice and was like, what kind? Because like I was like, I knew I wanted to do D&D content originally and like Magic the Gathering content, so I was like, you know, like, fuck it, let's see what Wizards of the Coast has for like Dungeons and Dragon races. And then I was like, you know, like, let's roll to see what race I'm gonna be. And like it was like, oh, Genasi. And I was like, never heard of that. Sure. So then like I looked into it and I'm like, all right, there's 4 different types. Okay, let's see here. Which one are we being? Fire! Alright!
See, I'd wondered that too, because I remember, I think the first time I popped into your stream, you were explaining that you were a fire ganassi, and I think at the time you were talking about how you were like adjusting the lore, so it was like fire ganassi descended of a fire giant, something.
Yeah.
And I'd wondered because I was like, that sounds very D&D, and I don't think I'd been there at the time to hear that it was very much a D&D inspired thing.
Yeah, no, so the original thing for Tarrok was that he was the son of an Eladrin, like a fall Eladrin, who was his mother, who lived in like a small town, and then his dad was some fucking big Ifriti dude in the plane of fire, and like, you know, he never knew his dad and all this other stuff. But then one day when I first started like actually getting into like streaming and we were like doing like characters and stuff, Ash actually was like the one that was like, hey, you know, you look a lot like a fire giant, right? And I was like, it was very much so like me being like, that's the first I've ever even thought of that. Like, the fuck? So I sat there and I like started looking at it and I was like, you know, that makes a lot more sense, honestly. So shit, you know, like let's go with that. And like I was like, so sure, man, like guess I'm fucking fire giant now, and like it just kind of like started rising up from there. Got it.
And I don't think I had this on the questions originally, but who your lore for Tarrok, is that you who works on it, or does somebody else work on the lore?
It's all me.
All you. Got it.
It's all me, yeah.
Okay. I was just curious. Okay. So, on that note, right, talking about OCs and stuff like that, what suggestions do you have for people who are looking to get into VTubing in trying to find what their own design or concept is?
Honestly, the biggest thing I can say is choose something that you're passionate about and kind of roll with it that way. But also don't feel like you have to fit into a niche.
Okay.
Because I feel like a lot of people come into VTubing and they're like, oh, hey, I need to be a demon.
Yeah.
Or a dragon. Or a god. Or I was reincarnated as world's greatest assassin for the 50th time. Like, you really just need to find something that you're passionate about. If you just want to sit here and be a basic ass human, do it. You know, if you want to sit here and like be an inanimate object, fucking do it. Like, find something that you think is funny or cool and literally just run with it, because like that is the best way that you can sit here and like establish lore for yourself. It's the easiest way to sit there and actually be like, oh hey, like we have this, that, and whatever. Like if you're like, I know a dude that's just a fucking coffee cup. Like,
there's all kinds of things, honestly. Like,
yeah, like you could be an animal. You could, like, you know, you could go and be you know, like a dessert, like food. You know, like there was I swear there was like a bowl of ramen with a gun at one point. Like
what?
Yeah,
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah, no, it was a wild time. It was like right when I was starting VTubing and stuff. Like we were like looking at like other VTubers and being like, oh man, what are the inspirations for these people? And this dude was just a fucking bowl of ramen with a gun, and I was like,
I wonder, you know, I do remember there being that meme because it was like it was from an anime, I think. I don't think I ever watched it, but it's like them making the ramen. They put all the stuff in it, and then the last. Oh, is it a JoJo? Is it a JoJo thing? It's the last thing. Gun.
Yeah, where they're like, you know, like the most American fucking like ramen, and just throw a gun.
God. Okay. Okay, but yeah, I think that's good advice, honestly. I think it really comes down to like, you know, and I've seen people talk about this when they've rebranded, saying like they picked something that didn't really fit them. They kind of picked it because they felt like they either needed to or they should be. Everybody else is doing it. And I think like Tarrok said, if you pick something that feels like you, that fits you or you're passionate about, I think you're just gonna naturally have a better time with VTubing.
Absolutely, yeah.
And speaking of rebrand, if you ever did have to rebrand, what would you rebrand to? Do you have any ideas for that?
So we talked about this. I think it was like during my like affiliate or my my 1 year affiliate stream. There's a whole TikTok that Ash clipped about it. So we talked about it, and the idea came up where it's like, hey Tar, if you had to rebrand as something, like what would you rebrand as? And like in recent times, I'm like, you know what? I have a couple D&D characters that'd be like fun to like rebrand as, but the ultimate thing that I would love to do, because I've never seen one before. For those who are familiar with D&D, I would love to go and be a beholder.
Ooh.
It's just for those who are not aware of what that is. It's a monster with a giant eyeball, huge mouth that floats and has like 8 different eyes on tentacles. That's it. I just think it would be the funniest thing just to be like this super like announcer, like game show host-esque like beholder, and just being like this ridiculous presence online. And I feel like everyone was like, that's a terrible idea, and I'm like, is it though?
Is it though? I think that's pretty good.
Because like, where the fuck have you seen a beholder as like a game show host or so? Like come on, it'd be so fun.
It's like, oh no, I don't like that answer. Petrifying beam.
Exactly. Like the toggles I can have on that thing. 8 different toggles for each of the eyes.
I think it'd be a good idea. I think it could be worth it. Yeah. Thank you for sharing. That's such a good rebrand idea. Oh God.
Everyone enjoys my genius when it comes to creativity.
Okay, so now that we've gotten some of this kind of like background stuff out of the way, I want to shift into talking about some more things a little more unique towards like you on this list. And one of them that I kind of want to talk about is voice acting, because you do have some voice acting chops. For people who don't know, would you be willing to do a demonstration of like 1 or 2 of your like good impressions?
Yeah. So the most common one that has happened nowadays is the Jennifer Coolidge. For those who are not aware, I have a not safe for work Patreon, and one of the donathon one of the donathon things, the goals that we met was that I had to do a Jennifer Coolidge not safe for work audio reading. And let me tell you, when I actually had to do it, it was rough. I was cringing on the way in there, like as I was reading it, and then having to listen to it to make sure like that there was no like inconsistencies. Oh my god, I wanted to die. It was so bad, and not like in a bad way of being like, oh god, like the audio quality's terrible. No, it was great audio quality, but it was just such cringy,
so cursed.
Yeah, absolutely. So now the only thing people have like seen me as is Jennifer Coolidge. So like the big thing is just that Ash especially has asked me to do the things has had to do like pronoun redeems. Being like good pronouns, but he's asked me to do it where it's like in Jennifer Coolidge's voice. So like the easiest one that most people know from Jennifer Coolidge, if you don't know who she is, she's most well known as Stifler's mom from American Pie, the movie. In which her most famous line, and I can never escape it now because people keep posting it in my Discord, is oh yeah, it makes me want to have a hot dog real bad. And it hurts my soul. It does. To fucking
it's so good though. It's so good though. Oh my god.
But yeah, so there was that one, and the other one that I was most known for in the beginning when I first started streaming was my Joey Wheeler accent. And I've thought about doing like an audio, like a not safe for work audio of like Joey Wheeler doing like Dom-esque things.
Oh god. Okay.
But yeah, so like I'm gonna have to like back away from my mic on this one just because it's a lot of yelling.
Yeah, okay, hold on.
Like, you know, for those who are aware of Joey Wheeler, he's just he's a Japanese dude that's totally not from New York.
All right. God. Okay.
Wizard! Yeah, dude! Hey! Yeah, look at that! Got kunai with shit! Baby dragon! Yeah, dude!
Oh god, every time you say Yug, it's so accurate. Discord's trying so hard to like deal with the peaking, but every time it came through mostly, and the Yugs are so good.
It's just,
oh god,
it's just, you gotta believe in the heart of the cards. You can't just give up. We got your back. Red Eyes Black Dragon, you know, and it's just
god. We love Joey though. Joey's so good.
I at one point, because I used to have like the wheel of like voices that I had to do.
Yeah.
One you can still see it on like the clips on the channel is I had to do the Dean rap from Community when he's like dressed up as a peanut, like a peanut bar. And I had to do that whole thing as Joey Wheeler.
God.
That was so fucking hard to just keep a fucking straight face.
Yeah.
As I'm just like, because I'm a peanut bar and I'm here to say your checks will come on another day, another dime, another dollar, like.
God. Oh my god.
But yeah, it's fucking.
So. Thank you for sharing. Thank you for the impersonations. That way everybody who doesn't know now has an idea. So by any chance, were you a theater kid?
Yes, very much so. Very much so.
Real,
I think that
recognized
one of the
real.
biggest contributions to becoming a streamer is the fact that I was a theater kid. Because for those who are theater kids, we all know that, like, especially like the actors, we want attention.
Yeah.
It's one of the big things that like I've said, like on, I think it's like on my like link tree.
Mm-hmm.
It's like my age, and then it's like, you know, my pronouns, and then
Yeah.
it's like addicted to playing D&D and getting attention. Like,
It's so real though. I mean, so for complete transparency, for anybody who doesn't know, I also was a theater kid. Does that explain a lot? Maybe. So, were you ever typecast?
Yes. I was always typecast, and it was always one of those things of like, it was either I was the villain,
Mm-hmm.
or I was an old man. There was no in between, and sometimes it was both.
Oh God.
So like my first play that I ever actually auditioned for, it was this terrible play called Hooray for Justice.
I don't think I've ever heard of that. Okay.
Yeah, you would never hear about it. It is such a fucking underground play. It was in 8th grade, and it was basically Humpty Dumpty was being sued for killing Mother Goose, and Humpty Dumpty was suing the big bad wolf for going and like pushing him off the wall, and they later found out that it was like a murder scheme to like kill Mother Goose, and I was playing Humpty Dumpty, and like I had such a shitty costume. I had white face, like all white face makeup with like black around my eyes. I had to have like this homemade eggshell, like that was made out of like a cloth wrapped, or it was like a chicken wire like base, covered in like cotton, and then covered in that again by like a cloth. And for those who have been on the stage during a fucking play, the lights alone are fucking so hot.
You're just roasting in that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So it is like 14-year-old me just cooking on stage.
They're literally like, frying an egg.
Yeah, frying a whole egg on stage, and I'm like, oh God, I'm dying right now. And like I had to sit here and play. I had to like sit here and be like, oh, I'm so hurt, and then like at the end, I had to like basically like run through the crowd of people and like try to run away from like the bailiff and stuff like that, to be like, ah, you'll never catch me alive, coppers. Like
in the suit.
Yeah, and it was like, because on top of that, I had to have like long sleeve, like a long sleeve shirt on with gloves, and I'm like, oh God. So like it was fucking rough. And then like second play, it was like freshman year of high school. It was Taming of the Shrew, and
of course
I was playing the dad, Baptiste, and that outfit, oh my God. I had a jacket that did not fit. It was such a tiny, like, it was like one of like the like Final Fantasy kind of like mid-drift kind of like jackets.
Okay.
And like the costume itself was like the person that we had as like the designer was just like, yeah, I'm not gonna make this fit, you have to.
Oh my God.
And I'm like, oh, great.
Cool. I love that for me.
Yeah, like, thanks so much. And then, so, like, I had to do that, and then in sophomore year, like, it was the last play that I was in.
Yeah.
It was this really shitty, dry humor political play called The Mad Woman of Chaillot, in which I was playing the villain, the main villain, who was a prospector from Texas. Trying to go and mine, to like find oil in Paris, and it was the most terrible show. I had a prosthetic nose on that would just keep falling off.
Oh god,
periodically throughout the show because of like all the like heat that was coming, and like the sweat would just make the like spirit glue just drip down, like drip off. And like at one point, like when I had my nose on, it was I think opening night, and my nose fell off right as the lights were about to go on.
Oh no.
So like I started the play with like me taking like a fake sip of water, and like
to try to put the nose back on.
No, it wasn't. That was just like my basic stance. Like that's what the director was like. Yeah, just pretend you're taking like a sip of water. So, like when the lights go on. And I was like, all right, yeah. And as I'm taking the sip, I put my glass down, and I look down, and my nose is in the cup. And I'm like, so I had to sit here, and like I acted surprised, and I was like, oh god, and just like tucked it in my pocket. And that entire show was so rough because I had to like upplay everything. Like there was zero humor in it, so I had to be the humor
suddenly.
So so like I was like kicking my legs out, being super extravagant, and like, you know, it's a high school play, so you know, we're not expecting like grand, you know, sets and stuff like that. These are the sets made by students. And at one point, our set, one of the doors got jammed.
Oh no!
And I had to go on a 10-minute improv monologue of how I'm trying to figure out, like, find oil from like Paris, and how like I went from Texas around the world, and how it led me here to oil in Paris, and eventually like they kicked open the door, and like the main like the main protagonist was like who's like the mad woman finally comes out, and like we had to like I had to like stop and like just like give her a big stare, and then I was like looking around, and I was like, there's enough about that, we don't gotta talk no more.
That's so god. I haven't thought about like back when I used to be in high school theater, but I thinking back to it though, I do remember so many times where it's like, oh, this person forgot their lines. Uh-oh, time to improv for the next 2 minutes and keep trying to throw a prompt at them that will get them to remember their line.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you had this happen. I feel like every theater must have had this happen, where it's like you guys are just playing pranks on each other that go off basically during the show. Because what we had, we did a rendition of Midsummer Night's Dream, and I was part of the acting troupe, right? So it's like I played Bottom, and when we were doing the scene where everybody gets handed their roles, we had them on like these paper scrolls, right? That were all rubber banded, and then you'd open them up on stage and be like, oh, look what the role I got, right? And just ad lib. Yeah. And I was unaware of this. I didn't find out until the second show, but one scroll had the most like a very how do I put this? A very photorealistic veiny member drawn on it. And so it was like Russian roulette. Somebody would open it up and they just get flashbanged.
There it is.
Yeah. And you had to sit there and be like, oh wow, I got such a good roll.
Yeah.
Oh god. Anyways,
we had that. We did that for Oklahoma, and like it was like I forget like the quote unquote like villain's name or so, but like we had a whole little like hut for him, and on like one of the last nights, we had like he was supposed to have like different things like around his hut, and I think at one point someone like took a photoshopped picture of like the actor and just put it up on like a pin-up pin-up art and just stuck it up there, and like no one from the crowd could see it, but the actor sat there walked in and just looked at it and just stared at the crew and was like, I hate all of you. I think in Mad Woman, we did. There was like one night where my friend was playing this like waiter, and someone stole his wig right off of him, like in the middle of him, like in the middle of his scene. Like it was just someone just reached up, grabbed the wig, and then like he just went. Oh.
God. I miss those theater days. It's honestly so it's like there's a camaraderie that I think people don't understand about theater. Okay. I have one more question regarding this whole kind of topic about like voices and impressions and things like that. And then we'll shift over. This one comes from the Telenym. Somebody asked, Tarrok, how were you able to have such a wide range of voices? Is there any tips and tricks you could share to people who are trying to get into voice impressions or learn an impression?
It's practice, honestly. Like, a lot of it is like start off with like basic kind of voices and stuff. Like, don't try anything that's gonna be like really out of your league.
Yeah.
But like also warm up your voice a lot before you try to do anything. Oh yeah. Because like if you are sitting here and like your voice is not warmed up, you're not gonna get the outlook that you're looking for. Yeah. But also like know your like pitch range. Because like not all voices can be done, you know? Yeah. Because like sometimes you can sit here and like, you know, throw your voice to be, you know, a lot lower than it normally is, but like, and sometimes you can pitch it for like a lot higher, but like it's really just kind of like, don't try to sit here and force yourself to go and like to try to like get something, and just practice it, because the more you start practicing and like the more you actually like listen to it repeatedly over and over and over and over and over again, like that's when you can actually sit here and start picking up on like mannerisms and you know, like different like tonal changes and how things are said, because like every person that does like a British accent only thinks like yeah they think of specifically like that Cockney accent. It's very like, you know, like Dick Van Dyke in like Mary Poppins, like, you know, Mary Poppins but like you have to realize that like there's different dialects all over England, and like it's like you have to kind of like do your research before you just like start diving into shit, otherwise like you sound like an idiot. Yeah, it's honestly like I 100% agree. I think it's like a lot of practice. A lot of it comes down to like, you know, if there's a voice you want to do, my own personal suggestion is just echo it, basically. If it's like from a show, somebody who you are trying to mimic, find somebody to mimic, echo them, parrot them. Exactly, yeah. But yeah, I think you've got some pretty good advice on it though. And then let me see. We are
we're pushing time. We have about 14. I could probably extend it a little bit because honestly, for people who obviously nobody knows this, but we're only about halfway through the interview. So I'm gonna condense some things and kind of push towards a couple specific topics. So
For sure.
on the topic of still voice acting, or impressions rather, have you ever considered getting into voice acting?
I would love to, personally. Like, I would love to get into it. I don't feel like I'm at a point right now where I can, mainly just because, you know, financial requirements and you know, other obligations and stuff. But yeah, no, honestly, I would genuinely love to.
Got it. Yeah, I think it's kind of rough. Have you tried applying to any, or have you just kind of like been considering it so far?
I've mainly been just kind of considering it and stuff, because I feel like ultimately, like, I haven't really found something where I'm like, you know, like, this would be a good position for me to like really play into. Because it's like, yeah, I could do like, you know, your typical like side character with like, you know, that's like, you know, like in your like villager town or so, or like the first like character you meet like in like a fantasy game that like always for some reason has like a shield. And he's just like, hey man, how's it going? Yeah. Just total brute here. But like, I don't feel like I've had enough experience to really like
really play it
out into expand out into like doing other roles or like finding a niche or so that I can really like dig my claws into.
I think that's fair. Okay. Shifting over, let's talk a bit about streaming. So I know this often comes up. I don't know if this is still something people really worry about as much anymore, but I know like when I was deciding to stream, it was really coming down to like, do I want to do recorded content or do I want to do streaming, right? Like, because there was all those like YouTube Let's Plays and stuff like that going on at the time.
Yeah.
Why did you pick streaming?
Honestly, I just didn't want to deal with the editing. I'm gonna be honest with you.
This is very valid.
Is such like it's like such an extra step for me. Where I'm like, you know, like I barely know what the fuck I'm doing for streaming as it is right now. To sit here and think like, okay, now I have to add in like an extra step of being like, how can I make this entertaining? Without just being like Vine boom, Vine boom, Vine boom, insert cat meme, you know? Like, it's one of those things of like, I've wanted to go and like actively like sit here and be like, okay, like streaming and stuff like that, like I can interact with people. I feel like it's a lot easier to like to bounce off of like chat and like other things like that, while like, you know, it's like, yeah, I can erase like mistakes or fuck ups from like the actual like video if I were to go and do recorded content. But at the same time, like it's one of those things of like, I feel like streaming, there's a lot more to it where like you get to like actually interact with people and like you build that community and you see yourself and the community grow, and like, you know, you have a lot of moments that you can treasure comparatively to being like, you know, like, yeah, like video content. I feel like, especially with like how it is with like monetization and shit, it's like your videos go down after like 2 minutes of being up because, you know, you played like 0.25 seconds of like a song that sounded remotely like another song. And then MGM's just like, hey,
get him.
This guy, you fucking get that guy.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Honestly, because originally I was gonna do recorded content specifically. I was gonna put out videos, and streaming ended up being like a thing I did on a whim. But I do feel very much that like the big issue with making recorded content really is it's just like all the editing you have to do, because like you could put out a video that's just like uncut content, but you're not going to do as well as like it's just not the climate for it anymore. Like it's just not the way the things people want. What would you say are some useful traits or skills for streamers to have?
Honestly, I feel like patience. You need to have a shit ton of patience.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you don't have patience, like, oof, oh God. I can tell you, as a person that has such a impatient personality, like it's one of those things where like I've wanted to go and just like be successful off rip, and I was like, you know, oh my God, like I'm not successful, like
Yeah.
It's not, you know, it's not done yet. Like I'm not getting like, you know, 20 people in my like, you know, video or in my like chat.
Yeah.
Like it's one of those things that it's like it takes time.
Yes, absolutely.
So like patience is a big fucking thing. The other thing that I have to say I think is a big factor is you have to just kind of be willing to just throw caution to the wind.
Yeah.
Because like you don't know what's gonna work, you don't know what's gonna stick. Sometimes like your content will be a fucking hit, sometimes it'll be absolute trash.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's a big thing that a lot of people like don't get. They get like super discouraged when like it's just like, oh well, you know, no one likes my contest. Or no one's liking my content right now, and it's like, oh my God, like you're playing a game that's like super niche that no one's picked up. There's like 3 viewers in total on the Twitch category. Like,
yeah, I definitely agree though. I think like being willing to step out of your comfort zone, try something new, and then I think a big thing is like being ready to fail. Like it's like a weird thing to say, but like you have to be ready to try something, have it not work, and then just be like, okay, well, it didn't work, time to pick myself up and do something else. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you on those. So I know that you do a lot of gameplay streams. Do you have advice for people who are trying to have like good gameplay streams?
Don't try to be a MLG gamer. You are not an esports player. I'm sorry, you're not him. You're not that guy. Play a game that you're going to have fun with. If you're not going to have fun with the game, don't play it. Do not.
Yeah.
I've seen too many people like, you know, sit here, play games that they just get pissed off at. And like there's certain games where it's like it's fun to watch that.
Yeah.
But like in games where it's like Elden Ring, like that's okay. Like it's like
yeah.
You know, you got fucked by the boss. Yeah, you know, like you're gonna go get him in there next time though, chief.
Yeah.
But then like you sit there and you watch people play like DBD, and you just hear them complain.
Yes.
And bitch about everything. And it's so draining.
Yeah, it's like there's a difference between, you know, when you're upset with something and it's like, you know, clearly in good fun versus like, you know, you're complaining about something and you're not having a good time. Like if you're having fun with that raging, I think it's fine. But like if you're sitting there not having a good time, nobody's gonna have a good time.
Exactly. And I feel like that's the big thing that a lot of people don't recognize is the fact of like people are coming to watch you for your content.
Yeah.
And like if you don't sit there and have fun with it, no one's gonna have fun watching you. Like if you were sitting here and being like, oh, I'm just trying to win at everything.
Yeah.
Like it's like, well, no. That's not.
It's not gonna work like that, Chief. Sorry.
It's not gonna be fun to watch either. Like, have fun with it. Play games that you know are, you know, actually fun. Something that if you're like really passionate about it, play it. Even if it's only got like 2 or 3 people, like in the like the game category, play it. Draw new people in. But like for the most part, like it's really just kind of like just don't sit here and expect to be the best. You are not a pro gamer. You're an indie VTuber. You're an indie streamer. Like, no one's coming to watch you for, like, you know, for some sick-ass, like, you know, fucking MLG no-scope, you know, all sniper battles, like, just have fun.
Yeah.
Don't push yourself to do something that you're not comfortable with.
I 100% agree. I think that's all very good advice. On the topic of kind of like how you are on stream, and we kind of briefly touched on this, is that you do have an NSFW. You have an NSFW Twitter. You also have the Patreon that you do, and you have this thing that you do on your streams. You have this way of like shifting between kind of like, you know, being kind of like this goofy, very fun like person, and then having that little moment where you're doing like a little bit of fan service for like, you know, whatever the redeem is. And I think personally I really admire that like ability to transition. What do you think is like good advice for somebody who's trying to walk that line, right? Like to have that sort of banter with their community.
Ultimately, you really have to decide, like, in your, like, while you're like doing things like this, like, how lewd do you actually want to go? Because like ultimately, like, you know, for those who are aware, hold on, I could bring up the like Daddy Tarrok toggle real quick. Like, let me see here real quick. Let me like find. There we go. There's the red skin, and there's the horns. Like, of course, like, you know, when this devilish looking man sitting here and like talking to you, and like, of course, I'm just like, you know, like, hello, darling, you've been so good. It's like, okay, sure, you know, like, if that's what you want, you know, great, like, cool, but like, good pronoun redeems are okay. Make sure that you just kind of set your boundaries, like with your community, and just like recognize that, like, you know, like if you want to do more stuff, like, you know, like, you know, if you want to do more stuff like, you know, Fansly or stuff like that's totally viable. Like, but like make sure that your community knows that there's a time and place for it. In terms of like Twitter, the easiest thing is just don't be horny on main. And if you are, like, just sit there and like, you know, give people like a heads up, because like that's why I've like made that little like bumper sticker where it's like, hey, sorry you saw my peanuts on your timeline, like, but like I've also made stuff for like Sinju, who like, you know, and his thing, like, he's more lewd on Twitter than he is on stream, but like, you know, I've made him like a bumper sticker that said, you know, you're welcome for seeing my peanuts on your timeline.
Oh God. But yeah, I think that's very good advice. I think that setting and making sure people understand where the boundary is and where the time and place is, I think is very good advice.
Yeah, because you need to sit there and like know, like, people need to know that, like, you know, like, just because you do more sexualized content and stuff, that's perfectly fine. But like, it's one of those things of like, you sit there like, and you have to like just know that, like, when you're coming for that streamer, not every stream is going to be like something like that. Being like, like not every like stream is going to be sexualized. A lot of times, like, you know, a lot of people don't even come to my streams anymore for like sexual content. they're just like, I'm fucking Tarrok, you know, a little fucking gremlin. I'm like, hey man, that's what you're in for? Like, let's get it. Let's go for the ride. But like, you know, I'll still get like the occasional like good pronoun or so. But like, it's definitely like one of those things where like I've set up a strong boundary to be like, hey, like I don't mind being sexual.
Yeah, yeah.
But like just because I am sexual does not mean that I'm trying to be sexual with viewers.
Yes. Got it. And I think that's very good advice. I think that anybody looking to kind of like walk that line, you have to figure out, like Tarrok said, like where's your boundary, where is the time and place, and make sure that your community understands that. Okay, speaking of community, and this is gonna be, we're gonna put, so we're gonna be a little over, we're gonna go another 8 minutes. But I'd like to talk a little bit about community because you have one of the like most like involved and like connected communities of like anybody around me. And so I wanted to see, like, do you have any suggestions for people who are looking to find or build communities?
Honestly, so the biggest thing that I've found was the grand key of things for me, especially. My friend, who's a facecam streamer, was like, set up a Discord.
Yeah.
He's like, that's like one of the first things you can do to just connect people, to make sure that, you know, like you are going and getting like your people know when you're streaming. Yeah. People know, like, you know, how you're doing things. You're able to interact with your community there. You just have to kind of like sit there and just kind of start off going and being like, I want to go and, you know, build a Discord so that way I can, you know, have a condensed place where if like, you know, because as we all know, Twitter fucking sucks. Yeah. And to sit there and like to place it like kindly, it's an easier place to go and like really work out where your like community is gonna be able to find you. Yeah. And how often they can find you. And I think it's just one of those things of like the strongest places start a Discord, and then just make sure that you're welcoming people when they actually like come into your streams and stuff. Like, because like you want them to be able to come back because they feel like welcomed in, and they feel like they can like stay there and talk to you, because like it's one of those things like if you just like sit here and you're like, oh hey, welcome in. Yeah. No one gives a shit. No one's gonna like. They'll be like, oh, this fucking person's too good to talk to me, so... Oh, no, funny little VTuber, too good for me, huh? This funny little VTuber man thinks he's too good for me, huh? I'm not a little anime waifu, huh? I'll show you, sir. Like, it's like, no, like, I'm not saying that you're not good enough for me. It's like, no, I see how it is. I see. I'm not a little waifu, you know? And it's like, no, that's not it. I promise you. Like, but it's, a lot of people have told me that, like, the best thing about coming into my community is just the fact that, like, I sit there and treat them as if, like, you know, they've been here for an extended period of time. Yeah. And I think that's... Whoa, shit. One thing that a lot of VTubers, I feel like, don't do. It is just, like, when people come in for the new, like, for a first time, they're like, oh, hey. Welcome in. Tell me a little about yourself, I guess. And it's like, that's all it ends. Like, they don't like talk to them. They don't like be like, hey, you know, welcome on in. You know, thanks for tuning in. You know, we're doing this. They don't give like introductions to themselves. It's You want to basically be like, hey, I want to be your friend. And a lot of VTubers are just like, hey, thanks for the follow. Yeah. Anyway, That's what I was doing.
I think that's good advice. I do think that like a big thing that helps with keeping people around is them feeling, you know, it's one, feeling welcome, and two, like you said, I think it's like when they feel like you're being friendly with them, like you are their friend, you're treating them as if, you know, you've been interacting for a while, they feel more welcomed in and more likely to come back. And I think that's pretty, I think that's pretty good advice. I think this, let me see, we got about 3 minutes. Let me see. Here is one from the telonym. We'll ask this one from the telonym to wrap it up, I think. Which is, how does a newly starting out YouTuber / Twitch streamer reach out to other content creators for collabs or create content groups?
Yeah, if you figure that one out, you let us know, because honestly, I feel like most of us are so fucking scared to reach out to another person. Like, it's really just one of those things of like, I sit here and I'm like, yeah, man, like I've reached out like from like, you know, people I've like tuned into, be like, hey, like let's maybe like collab sometime.
Yeah.
Sometimes like that's really all you have to do is just go and really fucking send it.
Yeah.
And I think it's like, ultimately, I feel like that's just the big thing, is like, just don't be afraid.
Yeah.
Because like 90% of us have like social anxiety. So just fucking go at it. Be like, hey, you wanna play some games? Like,
you got games on your phone?
You
wanna play them with me?
You got Minecraft?
Yeah.
I want to play some Fortnite with you. Is that okay?
God, but yeah, I think that's true. It's like a big thing, and again, for anybody who doesn't know, like I really didn't interact with anybody prior to this year. Like at the start of this year was when I reached out to a handful of people, Tarrok being one of them, and made that attempt to start connecting with some people, and it's the hardest part is sending that first message. The second part, I guess, is waiting for the reply. but after that, it honestly is pretty smooth sailing. It's just, you really got to be like ready to step out of your shell.
Yes, yeah, for sure.
But yeah, so unfortunately, there's like 30% of the interview we didn't get through, but well, I guess you know. There's a possibility I'll be doing this again more in the future and holding interviews again. Maybe we do this again to get through the rest of the questions.
Yeah, for sure. I'd totally be down for that. Just casual chatting.
Yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for being part of this, and thank you for sharing with everybody. I think there's some
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of things people here could learn from that. So, unfortunately, I gotta dip out, so I'm gonna take 5 minutes to get up and stretch before the next interview, who is, I think, Shira. But yeah, thank you for stopping in.
Yeah, of course.
Do you have anything you would like to say to everybody before you go?
I'm currently on hiatus. I'm hoping to come back within like 2 weeks. But I do silly little content, and it'd be cool to see people there. You know, if you're interested in seeing the shit that I do, or if you just want to hear more Jennifer Coolidge, you know, just come hang out sometime.
Perfect. What a good summary of it. Chaos, fun times, Jennifer Coolidge. But honestly, yes, Tarrok streams are always a good time. I highly recommend people check them out if you haven't. Do I have a mod here who can do me a quick favor and shout out Tarrok one more time? But yeah, thank you for stopping in. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. Always good to have you around. Yeah, catch you next time, okay, dude?
Catch you later, guys. Bye-bye.
Bye. Okay, so my ad manager is broken. I have no idea if it's working. It's telling me that ads are just not happening. Twitch told me you can't do it. How dare Twitch? Shout out. Innkeeper. So I had a feeling in my heart of hearts, guys, that I was gonna end up running these interviews a little long. I prepped extra questions just in case. Cool dude. Yeah, Tarrok's really cool. I highly recommend people check him out. He's very cool. He's got a very good community. He does a lot of cool things. One of the things I always think about when I think about Tarrok's streams, there was a time where he was doing these. I actually wanted to talk to him about it, but again, it just didn't have time. I have 3 minutes till the next interview. He was doing these Soul Calibur streams where he was like making people into Soul Calibur characters and letting the AI duke it out. So it was like a tournament. It was really cool. Tarrok has a lot of really cool ideas. He's a very funny dude. And again, like he's got a very welcoming community. I highly recommend. You mean pushing back? No worries. I'm gonna take a quick step out to go warm up my coffee that I didn't drink at all. So I'm gonna let you guys chill here for like a couple minutes, okay? While I go to get coffee or go to warm up my coffee, and maybe grab myself a small snack because I ate like half a lunch. I ate like half a meal. Tara's hilarious. He really is. So, what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna turn on. Oh, I forgot to turn off lurk bait. Well, lurk bait's on. If you guys would like to lurk bait fish, lurk bait's still on. I will turn on LGG for a little bit. So if you guys would like to do some gambling, do some fishing, do that for a little bit. I will be back in like 3 minutes, 3 to 5 minutes at most. Okay, I'm just gonna leave you guys right here. Don't mess the place up. I just took out a loan for this place. I cannot afford to fix it out, okay? Okay, I'll be back.
Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning! Aw, dang it. I can't stop winning! Let's go gambling! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it! Aw, dang it!
I'm back. I forgot to get a snack. Oh god. How much gambling was done? What happened? Anybody win while I was gone? Okay. Welcome back, welcome back. Leave again, get a snack. No, it's okay. I have coffee. Coffee's practically a snack. I realized I forgot something when Tarrok was here. Nothing happened. Forgot I have coffee cups for everybody, and I forgot to put Tarrok's up. But look at it. I spent a lot of time on this. Look at it. I went and made this cup. I forgot to turn it on. I didn't make the cup. The cup existed, but I put the symbols and stuff on it. So, anyways, let's put it next to yours. Yeah, I'll just collect them, I guess. Everybody who's done goes in front of me. So there we go. We have Tarrok's cup, Tarrok's mug. Yeah, I made everybody mugs because I was like, that'd be neat and cute and everybody can have mugs. Oh my God, we're all gonna have mugs. I forgot to turn on LGG. I thought I turned it on. I only turned on LGG 5. My bad. I'm so dumb. Ironically, it looks like people only did LGG 5, so it worked out, I guess. Okay, so I'm a little late, but Shiwa, I'm gonna head to Knock Knock. Were you able to get VtoTube? Were you able to get Video Ninja working? Shiwa? I'm gonna head to Knock Knock, okay? So up next we have Jira. Just hello. Did you get the Video Ninja working?
I don't know. No one told me.
I sent it in our chat. Do you just ignore the things I say?
I don't know how to do it.
Oh. Okay. Give us a second. We're flying by the seat of our pants, as I said. Thank y'all for helping me keep my pants up. We're here. I'm gonna send you the link, Shira.
I'm at the video too. What do I do?
You're at the Vito Ninja. You're at Vito Ninja, yeah.
I'm a Vito Ninja, yeah.
So you hit the add camera to OBS.
Add camera to OBS.
You use your VTube Studio as your camera.
Video source?
Yeah.
It's not. No.
Do you have VTube Studio open?
Yes.
Does VTube Studio not have an option for you?
No option. It's just waiting for camera to load.
Can you go to your VTube Studio and do me a favor? You allowed everything, right? You hit allow so that way it could select your thing.
I think so.
Because it lets you. What sources does it have?
Nothing.
No video sources? No drop down menu?
Oh, there's a drop down, but there's nothing on it.
Yeah, so I was gonna say is go check if your VTube Studio has if you have the virtual camera active. So you go to your settings.
Settings.
On top left, you see the little camera icon.
Camera.
Scroll like almost all the way to the bottom. I think there should be a thing for virtual camera.
Virtual camera. Virtual camera.
It's like
virtual webcam.
Yeah.
Config.
And you make sure it's on.
It says activate. It says installation help. Activate virtual camera, and that's
activate.
on.
Activate
that's
is on. But Vito Ninja is not detecting anything.
I can restart.
Yeah, try refreshing it. Try refreshing Video Ninja because I feel like it might be Video Ninja because it should have options.
There is no option.
The blink blonks of frustration, confusion. Yes. Also, sorry guys. I know I haven't really been responding to chat. Unfortunately, because of the.
Which one was it? Where do I press?
What?
There's add camera to OBS. Remote
add camera
stream.
to OBS.
Wait, am I supposed to have OBS open?
No. You don't need to have OBS open because you're gonna send me the link.
Oh.
Yeah.
Camera. Okay.
Yeah. Is it there? Is it there?
I don't know.
All right, we're just gonna use your Fugi. Whoops, I didn't mean to shrink.
I don't understand. See, like, I didn't know. I thought it was already set up, or I thought you were doing the Discord thing.
I wanted to use Video Ninja, ideally. I'd sent it in the thing, but it's okay. We will just use Fugi. Oh.
I feel like you underestimate how I should do this.
That's a good Fugi. It's practically the same thing. Why is there two of you? Wait, where'd the second one come from? Oh, I know why.
There's a second one?
It was. I know where it came from. Okay. A little bit of scuff, but it's okay. Here, you can have your cup.
This is why you should have. When you were doing this, you should have done it with me last night.
I tried to get a hold of you today.
I was streaming.
I know. When I tried to get a hold of you to figure this out.
I was streaming.
I know. I'm just saying. We weren't able to figure it out last night because it was too much stuff.
No, it wasn't. You were just busy.
I was. That's what I just said. Too much stuff. You're trying to make me angry.
Oh wait, I got to work.
You got Video Ninja to work?
Yes.
Did you forget to push a button?
No, I refreshed it and somehow it worked.
Okay. Can you send me the link? When you did you turn off the, you made sure that you have no audio source selected, right?
No audio, yeah, no audio.
Okay, you hit start.
Start.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then you send me that link.
What part?
There's a link on the top of the screen. There's a link on the top of the screen. Oh, that's very crunchy. I think yours might be a little too crunchy. We'll see. We're gonna see. Hold on, I'm gonna turn it on. But you might be really crunchy. So let's hold on. I'm gonna turn on the Pookie for a second.
Wait, is there a way to make it better? There's probably no way, huh?
I don't think so. Hold on. Oh, you're so crunchy. Oh no, you're so crunchy. Look how crunchy you are. Oh my god, you're so compressed.
Why am I so compressed?
I don't know, you're so crunchy though. I mean, Tarrok is a little crunchy too. Oh, wait, hold on. I think it's stabilizing. You're a little less crunchy. You're slightly less crunchy. We're coming out of the tunnel. You're alive. I think you're fine now. Okay. Yeah, now we're on Nintendo Switch here. We were on 3DS earlier. So, good enough. If it crunchifies again, we'll switch to PNG again. Yeah, you should have moved your spaceship closer. You should have come in closer to the satellites. Okay, so...
Oh, see, this is why I'm bad with technology.
Yes. Yes,
Wait,
bad with
which
technology.
way am I facing? Is my bow on my left side or my right side?
Your bow is on your right side. Is it supposed to be on your left side?
It's supposed to be on my left side. Can you switch it?
You're gonna make me do the workout.
Yeah, I have to, because, like, I don't know how to do it. Listen, I might break something.
You know what? You're right. I'm gonna flip it. Why is that over there? Hold on. Get your little guy out of here. There we go. Okay. Better.
Oh.
Okay. So, now that this is all sorted and settled, cool, thank you, appreciate. 1, 2, 3, 8, who do we appreciate?
Technology, yay!
Yay! So, Shira, for inquiring minds, can you please tell us about yourself and what your preferred pronouns are?
Hi everybody, my name is XiraLumina. I'm a Constellation Weaver VTuber, and I go by she, her, sometimes a Chad, sometimes a mouse, sometimes a moth, and I do a little video editing on the side while I stream.
Yeah. Okay, so can you tell us how long have you been streaming?
I believe so. I had another channel before this, but I started in 2020 with another channel.
Yeah.
Which I kind of don't use anymore. That channel is gone. And then I restarted streaming this year as a VTuber. So I would say, like, in total, probably maybe a year.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so roughly a year. Like,
I don't
if
know
I'm
why I act
including,
surprised. I know the answer, guys.
like, including my like last channel with this channel, you know. But
Yeah.
last channel was more like sporadic. I didn't really have a set schedule or anything.
Yeah.
But this year, more of a set schedule and more dedicated time to streaming and content creation.
Yeah, this attempt at it, you've really been kind of like locking in. You've been really focused on like editing videos, having social media presence. You've been doing like the whole shebang. So, can you tell us, why did you choose VTubing?
I want to hide my face.
Seems like a common theme.
Yeah. So my last channel, just get a little more information. The last channel I had mostly people from my school, and I also had IRL friends who and teachers. Oh god, and teachers who followed me on that channel, and I was like, you know, I brought up, you know, a video to one of my friends. I'm like, this is when the big boom of VTubers happened, right? Well, not big boom, but like where it slowly started coming out. It was with Korone.
Yeah.
If you guys know Korone from Hololive, she was like the first VTuber I saw. I showed a clip to one of my friends, and I was like, oh, cool, look at this cute little dog anime girl. I'm like, I secretly know that this is a VTuber, but I'm gonna pose this as a question, you know,
it's
like
haha,
you know,
what do you think about it?
Yeah,
wow,
I was
look at
like,
this anime girl.
Look at the anime girl. What do you guys think? And they're like, oh, that's kind of weird. I'm like, I'm never gonna bring this up to you guys ever again.
Time to go into hiding.
Yep. And then 4 years later, I decided to create this channel, and still hidden from my
Yippee!
my IRL friends who I don't really talk to anymore. All my classmates, all my teachers, they might, maybe they know. I don't know,
Sure.
but they don't say anything. So, you know.
Oh yeah, I think the thing is, right, because I also have people who probably know and just simply don't say anything. I had somebody approach me very recently who I haven't talked to in a long time, who was asking me if I had like a TikTok or a YouTube or anything like that, and the questions were so kind of like keyed. I was like, do they know that I'm a VTuber? No. Anyways, sorry, to get back on track. So this VTuber model that you have, right, the one that you are using currently right in front of me, and the one that I have, right, we both use wholesale models. Can you kind of explain what a wholesale model is to everybody?
Oh, just a TLDR. It's a model that multiple other people can use because they either paid for it or if it was free to use. So if you see another one like both of us, that's probably not us. That's probably someone else.
Yeah, I've definitely seen. Mine has a little more customization, I think, than yours does, because I don't think yours has different hairstyles or anything, right?
Mine has, the only thing you can really do is just take off the jacket.
Yeah.
And the thing is that I've seen, what is it? I've seen like probably like 10 vampires, 2 zombies, 3 zombies, a dragon. So like people have used this particular model that I'm using, but they changed the color of the eyes, changed the color of the hair, and yeah.
Yeah, if you've ever seen this man,
multiple.
This is not me, but this is somebody. But yeah, so that's what these free, not free to use, these wholesale models are. They're basically just like one that you don't own the rights to, and everybody else, other people can get the rights to it. So that said, what would you say are like some of the pros and cons of using a wholesale model to start?
I would definitely say like the pros is, you know, getting used to using the model itself for just entertainment purposes when you're streaming, because going back to what I said earlier, I was a face cam streamer and a hand cam streamer, so people saw what my face looked like. People saw just me, you know.
Yeah.
And with the model itself, you know, it puts you into a different perspective on how to entertain audiences with it, because recently on my affiliate stream, like a couple days ago, I was using stream assets, which are basically props that you would use, that you would either stick onto your model or stick around your model, behind your model. It gets you used to using this model, especially if this is something that you would want to go down to the path towards, you know?
Yeah, because it's like, for anybody who hasn't ever tried VTubing, there's a specific way, kind of like, you have to be a little more emotive than you normally would, right? Because if it's like a face cam, people can look at like the small things in your face, the little details. But when you're using a model like this, you kind of have to, you have to over exaggerate a little bit, and you have to be a little more poppy in your motions, right? To give people this like more immersed feel, right? So I think that's true. I think having a wholesale model like lets you get that practice.
Yeah, I would also say, like, if you it also helps if you did take theater as like a before, like in background, because in theater you have to be extremely expressive with your face in order for people in the very back of the theater to be able to see what your expressions are, right?
Yeah.
And the second part of your question was, what was it, cons for model? I think we already touched based on it, which is like using a wholesale model, you're going to have multiple other people using the same model as you, probably different color scheme, probably not even a different color scheme. There's like 2-3 other people that still use this exact model, have not even changed what it looked like. And you're going to have people compare.
Yeah.
Either they themselves are going to compare you to them, and if you're like me sometimes, you're going to compare yourself to them, because either they are a better singer than you, a better entertainer than you, they were able to, you know, do things that you couldn't do, and vice versa.
Yeah, because it definitely becomes very easy to like start making comparisons with other people. Like, and this is a thing that like any streamer or content creator or whatever is going to have a problem with, right? Is comparing yourselves to others. But when you're using a wholesale model and you're, you know, there's other people who have the exact same model as you, it's very easy to be like, well, we have the same exact model, but they're doing a lot better than me. And it can really get to you if you're not ready for that.
Yeah, so you just have to go into, when you're using a wholesale model, you have to go into expecting there is going to be multiple other people that will have the same model and look like you.
Yeah. Okay, so putting aside current model, putting aside this wholesale model, right? Taking it, putting it on the shelf, not going to worry about it. Do you have a VTuber concept for yourself?
Yes, kind of. It's still in the works right now because I'm still trying to discover the direction of where I want to go to with this look. There is a specific like look that I want, which is most games have character creation. Yeah. And a lot of my character a lot of the characters I've made have always had white hair, yellow eyes, right? So I kind of want to go into that direction, but anything beyond that, I'm still not 100% sure on. I want to go into space, which is also the reason why I got this model, because it does have, you know, a space vibe to it.
Yes. Hold on. Sorry. Speaking of design, let me see really quickly where this is. Ah, dang it. It's so far on the list. It's fine. I'm going to pull up the questions from earlier and I'm going to shift it over. Don't worry about... There's one question specifically. Is Shira moth? Have you
Who asked that question? Who asked that question? I will crawl into your walls, break it, and tear down your entire house. Who asked that question? Who asked that question?
No idea. It's random. There's nobody there.
I swear, I'm gonna break into your house. Everything that you own, gone, burned.
Gone.
Sold on eBay. You have to buy it back again.
But yeah, so
Mm-hmm.
Whoever asked it asked the true, real question. Yeah. So see, it wasn't anybody in chat. Oh, it's weird, crazy, suspicious,
yeah, weird,
even.
Crazy. Yeah, crazy.
So
yeah,
we have talked a bit about your concept, right?
Yeah.
Like we've talked about the idea of like it being royalty themed. We've talked about it being potentially night themed. We recently, very recently, have been considering, mayhaps just, you know, humoring the idea of a moth typed design. But yeah. You're still pretty much like uncertain of what the specific thing is. I heard knock knock moth. we're using knock knock for the thing. It's just easier, and then I can wait here for when it's your turn. But yeah. So, sorry. To go back though, are there any things about this current model that you would kind of like want to maintain when you do eventually get your own model? Like, is there anything you'd kind of want to carry over?
I'm not exactly sure, because the thing is that because it's a wholesale model, I don't want to be like attached to it, you know. I think the only thing that I really do enjoy is I do like the hair, and I like the ears.
Yeah, of elf ears, of course.
Yeah, the elf ears. I do like I don't know what type of hairstyle this is, but whatever this hairstyle is, I do like it.
I don't know nothing about hair.
I don't know nothing about hair either.
I just have it.
And like, I guess like the expressiveness of the face, because it is close to what I do like.
Yeah.
You know, because sometimes like I have like a head empty, no thoughts type of look, and this model captures the loading screen in Jira's brain so well sometimes. You can actively see the neurons. Yeah. It's like, waiting for the neurons to collide, and I can have a thought soon. Yeah, the brain cells they're trying really hard to rub together and form a thought. That's, you know.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Like I make a joke about the model relating to who I am, because you see the little things floating around my head.
Yeah.
I always say that those are my little brain cells trying to form a thought, trying to rub together, but they never touch.
Yeah. Always rotating, never colliding.
Never colliding, yep.
Yes. So, while we're kind of like on this topic of like designs and concepts, we had received a question on Telegram, and I believe I asked this, actually, I don't remember if I asked this to Tarrok, but what was the inspiration for making your OC? And would you say that it has a lot of similarities to you? Or is it someone you aspire to be?
To be honest, I don't know if it's something I aspire to be. The only, because I'm still working it out. Look-wise, it's mostly towards like character creations I've had for years, because I played Monster Hunter For You, Monster Hunter Generation, Monster Hunter World, Monster Generation. Yeah, so I played a lot of Monster Hunter games, and every single character that I've made in Monster Hunter all had the same schematic, which was white hair, yellow eyes, and
the original blueprint.
I honestly, I really believe that I really think that I got that specific look from Kingdom Hearts, which is also where like my name, the X, comes from, because I don't know. I love Kingdom Hearts when I was growing up.
We also talked about me and Jira recently. So for anybody who doesn't know, me and Jira, Jira's my partner, right? So we see each other pretty regularly. And recently we watched The Dark Crystal, which is a very old movie for anybody who doesn't know.
Oh my god, no. That's where it came from. That's the blueprint.
No, and we were talking about, I forget the name of the girl, but it's the other little girl. Or the only other like main character.
No, wait, her name. Isn't her name?
Oh, her name might be something like Shira.
No.
Hold on.
The Dark Crystal. I think it's Mira. Mira.
It might be. It's got the same kind of like cadence to it.
Kira, Kira.
Kira. Yeah, it's very close. So she's a white-haired elf-like character named Kira. And I was making jokes that her she has the little animal Fizzgig, right? The little Fizzgig, it's like a little fur ball. It's basically just a mouth. And I was joking that Fizzgig is basically the same thing as one of her pets, her dog. So yeah, that also might be the blueprint. The original blueprint might have actually been Kira from Kingdom Hearts. Kira from the Dark Crystal, the Skeksis. Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah,
Yep.
so.
There's my inspiration. I didn't even know it was there.
So, lots of people I feel like struggle with kind of creating their own OC design or concept. Do you have any suggestions for somebody trying to figure out what their VTuber concept is?
I think for me, it was always starting off with, because again, like I had like the basis, the hair, the eye color, right?
Yeah.
But I didn't really have a basis for everything else.
Yeah.
Most of it came from me just searching up Pinterest, right?
Yeah.
And then relating it back to like D&D, because I did play D&D back then as well.
Wow.
So seeing what type of armors, what type of like clothes, like not even armor clothes,
Yeah.
cloth, just seeing what different type of clothes that I like, and seeing like, does this fit with, do I want to make a character like someone that doesn't look like me,
Yeah.
or do I want to make a character that actually looks like me?
Yeah.
Right. So I had two different mindsets, right? And I did have another character in mind where it was just, you know, me, like where it looks exactly like me or something similar to me. Or I just made entirely different like fantasy character, and I went down that route because it fit with more with what I like. Because for me, since I'm mixed, right, I don't like, my family's from Hawaii, but I don't know my culture at all. So
Yeah.
figuring out who I am was just too much stress. So I'd rather play a fantasy character, look like a fantasy character. That way it felt more of like who I am, rather trying to discover all these different cultures that I've never even grew up in.
Yeah.
You know?
And I think because, you know, a lot of the times, right? Mixed Kid Club. Yeah. A lot of the times I feel like when you're making your VTuber concept, and then I think part of what they mean by like, do you feel like it is somebody you aspire to be, is like, it influences your stream persona, right? So it's either like the lore or your stream persona. And like I've talked about how I very briefly talked about how Donut's lore involves a lot of memory assimilation. For those who are unaware, Donut is not just a
Donut's not just a donut, guys.
I'm not just a donut. I'm not just your little barista guy here. No, there's a little more happening. And part of that idea of like memory assimilation and kind of like carrying other people's legacies forward is kind of like a thing that I think is part of me, right? Because I mentioned earlier that like one of the things I would want to carry through from the streaming is being able to help people get their start in streaming, right? I would love to be able to do that for people. And I think that kind of thing is something that it's a little bit of me, but also a little bit of what I aspire for. But yeah. Sorry. Let me figure out where we were. Oh, we're also about to get ads, I think. Let me see real quick. Ads are going to start in 3 minutes. And again, we will just kind of keep going through them. We're going to keep rolling.
Okay.
So, I'm going to skip this question about rebranding because technically you're going to rebrand.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So,
I mean, this is not gonna be me. This is not even me.
Yeah, so I'm gonna skip the rebrand question to what you would rebrand as, because I feel like us talking about like your concept kind of like covers that same covers that same basis. So let's move on and talk a little bit about like actually streaming, right? So how did you get into streaming?
It just really started off with me wanting just to stream with friends, and one of my friends was just saying, hey, you should just do it. I'm like, okay, cool, I'm gonna just do it. So I just did it.
See, and that's like I said it with Tarok earlier, is like I feel like it really is just kind of like an impulsive thing that a lot of people do. I feel like it's very rare that anybody actually looks at streaming and then goes, oh, I'm gonna be a streamer as a career. Like I feel like it's much less common and much more common for people to just be like, I'm just gonna do it and see how it goes. But yeah, so considering you went to streaming, right, and you do make videos now, but at the end of the day, streaming is kind of like what you want to do, right? How would you suggest people like decide between making recorded content versus streaming? What are some things you think they should look at?
I would take a look at, like, if you're on Twitch or you're on YouTube and you watch like streamers on both ends, I would just take a look at what they do and what you like about them, and see if you want to go in that direction, and then try out making videos on YouTube, so just recorded videos. So I would just say just try out both ends, because you're never really going to know what you actually like, because for me, I'm trying out both sides, because one, I'm trying to be an actual content creator for myself, and hopefully in the future maybe for others, as far as like just a video editing. But currently right now I'm trying to push forward my own branding for my own content creation. So yeah, I would say just the best suggestion is you have to try out both streaming and then both content creating, recorded content, so that way you get a feel of what you like more, because both have a different feel for it, right?
And because at the end of the day, if you want to do this seriously, you probably end up having to do both. But the thing is, you can have more of a lean from one side or the other. You can be more of a video editor, recorded content creator, and a little bit of streaming, or the other way, be mostly a streamer who occasionally does recorded content. So, that said, this, again, could be a little bit of a loaded question. But do you think anyone can be a streamer?
I mean, there's a layer to that. Like, a general answer would be like, yeah, you could be a streamer. But I think currently right now, since 2020, since the big like change and big shift of streamers, that definition of streamer has changed into being not a streamer, but to be an entertainer. So before 2020, being a Twitch streamer, or just a streamer in general, both on YouTube and on whatever site that does streaming services, you could honestly just go on, press live, and then that's kind of it, you know? And then hopefully like somebody, you know, finds a clip, it's funny, and then posts it on YouTube or whatever that they post on, and people will watch it and they'll send it to wherever. After 2020, since COVID had started, that shift of being a streamer, the definition of it has changed dramatically to being an entertainer. So yes, can you be a streamer? Generally, yeah, you can. But if you are looking into being a bigger content creator, if you're trying to be, I'm not saying you got to be big as like Iron Mouse or who's the other big streamers out there.
I mean, Iron Mouse is definitely one of like the biggest right now.
Iron Mouse is like the biggest, like most subscribed,
most
VTuber
CCV,
streamer.
most subs, I think, right now.
Like, you can't, like, if you want to go down that route of like the same route, not as big as Iron Mouse, but if you want to be that entertaining VTuber, that entertaining streamer, then you're gonna have to put a lot of work into that.
Basically, if you're looking to do it as like a career, or you're looking to actually like make something out of it, you might need to look into a little bit more than just, you know, a simple streamer, because a simple streamer is going to be somebody who just hits that go live and throws the game on the screen and whatever. But you got to be an entertainer, as you put it. Yeah, and I think that's fair, right? I think that's a pretty good like summary of things, right? And again, I think that like it's about like nurturing skills, right? Because you can become an entertainer, but I think very rarely is anybody born an entertainer.
it's a skill that you have to learn. Like some people are lucky. Some people have, their wit is just on the spot. They're really good at actually being charismatic. They know how to talk to people. Some people don't know how to do that, and it's the same thing with like working at a job. Same exact thing. Like maybe you have the book smarts because you have that degree, but the thing is you don't have that 3 to 5 years experience of going into the job, right?
Yeah, I get what you mean. I think that's pretty accurate. That's really what it is, right? You might have the qualifications, but at the end of the day, it's different. When I was studying psych, right, there was a saying of like, you can study psych all you want, but you're not gonna learn like therapy until you're I think it's called an MFT, marriage family counseling, basically, right? They're like, that's where you get your hands dirty. That's where you really learn. And it's the same with streaming, right? You can naturally be an entertainer, but until you started streaming and like worked on that skill, like you got to get that experience. So with that said, I would like to do a little bit of a slight bit of role play. So I would like you to pretend that I am a new streamer. Imagine that I'm little baby VTuber. I have just acquired a model. I've downloaded OBS for the first time ever. I'm ready to hit that go live button, I think. What suggestions would you have for me?
Little baby streamer, did you check your audio?
Oh!
Did you make sure your audio is okay?
What does that mean?
So I'm not gonna roleplay.
Oh, okay, fine.
I guess I'll go to my room, I guess.
But yeah, go ahead, explain to us, what do you mean when you say check your audio?
Audio is like the biggest thing, not for you as like, not just for like your audience, but like for you as well, especially if you're trying to like make content out of the videos that you stream, right?
Yeah.
You have to make sure that the audio that you have is good, right?
Yes.
Like, it doesn't have to be great, but it has to be good enough for the stream. So is your game audio too loud? Is your mic audio too loud? Do you have background noises? Audio is like the number one thing that will either make or break what your stream will be like going forward. Because if your game audio is too low but your voice audio is really loud, not many people would like to hear that.
Yeah.
They would rather just go to somewhere else, or they would have to turn your volume all the way down to the point where they can't even hear the game audio anymore. All they hear is just your voice.
Yeah. Yeah, so it's learning how to balance your levels, basically. Because so for me, right, I have a thing where I keep all my volume at about the same level. And so essentially what I have to do when I go into a stream is I set it so my game sounds the same every time in my ear, and that usually puts it at a good volume because I've got everything leveled out. But it's not a thing that happens quickly. It usually takes a good number of streams before you finally get your audio balanced, basically. But yeah, I think that's a really good suggestion. It's like the number one thing, because your audio, like you said, it really makes or breaks your content. People will quickly, go to another stream if your audio is too crunchy or if your levels aren't good. So
yeah, unless it's like purposely like that, unless you're purposely making it that way for entertainment value, then yeah, sure, go for it, right? I mean, like, look at me, I'm like super crunchy. Like, well, that's the second thing. Like, you want to make sure that your video is okay, because sometimes, like, I know that for some streamers, their video quality is not great. Probably because of like internet issues, or they have like bitrate issues that didn't work out on their OBS. I know that I have had that multiple times on my streams.
Oh, bitrate sucks.
So I mean, like, look at us, guys. So who would you rather watch? Would you rather watch Donut, who's like in HD, or do you want to watch 3DS Me? Which one would you rather watch?
Vote now. Cast your votes. It's just gonna be like all Xira, clearly crunchy, Xira, crunchy.
Yeah, and the thing is that, like, again, it's not always going to be like that, because, like, let's say that, like, for example, like, I'm using us for example again, because, like, what if like Donut, because Donut has like the HD model, right? doesn't talk at all during their stream, their audio is really whack. And I know it's not whack, don't I know it's not whack. But for example's sake, you know, because you're baby streamer boy.
I'm your little baby streamer boy. Look at me, I'm so hot.
So like, let's say we have that streamer, right?
Yeah.
But then we have me, who's like the more entertaining one, or the one that's giving advice, right? And I'm like super crunchy, right? But like the way that I look right now, but the audio's fine, right? The audio's fine, but the video is just not that great.
Yeah.
You know, you would more likely depending on how you feel, like how the audience feels, one or more people either will probably go to one or the other, and it really just depends. You know, do you have the entertaining value? Like, example, if I had the more entertaining value but my video sucks but my audio's okay, you know, there's possibility that you'll stay.
Yeah.
And it's vice versa for Donut.
Yeah.
Guys, don't you wanna watch me? Look at how hot I am.
No.
Anyways, okay.
No way.
I bit crushed my audio for a second.
Good.
Gave it a little bit of crunch. But yeah, so anyways. But yeah, I think you make a good point. I think it's a fine balance, right? You gotta pick and choose your things, and ideally you want to have everything as good as you can get it before you go live, right? And you know, everybody.
It's a learning process.
Yeah.
It will not take again. It's not going to take one day for you to, or one stream for you to fix everything. It's going to take multiple streams for you to fix everything, unless you have someone there to help me, like I did.
There's a joke in our friend circle that I'm tech support, because it a lot of the times when people need help with audio stuff, they dial me up.
I mean, you guys just saw it live in 4K. Well, at least not me in 4K, because I am like...
You're in like
HD.
188p, 720 at best, maybe 4.
You guys saw what happened, like, when I first came on.
This is my job. Yay. Yeah, another good piece of advice for upcoming streamers. Get a tech support friend. Find your tech support friend, find your buddy. Keep them on speed dial. Trust me, you'll thank us later. Okay, so let's move on. Good role play. I feel so educated. Generally speaking, what do you think some useful traits or skills are for streamers to have?
Yap to your heart's content.
Don't be afraid to yap. Don't be afraid to be a yapper.
Yeah. I think I don't even know what traits are really good, because I'm still trying to figure out what traits are good for a streamer.
Yeah.
I think generally, being able to talk, like, you want to be able to talk throughout your entire stream, even if it's just like you reacting to the game itself. I think that is one of the skills that you need to, at least currently right now as a streamer, quote unquote entertainer.
Yeah.
Being able to speak a lot more. And being able to speak with your chat. So if you're yapping, that's fine, right? But you also want to make sure that you're paying attention to your chat as well while your stream is going, because sometimes they'll want to react with you, right? And if you don't react with them, right, it's gonna feel like you're ignoring them, and they're gonna feel ignored.
Because the thing is, people come to a stream not just to watch somebody, right? Because if they just wanted to watch somebody, they could pull up the TV, right, and look at anything. But they come to a stream for the interaction. They come to a stream to feel seen, to feel appreciated. And if you're, sure, you might have some very funny reactions. People might be laughing along with you. But if you're not paying that like attention to your chat, to the people who are trying to interact with you, they might eventually get tired of it, right? They might be like, well, Donut's so funny, and when he dies, it's hilarious, but man, he just keeps ignoring us. I'm gonna go to Xira's stream, where she at least says hi to us and asks us about our day, right? I do think that you're very right. I think that being ready, and this is something that kind of like Tarrok said earlier too, is like making people feel welcome, talking to your chat, like that's a very good trait to have, being ready to interact with them, right? And like, yes, 100%, I do agree with you that like yapping, like being a serial yapper is very good.
I'm still working on that. Sometimes I forget to yap, and there's like 15 minutes of just complete silence on my
Just
stream.
15 minutes of locked in.
Yeah, I'm locked in, and like sometimes that's fine too. Like,
Yeah.
as long as like the people that are there, they know that you're kind of locked in. It's kind of not. It's noticeable when you are locked into, like, let's say if you're like in a serious fight, like when I was fighting an Elden Ring boss. When you're actually locked into a boss, you sometimes forget to talk.
Sorry, hold on. Denko had a suggestion for you. Just remember the balls, and you'll yap just fine. You remember Anotria? The brain cell activating.
I gotta think about it.
You guys actively were able to see Xira activate the brain cell just now. I remember now. A crumb of context. I don't have the clip available. Xira, if you'd like to get the clip for people to look at, I can post it in the chat.
Oh wait, no. Ash made a clip of it, and I haven't posted it yet. But I know Ash made it.
No context, only ball.
Oh.
But yeah. So, anyways, there you go. There's a little bit of advice for you from chat. Okay, so moving on, because we're about halfway through our time. We still got a good chunk to go through. So
all right, speed dating music,
speed interview.
Yeah, speed interview.
So I'm gonna skip this one because I know. So for anybody who doesn't know, I did do like I think Xira mentioned we did like a dry run of the interview before, but I'm gonna skip this question. And I'll move on to this one. So this is one we got from Telenym, which are, what are some of the things you're afraid of when you're live or when you're putting yourself out there on social media?
My classmates and my teachers will find me.
Got it. To generalize, being discovered by people that you know. Yeah, that's, you know what? Honestly, fair. So fair and valid.
I don't want them to know. They're gonna think I'm cringe.
I'm cringe.
Guys, the way I talk right now, that's not how I spoke to. I mean, it's kind of how I spoke to when I was in class, but the thing is that like they got like half of what this is right now.
Yeah.
They got half of what this is right now, and so like if they're gonna think I'm cringe, guys. They're gonna think I'm cringe.
Yeah.
And like, that's okay to be cringe, but the thing is that like
live your best life.
I was part of the school committee. I was part of the school committee. I knew I knew everybody. I knew like everybody in the school.
Yep.
And they don't want them to know me.
Yeah. So I'm very much. I'm kind of just like this. Unfortunately for everybody involved, I'm kind of just like this. I'm maybe a little. I was gonna say I might be a little quieter, but I think that's a lie. I think I might actually be a little louder. Depending on where I am and who I'm with. But Xira definitely is like naturally very soft-spoken and very like contained, right? Everything is kind of held inside. But on stream, oh boy. Boy howdy.
Boy howdy doody, I am the jar, the lid is off.
I reckon I know what your affliction is.
The worms are out. The worms are out on my stream.
Boy. Yeehaw, we got them worms on sale. Buy one, get one.
Buy one, get one for free? No, for $1.99.
No, actually, I'm gonna pay you to take these worms. You're gonna pay me to take them back.
Yep, that's what happens on my stream. If you weren't there for my affiliate stream, well, oh well, you missed out on a.
Here, you guys can see. You guys can see if you guys remember the Fugi. Here, I can show you again. The Fugi was a pretty good example. Where the hell's the Fugi? What the hell? That's a pretty good summary of how that affiliate stream went. This this is all you need to know, honestly. Actually.
Yeah, you guys had to be there. If you don't know what happened, I'm sorry. Go watch the VOD.
Go watch the VOD.
Go to my Twitter. Follow my Twitter. You'll see the picture. You'll see the video of it. Yeah.
It was a very good. First affiliate stream. Do you want to talk about it a little bit?
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is like, it's the same thing of what happened when I first started streaming. I was just, I went on, pressed live, I'm like, hey guys, I got affiliate. I don't know what I'm doing today.
Yeah.
But you know what? I think what we should do, this is exactly what happened. My trainer thought, you know what? I think I should go and look for sub badges. I should look for emotes for you guys. Yeah. And so I went through, like, scrolling through Etsy, finding badges and emotes and stuff. Yeah. And then I had people just follow me out of nowhere. I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going? How you guys doing today? No one answers. At least I think. I don't really remember, actually. And then I ended up...
just throwing things.
Dude, I found out about the props. I started using props today. Or not today, sorry. I started using props on that affiliate stream. And I threw whatever was on. I'm like, oh, guys, this is kind of cool. This is funny. This is silly. And so... I added one thing, and then one thing became like 5 things, and then I went back to scrolling through looking for clips, and then I got raided. I'm like, oh my god, hi, welcome raiders, how's it going? And then my stream almost ended because I had to go. I don't remember why I had to go. I just had to go.
It was so funny. It's wow. One trick that VTube Studio doesn't want you to know is that you actually can play Dress to Impress in VTube Studio.
Yeah.
You just throw things on yourself.
We should do Dress to Impress.
Whoa, that's actually such a good idea. That's actually so funny. Wait.
Okay, let's do it. Okay.
We gotta find like a clothing and stuff pack. Everybody gets their theme, the stream. We all gotta.
Cam. Write this down,
Cam, you love Dress to Impress. All right, guys, you heard it here. One day, Dress to Impress VTube edition. It's just us throwing things on our live 2D model. We get 5 minutes to make a theme.
Cam, write it down.
Just with VTube Studio. We gotta look for outfits, though. We gotta have to look through for VTube assets.
We have time. We can look for it.
Yeah, we'll sort this out.
First affiliate stream, I think, was very successful. I went from like 3 people watching to 20 people watching.
Yeah,
and I was like, what?
Insane at the end.
I was at the very end. Ken pointed out, oh yeah, there's 20 people here. Why are there there's so many people here? I'm like, wait, there's 20 people. Hi, 20 people. How are you guys doing today?
There was a lot of people at the end. I
was very confused, but I was like, okay, it's super successful. I'm enjoying this. And then who did I rate it? Did I rate it to you, Jonah? I don't remember.
You rated to Ude-san.
Oh yes, right. I rated to Ude-san. Ude-san was a friend of Alan, who's another streamer, and they're pretty cool.
I would love to get Alan in for an interview one day, maybe. Anyways,
next question.
Yeah, moving on.
Speed interview.
I guess while we're on the topic of like view numbers, right? I feel like that's something that a lot of starting out streamers struggle with is getting discouraged by low view numbers. Do you ever have days like that?
Oh, 100% I do. And then like I was like, you know what, fuck it. Oh wait, sorry.
It's okay. We've already had so many swears.
Okay, good. Okay.
It's not like, free reign to just start throwing out every swear.
I'm not throwing down F-bombs. It was just one singular one. A grenade, if you will.
Uh-oh, pulled the pin. My bad.
But like, basically, when it comes to view numbers, I make it a habit. Right, I'm trying to make it a habit to not look at it. So like when the 20 people that follow me, right, or not follow, I don't
were watching. It was 21 people. There was 21 people in the stream at the end.
Yeah, Cam pointed it out to me like, oh my god, I didn't even know that there was 20 people. I'm like, and I just said hello to everybody because
Yeah.
I tried to make sure that I don't look at those numbers. Especially when and again, it's not very often I get 21 people showing up to a stream. At most I get like maybe 5, maybe less than 5. I don't know. It's like somewhere between 5, 7. But definitely like I there are days where I just have one person in my stream, and that one person is me. You know, I had to be my biggest fan.
You got to be your biggest fan. That's actually really good advice, though. Honestly.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to be your biggest fan. So like, if no one's gonna hype you up, you gotta hype yourself up. And so that's what I have to do on my streams, and I have to remind myself that to drill into my head every single time. Because the thing is that if you start focusing more about the numbers, right? Yeah. Then you are going to show it in the way that you express yourself on stream. So like if you're a face cam streamer, right, people are definitely gonna see like the small micro, like especially if you have really good camera, they're gonna see the micro expressions that you make, and they're gonna know you are upset about something. Yeah. And the same thing can be said about VTubing, because you're not going to be as expressive as you want to be. You know, I use a webcam, and I know that like Donut, you use a iPhone tracker. So the iPhone tracker is a lot more, what is it?
It's a little cleaner. It's got a little more reactivity.
It's a little cleaner. So the thing is, there's a lot of expressions that I can't make, but the thing is that even if I can't make it because I don't have the iPhone, it still shows through my stream if I'm not happy about something. So the best advice to that would just be, don't think about the numbers at all.
A lot of people say, I think, like, just straight up turn off the numbers. I think that's what you do, right? You have the numbers like straight up off.
The thing is, like, I don't even have numbers on at all. I don't see it at all. Because that helps me focus more. If no one's in my chat chatting, that's fine. I am going on stream. Basically, I use my streams as a way for me to create content. So like if no one's there, fine. I don't care about that. I mean, I should, but like I don't mind if no one's not talking to my stream. I don't mind if I even have one person on my stream. What I care about is just making sure that I'm having fun and I feel like that I'm entertaining myself. Because if I'm doing that to myself, again, I'm my biggest fan, then surely the people that are watching will enjoy it. And if they don't like it, then, you know, it's not their cup of tea. Yeah.
It's essentially like treating it like it's like in the old days, you know, recorded in front of a live audience. Exactly. Right? You're making content, and it's just sometimes there happens to be people there, right? And sure, if you've got enough people there to be holding consistent interactions with chat, great. But at the end of the day, you kind of want to be not focusing on the numbers. Helps you focus on your content, and if the content's good, the people will come, basically.
Exactly.
Okay.
If you build it, they will come.
If you build it, they will come. Anyways, let's move on. We're actually really close on time.
Speed question.
Okay.
I will answer in like one sentence.
Sure. Okay, so let's talk about video editing, okay? How long have you been learning video editing?
Since 2021, but not as heavily as it was this year.
Got it. Do you feel that you made any like really simple mistakes then that you work on now?
Oh yeah, definitely. Like the timing of videos, at least for short form content. Yeah. Timing of the video, so making sure that the video is short enough for the attention span of TikTok watchers and YouTube short watchers. And then lately it's been mostly about the subtitles or captions text. That is the one thing that I've been heavily focused on. And if you go to my Twitter, you can see like I use the same font for mostly everything. But for my videos, you'll see that like there's a specific way that I made the text, and that's the style that I'm going more towards.
Got it. So kind of on this topic of short form content, what would you say makes for a good short form video? Like what are the core elements that somebody who's editing should try to hit?
Oh, okay. So make sure the video is under a minute. Make sure that like the first 3 seconds you have a hook. So that could either mean that you're posing a question or you have a reaction to it.
Yes.
Making sure that the text itself that you have within the video is within that. There's basically a box within the vertical format that you want to make sure that the text is in. That's easy for the viewers to read. making sure that the colors are right,
Yeah.
sound effects, and then audio. You want to make sure all those, like specifically like the audio and sound effects, you want to make sure that those are not going to be one louder than the other, and that the timing for each of the sound effects correlate to the video itself.
Yeah.
And you want to also make sure that when you're making this video, you're either doing two things, depending on what type of video that you're going towards. You're either highlighting an event that happened within the game itself, right? That showcases a little bit of the person that you are editing for. So like if I'm editing myself, I'm making sure that there's like 80% of the gameplay, 20% of me.
Yeah.
And then opposite is going to be like 20% of, you know, the person, which is me, and then 80% of the person, which is me, and then 20% of either gameplay or a story that you're telling.
Yeah.
So that way it's either you're showcasing the person themselves or you're showcasing the game itself, and there's a middle ground between the both of them.
Yeah. So basically, like, you know, you could do 50-50 on like your model and then the gameplay, but that's probably not going to work out. You want to focus on whatever the more important aspect is and have that be like your 80% basically.
Yeah, your 80% should be the point of the video. So either you're teaching something, you're either reacting to something, or some, like mostly those two that I've noticed that works with short form content.
Yes. What would you say is the most difficult part of making a video?
Being creative with the effects, because right now I am dabbling more into, there's a thing called Fusion in DaVinci Resolve, and DaVinci Resolve is a free to use with of course some limits to some of the things inside of it, but it's a free to use editing program that you can use, and I'm dabbling into a thing called Fusion, which is essentially making like more advanced edits. So this is going beyond captions, this is going beyond video transitions. This is more of like having things fade in, fade out of your video, having things fly across the screen at a certain way. I'm dabbling more into a more advanced editing style. Yeah.
Basically, it's like the if captions and footage are your bread and butter, right? These sorts of like small animations and small transitions are more like your the meat and potatoes. I guess you don't really put potatoes in a sandwich, but
yeah,
that's kind of the way it is, right? And then
oh, sorry.
It's okay. What do you think is the most important thing for an aspiring editor to learn?
To learn, I think it's having patience. The number one thing is that you have to be able to have patience when editing a video, especially if you're first starting out, because editing video is a skill to have. Yeah. It's not like, unless there's like a program that's easy for you to use and it gives you step-by-steps. Yeah. DaVinci Resolve is, I wouldn't say it's a nightmare to work with, but once you get through like a YouTube tutorial, it's easy to understand how it works. So having the patience, taking breaks, is something that would be a good advice that I would give out to new editors. And I guess like long-term editors too, because you guys, when I say that like editing video takes time, it takes time. One short for me takes about 4 hours, because I have to add all the sound effects, music that times well with the audio, balance the audio with not only the voice of whoever I'm editing, but also other people who are in the video. Then I have to cut the video itself, so all that. So like a simple 1 minute and 30 video can go all the way down to 30 to 45 seconds. All of that, because I'm still new to editing, it takes me about 4 hours. Like a while ago it took me like 7 hours, but it's jumped all the way down to 4 hours. I'm hoping to get that down to like 2, maybe 3 hours in the future.
The thing is, right, when you're first starting out video editing, and I like, again, I also do video editing. I don't do it very often. Usually you'll see me edit like the audios that I post on YouTube, but also I do like usually silly edits, right? So like most people who've seen me doing a video edit have probably seen like my edit of Chem, the notorious Mayo edit, right? Like it's a process. You don't start out very good at editing. You learn to do little things. And oftentimes YouTube becomes your best friend because you have to look up tutorials, you have to look at how to do something, you might not be familiar with something, and you just got to be ready for that. You got to be ready to have to look up things. But yeah, I think patience is a good way to summarize it. Okay, I think we have time for maybe like 2 more questions. So let me see. This one's from Telenym, and I feel like this one is a good question for you. Is how did you find your style of editing short form content, and what's your favorite music to add?
A lot of it just comes from TikTok. A lot of inspiration came from TikTok because I started off as a Valorant streamer. And so it was those simple edits from if you've seen Valorant TikToks, and they're the ones where like one person is talking to someone else in their lobby. Those edits were very, very simple, extremely simple.
Yeah.
Now that like I'm looking back on it or thinking back on it, I got the inspiration from there. But the current editing style that I have comes from this guy called Oliver Deliber, and he is or they, because I don't know what pronouns they go under.
Yeah.
They actually edit for a bigger streamer called Joel's Porcelain Maid. If you guys haven't heard them, the style of editing that they do is also very simple, and it fits more of what I like, right?
Yeah.
It's very short, simple, cut to chase, so like, and sometimes it's like only 15 seconds long. Sometimes it's longer, but most of what I've seen has been up to 15 seconds long.
Yeah.
And it's not the same as like what other typical VTuber edits are like. And I'm pretty sure you guys know or have seen these types of edits. I don't know how to describe. I don't remember what the image is that they use, but there's a specific site that it's kind of like clip art images, but Japanese clip art images that majority of VTubers have used for their storytelling videos. And I don't, I'm not saying that like I don't like their videos, I just don't want to use that for my videos.
You're trying to find a different niche, basically.
I'm trying to find a different niche when it comes to video editing. So that's why when I saw Ollie Deliber's video edits, Joel's Porcelain Maid's videos, I found more inspiration there. And as far as like the music goes, again, it comes from TikTok. Majority of it comes from TikTok, and then there's also another website called Dova Syndrome, which is a Japanese website as well, and you have to go through it and make sure that you can have commercial rights to it. I think that's what it's called, commercial rights. In order to use those sounds. So there are a few songs that I've used in my videos, which you guys don't hear yet because I haven't posted yet.
Got it. And I think
so TikTok, Dova.
Yeah, and I think when it comes to like TikTok ones, right, is like you kind of want to go with like whatever's trending. Like it's good to keep an eye on whatever the trending audios are, just because it helps you get a little bit of extra like exposure, basically.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the last question. Again, I asked this of Tarrok, and we're gonna ask it again, and we will ask it again and again and again, which is, how does a newly starting out YouTuber / Twitch streamer reach out to other content creators for collabs or create a content group?
So I'm not one to reach out to people because I get very anxious messaging people, and I think that just stems back to like how I am when I message people. Like I get very nervous messaging people, and I get very nervous when people message me, especially people who I don't know. But I think that at least for me as an editor, the one
Mhm.
thing that made it easier for me, not really to be reached out, but just kind of
Connect with people, kind of.
connect with people, put on the radar,
Mhm.
I guess you could so to speak, is to just edit a video of someone and just tag them in it,
Yeah.
because
And-
that's what I did with intern or internalist, who's gonna be be in this interview this Saturday. So come by and join.
Want to
So watch
see
them.
intern and VTFM? Intern.
I'm basically I haven't been given any like solid edits to do yet,
Mhm.
but they have a group called VTFM,
Mhm.
and basically it's just a radio show for VTuber singers.
Yeah.
And they stream that on their channel, and I made a video of them because I raided into them one time, and
Mhm.
they had a funny little thing that happened, and I was like, that's hilarious, I'm gonna clip it and it's gonna be there forever.
It's one of my favorite clips.
And so that's all I did. I made the clip.
Mhm.
I messaged them, say, hey, I just want to make sure, like, and that's the thing with the clips. I ended up messaging them first before I post the video, because I was like, I don't know if they're gonna be okay with me posting this video.
Yeah.
I just want to be sure.
Mhm.
And so I messaged them first, because that's me reaching out first.
Yeah.
I'm kind of scared of that, but I reached out to them first. And they replied to me like, oh, that's so cool, I can't believe you made an edited video.
Mhm.
Yeah, go ahead, post it. And so that's what I did, and
Yeah.
now I am a part of kind of an unofficial
Honorary
video-
member.
Yeah, unofficial honorary member of VTFM. I'm part of the backstage of VTFM, of these
Yeah.
groups of wonderful singers, YouTube
Yeah.
singers.
And honestly, it's so true though. Is like one of the easiest ways to reach out and connect to people is, if you have a skill like editing or art or something like that, if you got the time and somebody really seems cool to you and you feel inspired to make something of them, tag them in it, show it to them, right? And obviously don't do it with like the express intention of, I'm gonna make this video and they're gonna see it and they're gonna be like, wow, this person's so cool, and I'm gonna be in their circle, right? Obviously don't do it like that. But if you make something with good intentions because you think somebody's cool, it's gonna come through and they'll appreciate it. Because honestly, I've mentioned it kind of briefly before, but like that's how I met Chem, honestly, is same thing. We raided into Chem one day, somebody else I watch raided in, and I just made some memes of Chem over like the course of a month or two, and then I made a couple video edits, joined the Discord, posted it, showed it to people, and the rest is kind of history. Now Chem is probably one of my closest friends, I guess we could say. Chem's pretty close to both of us, honestly. But yeah, so it's honestly a pretty good idea if you've got a skill that you can use. There's nothing wrong with using it like to try to connect to people, as long as
Yeah.
again it's done in good faith.
Yeah, you have to be genuine, and that, and I don't mean like be genuine and wanting to connect and make them be your friends. It's
Yeah.
more of like, be genuine with the content that you make,
Mhm.
and then there's a possibility that they will reach out to you and thank you and want to
Yeah.
get closer to you, which is what happened with me and Intern.
Mhm.
Like, I'm not super close to Intern, we don't talk on a daily basis,
Yeah.
because we just don't.
Yeah.
But I
But
would
the
like
chance
to.
is there.
The chance is
Basically,
there.
the door is open. It's just waiting for one of you to walk through it now.
Exactly. So I would just say, like, do something with good intentions. Don't try to expect,
Yeah.
more from it, because if you do, that's gonna come off as
Yeah.
clout baiting type, clout chasing.
Basically, don't do something with the express intention of being like, well, they owe it to me now, right? It's just gonna come off dirty, and nobody's gonna want to interact with you if you start doing that. Like, the thing is, the VTuber community is one, large, but also not very large. Word gets around pretty quick. If you're a little scummy, people will find out. So.
Yeah, and then you're gonna get canceled.
Cancelled. All right.
Get banned.
So, unfortunately, again, I mean, we got through more of the questions than I got through with Tarrok, so I guess that's good. But we definitely didn't get through all of them. But
okay.
I think it was a good time.
I mean,
Thank you.
You can always like, put the questions on your Twitter, and I could just type up something.
Oh yeah, I can absolutely do that. And definitely, if I've got any questions from the Telonym, I might reach out to people to get answers. For them. Unfortunately,
does Bruno Mars is gay?
Like, does Bruno Mars is gay? Yeah, a very important question. Inquiring minds need to know.
Yeah, I need to know. I asked that.
You did it.
Come on, you gotta know that was me.
I mean, I had a feeling, right? Because there's only a handful of people who make Game Grumps references. But yeah, so
I'm Game Grump's #1 fan.
Game Grump's #1 fan. I'm Grump, and you're Nacho Grump.
Yeah, I'm Dan. I'm Dan coded. If you guys don't know Game Grumps, watch a video of them, and you can see that basically I'm Dan coded until I get angry, then I become Aaron.
Yeah. But yeah, so again, thank you. We are over time. Chem is very patiently waiting. Do you have any? Yeah, Chemothy BadChemistry is very patiently waiting. Do you have any final parting words that you would like to share with the class?
Yeah, like, comment, and subscribe. Make sure to give big thanks to the Big Donut, because Donut works super hard.
I don't like Big Donut. No, that's not. I don't like that one.
No, okay.
Change. I don't like that one.
the evil coded donut.
Burb's the one who asked the moth question.
Like, comment, and subscribe. Give a big thank you to Donut, because they work super hard on this, and we have one more person go through and 3 more tomorrow.
Yeah.
So hope you guys can be here.
Yeah, thank you for being here.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah, I'm leaving.
Bye.
Bye.
Bye. I gotta wait, hold on, this is my part. I have to actually make the there. Okay. Yeah, that was Yura. Again, she's very good at video editing. She's very funny. You guys should check her out. I shouted her out in the chat. But anybody who hasn't checked out Jira, please check her out. She streams pretty consistently. She's recently started like attending to a schedule, so she's much more active now than she was like a couple months ago. But yeah, okay. Next up, we have Chemothy BadChemistry, legal name, full legal name. Yee, I'm cool. Thumbs up. Let me get Chem's thing ready. I think I can cruise straight into Chem. I just gotta make sure that the thing is ready. Chemothy, can you do me a favor? Can you find another color to make the background that's not a color that's gonna can you try like cyan? Can you try like a blue? Sorry, I'm looking at Chem's Video Ninja, and it's coming through very good, but I don't think white is going to be a good color for me to chroma out. I would like Chemothy to make it a different color, please. Oh my god. I can't believe we'd use Chem's full legal government name live on twitch.tv.com. Yeah, I did. Bad. I know, Ash, it's so funny. Ash just loves to call Chem bad all the time. And Ash is the only one who does it. Everybody else calls Chem, right? Or I will refer to Chem as Chemothy. Me and Jira call Chem Chemothy, right? But Ash always calls Chem bad. No one would dare take their identity. But yeah, I think it'll be a good time. Perfect. I just watched the background color change. I have to make an adjustment to my filter, my chroma, and then we'll be just about ready. Is there a cyan? It just says blue. If I put blue, is it going to cause me problems? I'm going to find out right now. I might change the music. This music has been very nice. You guys can't see it yet, but I looked over at Kem's at the camera. Oh my god, hold on, I can't use this blue. That blue gets rid of so many things. Let me adjust this. That was a jump scare. Truly a jump scare. Hold on while I get this sorted out. I think that's good enough. We're losing a little bit of stuff, but that's okay. I think this will be okay. I am making slight adjustments to try and... What is disappearing? Something is disappearing, and I'm not sure what it is. Maybe blue was not the color, but I can't imagine... Literally no other color works for you. Kev, your model has so many colors on it. I'm trying to find a way to chroma you. Maybe this will just have to be... I think we might lose a little bit of eyeball. Don't worry about that, though. I'm trying really hard to figure out...
Howdy, partner.
Meowdy. I'm trying so hard. Here, I'm just going to put it on screen so people can see what I'm working with right now. It's not the worst.
It's because my model is pretty much green. Yeah, it's not the worst. I'll just... What you can do is actually run similarity.
Mm-hmm.
And if you turn similarity down, it will fix it.
I tried turning similarity down already. So here's the thing, right? It's because of the color in the eyes. So like, I mean, I can't really show you, but I have similarity down to like 150 right now. So if I turn it up, right, you can see like there's that little bit of background, like when it's down, like this is at 100-ish, right? But if I go to, maybe if I change custom color, right? And I make it more accurate to that.
Don't mind me, my model's just having a seizure. That's just kind of what happens.
That's just the way it is.
Hi, Noe!
This is not, I'm just gonna...
Look like a demon!
I think the other blue, what if purple? Could you try changing
no, I'm just
the...
like having, oh!
Can you try change the color to purple? Background to purple?
Sure!
And we'll see if that works. Just have you keep spawning into existence. But yeah, we could try purple.
Burble.
Yeah, I have it set to purple to see if
my
it'll
model's
work.
just having a meltdown. That's fine.
It's okay. I have
What
it
is
set
her
to
mouth
purple.
doing? Hold on. I need to fix something. Her mouth is all like mad about things and... Oh.
Oh my god.
Okay, is your mouth fixed, bitch? Is your mouth done? Are you good?
You done being an idiot? Mouth.
You done being? Are you just gonna have a stroke this whole time? That's perfect. I paid $1,000 for this model and it just does this.
It is funny.
It's VTube Studio. It's because she's too Gucci.
Too Gucci. Yeah,
Too
it's funny
Gucci.
because if I do blue, right, it pulls out a little bit from the eyes. Only a little bit though. We're honestly, if nothing else works, then we can try blue. But let's see.
What about purple?
That's pretty good. We had a little bit of color spill into the arms, but honestly, it's not bad.
Yeah, that's good. That's what I
definitely-
usually use. I probably should have said that I usually use purple.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that works. That works much better. I think yours is the cleanest. I don't know why everybody else's was so crunchy. Yours is so clean.
Because I'm great.
Yeah, I guess so. Hold on, you're kind of small. I need to make you larger so you're
Just like real life. Just kind of small.
Just a little small.
My Amazon reviews, I can't wait for people to... Oh, hi, Quinn!
There we go.
Oh my gosh, hi everybody. Hi, Bug. Oh, you have Hot Pockets, Bug? What kind?
Pocket. Oh wait, let me get your cup out.
Oh, and Dara, I'm so excited.
There.
My beautiful Noelle is here.
Everybody here, a whole crew out. Hello.
I have to switch things because if I have it on one side of the screen, it gets mad, so. What is your mouth doing? Oh, and you know what? We'll give people a show. That'll fix her. See, that fixed her.
It's so funny because that's exactly what happened when I looked over. I looked over, I was like, oh, where'd those come from?
Why is your mouth like?
Just a little mouth open.
Come on.
Trying
you dingleberry. Whatever, it's fine. I'll live. It's just gonna look stupid all the time. But that's just me as a person. Like I just kind of, I'm like one of those little purebred chihuahuas. It's fine.
And occasionally, just like a purebred chihuahua, you freak out for no reason.
Like right there, like right there.
Exactly. So yes, for anybody who does not know, this is our final interviewee for the day. This is Chemothy BadChemistry. Here is the shout out. Boom. We love Cam.
And me.
And as Bug says, come, that's my bitch.
That's my bad bitch. Yeah.
So
ads are approaching.
We are approaching ads. Yeah.
Oh, something happened. Oh, it's because someone followed me. Thank you for whoever followed me. I gave you a kiss. Mwah.
Yippee.
Big kiss. Nice kiss.
Good kiss. Nice kiss.
Owlin has infected my brain. I love her so much. You have no idea.
Yeah. I think all
also,
of us...
shout out to eGirl Central. That's me, Noelle, and Bug.
Yes.
We're brat.
God. Okay, so for anybody who might not know who you are, which seems very difficult because you're one, on the stream so often, and two, we just generally talk about you too much. So, but for anybody who might not know who you are, could you please give everybody a quick introduction and tell them your preferred pronouns?
Yes. Sorry, my brain stopped. Hi, my name is Chem, BadChemistry. I am a cat wizard, a calico cat wizard who streams from your mom's magic tower. My pronouns are they, them, and pussy pop slay.
Thank you. Very good.
You're so welcome. And I'm so sorry about all the cuss words. That is unfortunately... It's just gonna be, I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
I'm not gonna rate this one 18 plus, bro.
This
portion is for adults only.
Yeah.
Even though we did have Tarrok titty out earlier.
Yeah, we did have Tarrok titty out. Tarrok was titty out as a treat, as a little treat.
7.
So. Oh god.
Can't wait to talk about that because I have an entire new VTuber persona I'm gonna debut.
Yippee. Okay, so we will get started now because there's nobody else after. If it runs a little long, that's not a big deal. We just run a little long, but we'll try to keep it roughly within an hour. You know, people will have to sleep. So now that you've done your brief little introduction, could you do us a favor and tell us how long you've been streaming for?
Oh golly, probably about 2 years now, right?
I think so.
Yeah, something like that. I tried streaming back in the Great Pandarini 2020, and quickly decided that I didn't want to do that.
Yeah.
And then I think I started streaming maybe November. Twitch says it's November of 2022 is when I first started, like when I hit affiliate, and I hit affiliate in like 3 days.
Oh.
I didn't know that you weren't supposed to do that.
You're just like, oh, yeah, everybody hits affiliate in 3 days.
Yeah, everybody. And so when, yeah.
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 You're like, man, I must have done so bad. I'm sure everybody hits affiliate the first day. Dang it.
I want you to understand that was genuinely. Why are you having a stroke? That was genuinely. You just okay. No, just give her a second. That's fine.
She'll figure it out.
Hold on. I'm gonna actually turn my camera off.
Yeah.
And then turn it back on.
Yeah, classic. Turn it off and back on again, because that usually fixes.
Don't even
things.
talk to me. We got my PC working.
Did you?
We did. Just literally before I hopped on, it didn't even smoke or anything. I'm very proud.
Wow. For anybody who doesn't know, Kem has been building this PC for what feels like a month. But I think it's been like a week, maybe.
At least a week, yeah.
But it definitely has felt
she's
so long.
Okay, okay, you're just gonna. Why is everything in slow motion? My mouth isn't usually like this. My mouth usually pops.
Yeah, as you can hear, the mouth do move. Rapido.
Kem has said speed run. Kem's literally battling demons in my heart, in my soul, not in my head because there's nothing in there anyway. What are they gonna battle? Air?
They just walk in. It's just hello, go.
Okay, we have questions. Let's answer them.
Yes. Okay, so, what made you choose VTubing as a hobby?
Oh, you guys are gonna hate this answer. I just liked the way the models moved. I stumbled upon a VTuber on YouTube, I think, maybe? It was not like... It wasn't... How do I say this? It wasn't, like, on purpose.
Yeah.
I didn't even know Hollow Live was a thing until, like, a year ago, and I was really confused about it, actually. Let me think here. Yeah, honestly, it was just because I was really obsessed with how the models worked. So little does anybody know, I'm actually a big geek.
Wow, shocking.
Yeah, you would be surprised. Apparently, people are really surprised that I like built my own computer and have been doing that. Like I worked in Silicon Valley-esque like startup for like good 10 years, guys. I promise. And I'm just really fascinated with the coding and the tech and everything and how the tech keeps improving. I actually do not use an iPhone because I feel like while the technology there is really good, I think with a decent quality webcam, which is a heck of a lot cheaper, let's be real here. Girl, can you figure your life out? Oh my god. You can get similar results. Like I have vBridger on this model. I don't know how to work it. Still can't figure it out, but it does work with this webcam. And I just think that's neat. I'm gonna be honest. It really is that Marge Simpson meme of like, I saw a VTuber and their mouth model moving, and I was like, oh, I just think that's neat.
Just holding the potato.
And then I proceeded to spend like 5K.
Oh, look, I mean, it's just the way it be sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta go ahead and do it. I mean, honestly, that's not wild. Because again, like, and I've told this to Cam, I've told this to a handful of people, right? Is that like, before I started streaming, I had already thought that I was going to be doing essentially like a VTuber, but at the time it was PNG tubing because some of the content I used to watch was like League of Legends videos back in the 2010s, basically, of like XiraLily and Lily Pichu back when they used to make League of Legends content, and they would use a PNG for all their videos and their tutorials and stuff. And I was like, I'm gonna do that. And then when I finally decided to start streaming, the tech had moved from PNG to actual this, right, to VTubing. So it was just kind of like the natural progression. But yeah, I think that's 100% understandable. It's like, just see it and be like, that's neat. I think I'm gonna do that. Nothing wrong with that.
I mean, that's literally what I did. Is I was like, oh, I like that. You know what I mean? I said, oh, that's fancy.
I like it, Picasso.
I like Picasso, yeah.
So, considering VTubing is relatively recent for you, right? 2 years. Were you making anything else? Were you creating any other content online before this?
Okay. I was a prolific role player in the Elder Scrolls community for a very, very long time, and I actually ran a guild for almost 10 years. So I actually got my start making web pages for other people's OCs, my own OCs, and so yes, and I had like 5,000 followers on Tumblr at one time before I just decided I got bored, and then decided to stop one day. How do I say this? I'm not gonna say I wasn't internet famous and you might be able to Google me, but I'm also not gonna not say that.
Yeah, it's like saying you weren't would be a little
in certain circles, if you find posts that I've made, you will A, not be shocked because I made them, unfortunately, but B, I mean, graphic design was my passion. Let's put it that way. So I would make like graphics, right, for other people, for roleplay events, for community events. Like I actually did charity events while I was doing roleplay, because the roleplay community a couple years ago was very big. It's definitely dwindled now. And that's kind of what I did. So yes, I did content creating, but not in the way that people typically think. Buckarista says that checks out. What do you mean? What do you mean?
For those who don't know, because I very rarely talk about this myself, but I also was active in the role-playing community, but on a very different community. I was very active in the Gaia roleplay forums back in...
I thought you were going to say WoW.
No, I did not go onto WoW roleplay servers. I was active in WoW, but I was not active on the WoW roleplay servers. But I was very active in Gaia roleplay forums for about, I don't know, 3 years, 4 years maybe. I was definitely there for a long time. But yeah, it honestly, it kind of helps with staying, like, maintaining an internet persona a little bit. But yeah, so with that said, we have a joke that we call you all the time, right? Where we call you the academic weapon, right? Could you please explain to everybody where that comes from?
Okay, we also have an unskippable ad happening in like 5 minutes, so I'm gonna make this quick. So it actually came from a TikTok. How do I say this? If you Googled my real life name, you would find multiple articles written about me in academic spaces. And I have done that while I've been VTubing. Yeah. Can you please figure out your life model? I am begging on my hands and knees. I'm gonna slap your titties. It's fine. You know what? I'm gonna pee your pants.
I'm gonna piss your pants.
Yeah. No, so basically it was a term on TikTok, and I thought it was super funny. And the more TikToks I watched, and K-Chung Retrust, by the way, if you don't know who K-Chung is, she is this dental student that basically chugs 8 Red Bulls, and I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. 8 Red Bulls a night, does all-nighters all the time, and gets like straight A's in dental school. Yeah. And I need you to understand how crazy that is, right? But that's what she does. And I would say that's a bigger academic than what I'll ever be, academic weapon than I'll ever be, but that's basically where that comes from. Someone who is really good at academics, and that's kind of how that works, yeah.
Got it. So
what's the specific game? Tell me about the game. What was the game? What do you mean?
Active in a specific make a pet game on Facebook? Oh no. Oh my.
Also, can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah. It sounded like you were in a cup. Were you drinking?
Yeah.
You could hear the cup reverb for a second. Because it was like all 1 second you were fine, and the next second it's like a little bit of echo chamber here. What happened? That sounds like a cup.
I mean,
Dara asks wizard potion or
baby girl, what do you think? What I forgot my tits had physics. They're so tiny that I forget sometimes they have physics. But they sure. Actually, I'm just gonna. Can I please restart VTube Studio? I'm so sorry, everybody. This is just. It's too much, and I think she's just kind of
She's got a lot of feelings.
She has a lot of feelings tonight. Normally she figures herself out after like the first couple minutes. So unfortunately this is when you have a model that is really intricately rigged, what can happen is that your model will kind of freak out, frankly. Like it kind of gets kind of mad.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what's happening here.
I feel like I've heard about this. So Bug says it's ovipets.
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 I think I've never heard that. I actually was really into the Sims game on Facebook for a really long time. If you guys know what that is. I was really into the... Yes. Oh my god. Oh, you did Ovipets too? Alright, now I'm gonna have to Google this. This is like one of those things like streams crossed.
The streams have crossed. Everything is different now. My life will never be the same.
Okay. Okay. We're doing it.
Yeah.
We're doing it. We're back. Maybe what I don't
You know,
what our
honestly,
face is doing.
here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you. You take a minute to do this. In fact, you take 3 minutes. I'm gonna run the ads. Let's get the ads out of the way while we're taking
let's
care
get the
of
ads
this.
out of the way.
All right. That'll buy us 3 minutes.
Okay, that seems to have kind of fixed her.
I'm looking over. It looks fine. Here, let me pull it back up on the stream. It looks like it's working out decently now, at least for the moment. But yeah, see, I remember I wasn't very active. Well, I was active on like a lot of strange places, I feel like, online. I didn't play a lot of the like online games that I feel like a lot of other people played. Like I missed out on pretty much anything online at the time because like everybody was playing those things like what was it, like Habbo Hotel? I guess that's really old, but you know, things like that, those like social type games. I really didn't get into any of those, honestly. The only thing I had again was Gaia. I had the Gaia game, and then I had it's really it. It was like I was online on like Gaia and WoW, and that was it.
I like WoW. Or I wanted to like WoW, but the problem with WoW is that it's like... How do I say this?
You can say
it
it.
attracts some really toxic people. It really does. Like, I'm just gonna be honest. Like,
Yeah.
it's a lot, dude.
Yeah. I've talked about it like a handful of times, but like my experience on WoW, I was very lucky because my cousin got me into it, and so I hung out mostly with his friends for the first portion that I was on WoW. And I was like 14 at the time or something like that.
Oh, okay.
And then I eventually, they were playing less because I think they were getting into college at the time. So they were on less. So I was kind of just like hanging out on my own at that point. And I got lucky. I actually got incredibly lucky because I got picked up by like this, basically a group of like gamer dads who...
Oh, you got lucky.
Yeah. And so like they would like sit there and we'd do like dungeons and raids and stuff, and they would be like, oh yeah, give me a minute, kid's crying, gotta go to the other room. And they'd disappear for a minute, we'd all just sit there and chat, and then they'd come back. And this was back when we were using like TeamSpeak or something. This is like before Discord. And I remember very distinctly like the community that I was in, luckily, was very nice. But I remember the handful of times once they incorporated it was that dungeon finder thing where it's like, instead of having to go into the community center and be like, LFG, DRG, please, looking for Pally, you could just queue up and it would match you with people. I remember getting matched with some garbage people who were like, you're not pulling fast enough. This room should have been cleared quickly. Why does this person have no
And
mana?
you were like 12, right? Obviously.
I was like 15.
Oh my god, a baby.
Yeah, I was like 15 at the time, getting
A little
like
baby. Oh
getting
my
like
God.
screamed at by these people for not knowing how to pull a room because I'd never done this dungeon before, and being like, I just don't know what I'm dude, I've never tanked this dungeon before. And they're like, well, then you shouldn't be queuing up for tank for it then. I'm like, what do you mean? I don't have a second. I didn't have respec at the time. I don't think I had a second. I think it was before they added in seconds. I'm like, what do you want me to do? I don't have another character. But yeah, I can definitely say that WoW has some strange people in it. Okay, I think we're back from ads.
Hey, cool.
Cool. And your model has figured itself out. It has decided that the payment for figuring itself out is to lose a little bit of its pixelation. But that's okay. We'll take that.
You know what? That's life, man.
Yeah.
I turned Veto Ninja down because like
Mm-hmm.
I don't want it to keep freaking out. Like that's not cool for people to see. Nobody wants to see that, man.
Yeah.
So you're just not getting high quality this is your Chemon potions.
Yeah.
Listen, what are you First off, how dare you? Second off, I mean, true, I guess. Oh, TeamSpeak Ventrilo? Guys, I remember when we used to use like MRIC, right? To get things done. Or like Skype, we had giant Xfire too. We had giant Skype group chats for our roleplay community. And they were the most toxic things. I feel like Discord made it even more toxic too, because you could direct message people and shit that, right? But back in the day, you had giant, massive Skype calls. I remember there was really one specific event where role-playing on Skype. No, that's what I'm saying. But what happened was that like a bunch of quote-unquote community leaders of the RP community I was in, including myself, like all got together and basically told this dude who kept like sexually harassing people, hey man, you can't play with us anymore. And he didn't take it well. And you have to understand, I was like a whole 23 at the time.
Yeah.
I was a really dumb 23-year-old too.
Yeah.
I was a raised on the internet 23. And so I was like, listen, but for whatever reason, they elected me to talk to this guy as like the leader. And I was like, listen, man, you can't be doing this. Like, this is not okay. Like, you've said uncool things to me. You've done school things to like other people. You've been really unkind. Like, you can't do this. And dude genuinely, unironically said, well, you know what? This is just my personality. And I think I remember saying, well, your personality sucks.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
And I wouldn't say that now externally, but I have thought it about other people internally. I need
This
to
is
know
just,
that right
I
now.
just like this. Well, maybe you should not be like this.
Maybe it shouldn't be like that, actually.
Maybe you should consider getting another personality, you
I
know?
was your age. Oh my god. What do you think I just manifested as like an elderly person?
You just
What?
manifested at 9,000 years old forever.
Exact. No, I mean that tracks, I guess.
God. Okay. Okay.
Yes. Oh man. Well, let me just tell you that I once traveled across the universe. Well, literally across the world to a different continent. I'm not gonna finish that sentence, but please fill it in as you wish. Just imagine the most heinous thing a person could do to impress a man, and I did that. A man who wasn't even worth it.
God. Okay.
Oh man, I'm
Let
so
me-
glad I'm not 22 anymore.
Let me see
Anyway,
if we can wrangle this back.
Yeah,
God,
we were
where
in
were we?
questions. Oh my god.
Oh yeah, so we were talking about how you were an academic weapon.
So I need you to put in context. I love it when the train goes away. I need you guys to understand, this is every time I'm in a stream with, would you say pretty much everybody? I don't know. Bug, Noe, what do you think? Ash?
Yeah, everybody cast your votes now.
Cast your votes now. Is it always like this?
What do you think?
So hard to believe because of the derail. But that's what makes it funny. I need you to understand that I graduated with almost a 3.9. I graduated with 3 different chords, Latin honors, and being honored by a society for my college. And I'm about to get published for helping pioneer, well, very specifically pioneering a way to clear fish tissue to make basically the tissue transparent so that you can use a regular microscope to find microplastics without introducing contaminants by slicing them, which is usually what you have to do.
Yeah.
I am genuinely an academic weapon. I
Yes.
promise you. I just...
It's just
I'm gonna be
sometimes the
so-
weapon
okay,
misfires. That's okay.
Well, actually, because I had the same issue in the RP community too. So a lot of the time, if you have really, I wouldn't say hardworking, just people who in your life, especially online, who seem like they always have something going on, they're always like in the hustle, like whatever. And then when you talk to them, they don't use punctuation, or they look at you like they're little baby. Please understand it's because they trust you to turn the brain off, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of how I treat the internet and
Yeah.
VTubing. Because I work and dedicate so much of my life to having to be on point. I have to be on all the time in real life. People know me as the reliable one.
Yeah.
I use VTubing and the internet as a way to not be that person anymore.
Yes.
And I think that there's a really big distinction. If you have friends in your life, and this is a cheat code, by the way, to making really good friends.
Yeah.
If you have friends that everyone else thinks reliable, but they act like an idiot with you, that's because they trust you. And you should probably consider why they do that.
Yeah.
You're probably a really good person if they do that for you.
Wow.
This is every interaction with Ken. Yes. Well, yes.
Yes.
But also because I like the internet. Anyway, please. I can actually, speaking on that, Kem, please, I need a crumb of your acid. So it's a learned skill.
Yeah.
And you can learn it. Part of my new VTube persona is I'm basically going to make a bunch of YouTube videos that will hopefully be edited by Shira, the lovely Shira. Shira. Because that will, how do I say this? It's going to basically break down how I study and how you can learn to study in a way that is most efficient for your body and mind. I particularly use the Pomodoro method, but it's instead of it being like 40 minutes of studying, 10 minutes of break, I actually do break 30 minutes of studying, 5 minutes of break, because I have ADHD and I'm autistic, and the way I learn is just inherently different than other people. And please, like, I want people to be good at school because you can be good at school.
Yes.
It's a learned skill. I promise you. No one is too stupid for college. No one is too stupid to get good grades.
The thing is, right? And this is something that like they talk a lot about in like psychology, right? Is that whole nature versus nurture thing? Is that like learning and being good at learning, right, is not something you are born with necessarily. You might have like a little bit of a natural inclination to wanting information, right? And paying attention and stuff like that. But generally speaking, learning is it's a skill that they nurture in people from a young age, quite honestly, right? And oftentimes, like, you know, that's why there's all these pushes to be like, you know, helping people who are from disadvantaged communities and stuff, because it's very much, if you give people the tools, they will usually take them to do good things.
That's so true.
Yeah.
It really is.
Speaking of academic weaponness, right? Could you tell everybody, what would you say is like the biggest struggle in balancing, you know, streaming with being an academic weapon? Because you have a pretty busy and packed like work life to streamer like schedule, basically. I'm gonna be honest, most people would be like, oh my god, it's time management. And I'm gonna be real and say, so I have ADHD, like I said, and I'm autistic, but this really plays into my ADHD side. So when you have ADHD, you often have this thing called, it's task paralysis. So you're not able to get things done until the very last minute. And a while ago, I want to say a couple of years ago, a friend of mine basically said, yeah, you can hack that. And I was like, what do you mean, dude? And he's like, so yes, it's terrifying, but you can use that as a motivator. And I was like, sounds a little risky. Traditional task methods just didn't work for me. Yeah.
And I know that I'm probably supposed to say like, oh my god, you just got to study hard, it's time management. No, listen, work with what you're given with, right? Like, if you do better under pressure, then put yourself under pressure. Like, the best advice I can give for if you're like me, right, and you do well under pressure and you procrastinate naturally, plan to it, man. If you know you can bust out a 20-page paper in 8 hours, do it. Do it. Just do it. Like, wait till the last day or the day before. Do it. Make sure you have all your materials ready, which really does help me. Like, I do a lot of prep work when I need to get things done. And I'm really good at planning, which is different than time management.
Yes.
Okay, planning means that you understand the way your body works, you understand the way your brain works, and you're working around it, and you're planning around that, right?
Yes.
You know the steps you need to take to get this task done. And another hack is if you write them out or make them into like easy to digest chunks. It's way easier. And that's basically how I balance everything is VTubing is a hobby for me. It's not something I'm like I'm never gonna be an Amelia Watson, right? I'm never gonna be a Minnie Mouse. No.
Minnie
Iron
Mouse?
Yeah, I'm an Iron Mouse.
Yeah, Minnie Mouse. Minnie Mouse.
I'm never gonna do that, right?
Yeah.
And honestly, I don't think it would be good for me to be that kind of person. I just it's not something I'm interested in, right? Tongue's too rat, right? I'm not interested. But if you keep that mindset that this is a way to stress relief, it becomes a lot easier to balance, right? Because then you don't feel guilt about canceling streams. You don't feel guilt, right? About saying like, you know what? I just don't want to stream tonight, man. You don't feel guilt about being like, hey man, listen, it's been like 4 months since I've streamed. I'm just going to do a couple streams this week. I'm going to try to follow a schedule, but the schedule will be on my terms. Because let's be honest here, right? This is supposed to be fun. And as long as you keep that in mind and keep the fact that you are doing in real life tasks as well in mind, that probably take priority, you'll be fine. Work with what you got. So I guess to summarize is like, work with what you got. You know what I mean? If there's a specific way that like you work well in doing, that your body wants you to work as, do that. Keep in mind, and two, keep in mind that VTubing is a hobby for most people. You don't have to take it seriously to have fun and to do well and to make friends, right?
Absolutely.
Much like anything in life, you actually are more successful when you enjoy what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Literally, that works for almost anything in life, I promise you.
It's so true, though.
It is. And a lot of people lose sight of that. There's a reason that people who work in like high stress jobs go and open up coffee shops in their like mid 40s, right? Because why do something if like you can't get an ounce of joy or satisfaction from it? And I know that's a luxury a lot of people don't have, right? I didn't until a couple of years ago. But you know what? That's what hobbies are for. You can do it. You just, I don't know. I guess that's my work-life balance hack is like, I do things on my terms. I set strong boundaries and I work with myself and I'm nice to myself in a way that allows me to be more productive.
And I think that's honestly...
Makes sense. Chat, does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Oh God.
Honestly, I think it's really good advice because the thing is, right, is and people who either grew up autistic or have autistic siblings or anything like that, you've probably seen that there's a big push oftentimes in, as they say, treating autism, which is usually trying to keep... Oh.
That's not that button. Sorry, I'm trying to find my arm. There we go.
That arm is... There's a big push oftentimes in trying to minimize symptoms of things like that, right? But there's been a more recent push into working around the things, right? Because it's not necessarily that it's you will struggle if you are trying to fit yourself into a box of what you think you're supposed to be and how you think you're supposed to act. But if you instead try to work with what you have, the way Kem put it, right? And work around like how you know you are, you're probably gonna do better, honestly. It's just naturally you're gonna do better if you're working around yourself, right? Like I have a strange as hell sleep schedule. I work around it. When I try rather than try to force myself to sleep and wake at normal hours, I just work around the hours that I have been given. But yeah. So I think it's good advice though, and I think it makes sense. I'm gonna be so real, guys. We're 40 odd minutes into the interview, and we have gotten
Oh my god,
through.
I'm so sorry.
No, it's okay. Again, I don't mind if it goes over, but just as a heads up, we have gotten through about. Let me look at this.
There's a reason Donut put me at the end. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm a yapper, dude.
We've gotten through less than 20% of the questions.
Hey, do you remember that time? It was like what you, me, Xira, of course, and then like Support Elf, and we played. Was it Monster Hunter? We played
Monster
for like 8
Hunter.
hours, and we didn't know that time had passed until one of us was like, "Man, I'm really tired," and we looked at the clock. It was like 6 a.m.
No, I don't even think anybody said they were tired. Somebody in chat, because we were streaming originally.
So locked in.
We were streaming for I want to say 6 hours. Of Monster Hunter, and it was like 2 in the morning, and then somebody was like, it's late, and we're like, oh shoot, we should probably stop streaming, right? And then we stopped. Yeah, we all got up, and then we all came back to the desk. We all came back to our desk, and we're like, hey guys, silly crazy thing, what if we just play more Monster Hunter? And then we played for another like 2 hours. And then I think finally somebody was like, I think I'm gonna pass out. And then we all went to sleep, and we all woke up incredibly late. Every single one of us.
I think if I remember, Support Elf actually called out of work that day because like they had to go into work at like 4 or something like that.
And we're like, that's
and
approaching.
It was already like 3, and I was like, babe, please just call out.
You're not going to work.
By the way, me and Support Elf are partners. I was gonna say something more foul, but then I was like, no, I respect and love this man, my bootleg Gale.
I think it was Dragon or Dara that pointed out. So yeah, it was Dara.
It was Dara. The wagon.
Wagon.
Also, Buggerista, Buggy. It's the small Lola and Shy Lily thing again. Please don't get me started on that because I have so many feelings. Do you know people blocked me over that? People blocked me because I rightly called out someone who, okay, you have to understand. I don't care. This isn't a question, but I'm answering it.
Nobody's asked, but you're gonna find out.
Okay, so here's the deal. So people got really mad because they were like, oh my god, Shy Lola, she doesn't know. But the thing was, it was their 3rd rebrand after being told repeatedly, hey, your design is like really close to Shy Lily. And then the artist who drew the freaking model, the 3rd one that everyone was like, oh, okay, this is way too close, came out and said that they very specifically requested things that looked like Shy Lily. That the artist actually was like, hey, this is a little sketchy. And then Shy Lily or whatever, Small Lola or whatever her name is, was like, no, actually I want it to look like Shy Lily. And produced screenshots. Do you know people blocked me because they said I was being mean to this small streamer? I need you to understand, I will support small streamers because I am a small streamer. It's the day I die, right? My last breathing breath. But you know what I'm not gonna do? I'm not gonna support art theft. And that's art theft. When you steal elements of someone else's model, and of course, yes, we don't exist in a vacuum, so everything is a rehash of a rehash, okay?
But if you're intentionally sitting there and doing it.
But if you are intentionally taking elements of someone else's model, that's art theft. And that's really crappy of you. Like, don't do that, man. And I guess what really bothered me too is that, and I feel like you don't have to speak on this, Donut, because you can be wholesome. You need to be wholesome, but I'm not. I know who I am. But basically, a bunch of people were like, no, they don't know what they're doing. And then people were like, this is the 3rd time this has happened, and they're gaining followers from it. And that's what was going on, is that more and more people literally went out of their way to be like, all right, we're done with this. Found screenshots, published them, and basically Small Lily or whatever, Small Lola, whatever their name was, right? It came out that they had progressively, over the last 3 years, made their model and their whole persona.
That was the part that people were talking about.
I need you to understand, they made a fake accent. Because somebody found original videos of them when they first debuted a billion years ago, and they apparently were trying to copy Shy Lily's accent and like said they were. Right? And then just thought like nobody would notice. Nobody would say, oh, hey, let's go digging and see what this person was doing. People blocked me over that, and I'll never get over it. Another furry VTuber actually blocked me I think they're called Cyber or something like that, Cyberpunk or something. They got really mad. They were like, "You're bullying people," and I'm like, "Huh? What do you?" I mean, like, I don't care about big streamers. Like, get your bag, honey, or whatever. And you're gonna have people who copy you. But there's a difference between spending 3 years of your life to copy someone. That's a little weird, man.
Yeah.
The accent thing too, as someone who had like my accent got beat out of me as a kid. Like I wasn't allowed to have a weird accent, right? Because so full disclosure, I'm Mexican American. I'm mixed, and Spanish was my second language, and I learned it very young, so I used to pronounce words funny.
Yeah.
And with an accent, and people were really mean to me about it. So the idea that someone faked an accent to like get clout, ooh, that makes me heated. That makes me, because there are people who have real accents, right? And they get bullied for it. Yeah. They get bullied mercilessly for it.
See, when I was a kid, right, I'm and I've mentioned this a handful of times, right? I'm also very mixed, right? I'm Mexican Filipino. And I was literally told
mixed.
Yeah. I'm like the most mixed. I'm as mixed as it gets, right? And I was told at a young age that I was not going to be taught any of my languages. I was not going to be taught to speak Tagalog. I wasn't going to be taught to speak Spanish, specifically because they wanted me to be more American, because I was second generation, right? My parents immigrated in, and then I was the first one born here. And they very specifically didn't teach me my language because they didn't want me to have an accent. They wanted me to fit in more. So like I never got a chance to even learn my language because of the fact that like it's almost like a mark on you to have an accent, because it signifies you as like different. So
no, and I absolutely agree. And to even go even further than that, like I'm German, Irish, Mexican, right? I'm like I'm a weird mix, dude. But there are traits about me that, so makeup, I have to use a very specific way of doing makeup, because I have really heavily hooded eyes, right? And my face shape is considered very masculine, but I get it from my dad's side, which is the Mexican side. And that, like, people notice when you're different, even if on all accounts you should be the same as them. Let's put it that way. And so when I see people in the VTubing sphere basically getting clout from utilizing these traits, right? It really burns my britches. I mean, it really imagines my dragons.
Yeah, I get what you mean. And it really is a thing, right? Where there's a big difference between like paying homage to something, right? Or respectfully like taking inspiration from something versus like straight up taking it and being like, yeah, this is mine now and I'm going to profit off it. But yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's a very complex topic that, I mean, honestly, if again, I've mentioned this a couple times now, there's a good chance I'm going to be doing these again in the future. But what I'm going to do differently, because Chem has, I've been bombarding our group chat with going, guys, I've made a mistake.
Been so anxious.
I'm so stressed.
You've quietly been like, I wanted to be like, bro, like you're all right, buddy. But you know.
But one thing I learned from this is that honestly, trying to do such a wide range of things doesn't let me specialize in one topic and be like, hey, let's talk about a specific thing. Let's talk about this specific genre of thing. I'm thinking
we should
one
do a
day
podcast, bro.
That's what Bugs has said, is like, just make it a podcast. Just make it a podcast. So
I think if all four of us did a podcast, we would be so funny. You have to understand. Okay, for the people who haven't watched all four of us, and when I say four of us, like myself, Shira, Donut, Support Elf, like yapping in one stream, it's wild. The worms win every time. Okay, and now I'm looking up the chat because I got on Chem got on the train. I did.
Yeah.
I hate that mentality of like they don't know what they're doing. Bitch, they are an adult, not a kid.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like if it's one thing, if it's like a one-time or two-time thing and you're like, oh man, I'm so sorry, and they don't do it again. But Bug's right. They changed their handle so many times as a way to like run away from it. Oh, it makes me so mad. And yeah, Bug is also mixed. Irish Black here, being mixed is like a whole thing. Me and Bug have had, that is part of the reason I felt comfortable. And I'm gonna give a shout out to Bug. And of course Noe, because I love Noe. But Bug very particularly was like one of the very first friends I had who was also mixed.
Yeah.
And people, like we bonded a little bit over that because people just, I mean, they're not nice.
Yeah.
And it's like a whole thing. And of course, like you also understand, like it's a whole thing. And then like being in the VTuber space over the last couple years, you got me on this train. I'm so sorry. I'm not going to shut up about this.
Rest of the interview gone. This is what we're talking about now.
This is what we're talking about now. Being mixed and in VTuber spaces is really discouraging, right? Because you see people use POC features that you probably were made fun of for.
Yeah.
Or aspects of you that we were made fun of for, and they use it as clout. And it's like a whole thing. And no, you shouldn't repress your Midwest accent, Burb. Like, why? Don't do that.
I love how Noe says, "Can I be on the podcast?" But only that thing where you call me when I'm high.
Yes.
Isn't that the first way you introduced us to? Didn't you introduce us to Noe like that?
I did. I've done that multiple times to poor Noe. So basically, when we first started being friends, I was really annoying, and I really enjoyed her company, and I just wanted to call her all the time.
Yeah.
And so I would just voice call her she was always high. And so I'd be on stream calling my friend, and then she'd be like, huh?
Cam, I'm so high.
First thing.
It was always so
and Bug
funny.
is also right. Let's wrap that back.
Yeah.
You don't present either side correctly and then get fetishized and infantilized, and it's very frustrating. Yes.
Yeah.
And worse, people from your own community tell you that you don't belong to those communities.
Yeah.
And it's usually like people who have no right to speak, right? Who participate in like white supremacy culture, right?
Yeah.
And all of that. I'm trying to use that language because Twitch, please don't ban Donut. I'm begging you. It's me. You can ban me. I'm BadChemistry. You can ban me. But it's true, right? And it's really frustrating because no matter how much we talk about it, how much, like for instance, I'm just gonna say it, a really popular streamer, and I complained about this in our group chat, actually, Donut.
Yeah.
I think a really popular streamer recently said, "Happy Hispanic Heritage Month." Are they Hispanic? No. Are they white? Absolutely.
Yeah.
But they're a white queer, and let's be here. I'm queer. I'm very gay. So I'm allowed to speak on this and be irritated. But they basically played that up as like a clout moment.
Yeah.
And because they're a big VTuber, right? They're a big name, and you probably know who it is because if you've seen the post, you know who it is. They got a lot of traction for it, right? It was clearly a clickbait post. And what was even more infuriating is I was like, okay, maybe I gave them the benefit of the doubt. I looked through their stuff. I was like, okay, are they retweeting Latino, Hispanic VTubers, right? Are they retweeting people? Are they putting their money where their mouth is? And they weren't. In fact, that was the only tweet they did. They got over 100 retweets on it, whatever. And then they never mentioned it again.
Yeah.
And everyone applauded them. And meanwhile, me, as someone who is Latina, right?
Yeah.
If I did that same post, no traction.
Yes.
And that infuriates me.
Yeah, I think what we were talking about was like, it's one thing to show support, right? But then when you show support, there has to be something else behind it. And it's like, you can speak your part a little bit, right? I think people won't fault you if you speak a little bit of your part, but you also have to do your part if you have that sort of platform to uplift the voices of people who are actually part of that, right? Like get Latino VTubers seen, let their posts be seen. Like if you're going to virtue signal like that, it's important to actually carry through with it, right? Because otherwise it's just hollow, it's just empty.
It's just empty, and it's so frustrating to see that. Because you know what, it's not just like a one-time thing, right?
Yeah.
It is in real life constantly.
Yes.
Right? The same people who say, oh my God, happy Cinco de Mayo or like Dia de Muertos, like all of that would still call my grandma a slur.
You want to know? Hold on. Sorry.
Sorry, we're talking about like very serious topics now.
No. It's fine. I don't think anybody's gonna be upset about this. In fact, I think everybody's like, yeah. Tell us more. Yeah, attack. I had
also chat is saying some wild things. Yes, I'm half German, and my boyfriend. Okay, Burb, I'm gonna be honest. Dump that man. That's wild. Why would someone say that? Dump that man. You can get. Men are a dime a dozen. You can get another one. Get a virtual boyfriend. The amount of times I got told that I can't cut out back because my skin is horrible. Exactly. Like, yes.
I used to get excluded a lot from like Latino spaces when I was like growing up because again, I don't speak Spanish and I don't have an accent. So it's like, I literally could not connect with like any other Hispanic kids back when I was in school because nobody saw me as like part of the group. So
right.
It just happens so often. Yeah.
It happens often, and that happened to me too. I was really lucky that my tia and my abuelita like made an effort to teach me Spanish. Yeah. Unfortunately, they were the only ones. So I think with our generation very specifically, there is this thing with our parents where they don't want you to not fit in. Yes. And if you have a better chance of fitting in by not learning Spanish and having that accent, they'll do it.
It's well-meaning, but sometimes it has the wrong effect because then you end up in a situation like this where you don't really fit in with like, you know, the people who are American, right? Because you've got a little too much melanin in your skin, and you don't fit in with the people who you should be fitting in with because you don't share the culture anymore because it just wasn't given to you. So you end up in this weird like limbo space of not really fitting in anywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's even more interesting too is when you do have that privilege. So I'm very privileged in the fact that like I know my family's history. I know exactly where my dad's side of the family is from in Mexico. Yeah. Like I know all of that, and I've been able to find that genealogy like in doing ancestry and all of that, and through family history, right? And able to confirm all of that via family history. But that's not a privilege a lot of people get. I mean, it is a privilege. And there's also, so, you know, like a lot of people with Mexican American heritage. My dad's family, you know, we're Spaniard and indigenous Mexican. And it's really interesting, and we're not going to go into all of why that is, right? That's a whole other topic. But on the Spaniard side, like that is a really very well meticulated genealogy. But on my bisabuela's side, my great grandma's side, which is the indigenous Mexican side, it pretty much stops at her parents. Yeah. Like everything before that is a mystery. And there's a lot of reasons for that. I totally get it, especially because like I grew up in the Midwest, and in the 90s there weren't a lot of Hispanic people in the Midwest. There just weren't, especially where I was. I think my tia used to make the joke of like when she was growing up there were like 9 Latino families and they were from different countries. Yeah. And that was it. Like, and that was like in the 80s too. Like that wasn't even that long ago. I'm only slightly sad, I think. I'm so sorry. I don't mean to be sad. It's just like, you know. Let's talk about, as a mixed guy, it's interesting to listen to this talk. Listen, if we, let's get all the mixed kids in here and like hash this all out, man, because there's so much we could say. Yeah, because it's funny because like, you know, when I was younger, right, again, I didn't fit in with like the actual like Mexican kids and stuff like that, but like the group I ended up falling in with was basically other kids like me who either were a little more disconnected from their culture. Basically, it's like you had the Latino kids, and then you had the American Latino kids, right? And there's a difference. Yes. Yeah. Yes. So it is difficult, but I feel like a lot of people now, the internet has kind of made it a little easier to kind of find a place when
when you really didn't have that before.
Yeah, definitely. I actually ran into somebody who, so you know, I'm pastel, right? This stupid "who's white baby this is" meme applies to me. Like my dad's side is all like we're very brown, like they're Hispanic, and then there's me, and I have like stark red hair and like look like a carbon copy of my dad and my roots in the face, and then I'm just like pastel. And I actually met another redheaded like Tia Peppa like person actually the other day, and they messaged me privately. We're doing a D&D game on stream for another friend of ours, but they were basically like, it is so good to meet somebody who not only has the same heritage as me but also looks like me. Yeah, and it's like, it's weirdly healing, right? Like there's something really wholesome about being like, damn, there are people out there who like have our same experiences, and maybe, you know, it's not always the same, but we can relate to each other.
Yes.
And I think that's lovely.
It's like
also let's go ahead. I'm looking at chat now.
I was gonna say it's like, it's very much like cathartic. Yes, exactly the word bug. It's very cathartic to have that situation where it's like, you know, even if your experiences aren't at the end of the day the same, there's a core similarity in it that I think a lot of mixed kids kind of like experience growing up that you can all relate to.
Yeah. And also, like, I just want to give a shout out to oh my gosh, did I lose it? Did I lose Kat's little where are you, friend?
Was it Loaf's message about not remembering the last time they were around so many mixed kids, feeling so seen?
And I'm glad that you know, feel seen. You should feel seen. You deserve to feel seen. You deserve to feel seen. Hi, Coleman. Hey, buddy. Here, just for you.
Wow, a treat. Cool, I guess.
For you, buddy.
What an honor, Coleman.
No, and Ash, like, listen, hold on, let me scroll. Good lord, you guys are yapping. I love that. I hate that mentality of like, they don't know what they're doing. No, where did you say you yapped? Show me the yappage. As a mixed guy, this is interesting to listen to this talk. Yes, I hope that it's cathartic for other people. I'm so hormonal right now. Stop, I'll cry. Listen, me too.
I think it was Bud who said,
just cry. It's fine. It's actually, it's okay to cry. Cat milk, my favorite. Oh.
Wow.
You know what? Here, a little treat for everybody. Got another treat.
Wow. So many treats. Oh. Brought
That's
the whole.
the wrong treat. Is this the right one? Yeah, it
here,
is.
let me pull you up so they can really get the treat. There you go, guys. How do you feel about that? You happy? Everybody feeling good and happy now?
Dim tittins.
Oh God.
Yeah. Oh,
Oh yes. I've noticed that last time, Noe, that your follow sound. I was like, oh hey, we both use soul sounds. God.
Please, no. Listen. What do you mean? Hold on. Let me get real close. I'm gonna grip you by the neck. Hold on. What do you mean you don't want to like hold toes with me? Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? You don't want to hold toes? I'm offended.
Are you?
What do you fucking mean?
You think you're too good for the toes?
Do you think you're too good for this? I hope that was as crunchy for you as it was in my head.
I'm gonna ask Intern, because Intern has a thing they do where like the stream zooms in and stuff. I'm gonna ask them to help me figure that out, because I think that you should get that as a when you pick up chat by the scruff of their neck. I feel like you should get that zoom in. I'm gonna ask them about it.
Yes, please. I would love that. Oh, water the streamer. Hold on, we got a slurp.
Yes.
Do you guys wait? Hold on, chat. Before I do this, do you want an audible slurp?
You have to turn off your suppression. You have to go into your Discord and turn off audio suppression.
No, I turned off suppression.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh yeah. Ick, no slurp. All right, because Bug requested it.
Mm-hmm.
No slurp.
But yeah. Who was that? Who did redeem the water? Oh, it was Bug. It was Bug. I thought I filled my water. Apparently, hold on. I gotta open this and look.
Of course not. I won't do that to you. I only hold toes when I need support when I'm having bad tummy times. Listen, me too. Me too. I can't breathe.
Okay,
Get the
wait,
community
hold on.
jar. Yeah, our community effort jar. Oh my god.
How many people here have heard the term hot girl tummy issues? Because I say it all the time, and like half the people I say it to go like, "What the hell are you talking about, Donut?" And I'm like, "I'm just having hot girl tummy issues."
Of course I've heard hot girl tummy issues. You're joking.
Like half the people I say it to are like, "What the hell are you talking about,
Constipation,
Donut?"
like holding. All right, I'm pinning that. I love being a mod. No more. It's the last.
Damn.
I've won. Guys, emergency. I've run out of wine.
Oh no. No more wizard potion. Time to move on to the harder wizard potion. Your strongest potion. Potion seller. I'm going into battle. I require
Okay,
your
so
strongest
we need to
potion.
go. Okay, hold on. We're getting back on track. We're interviewing. We're not just yapping. I will give a shout out to Dragon. Dragon, I've known you for almost 10 years now, and I adore you. You are still not the at the time when we met, you were one of the weirdest people. Like, not weirdest. You were easily the person that I had the weirdest meet cute with. But that's been replaced by, unfortunately, probably Donut and Bug and Noe and Shira. No, I think actually Support Elf is the weirdest meet cute because like, I'm getting married to a guy who I like traveled 2,000 miles across country and I only knew him online. Potion seller.
Potion seller.
I'm interviewing. Hold on, can I do it in a Pikachu voice? Pika Pika Pee. Potion seller. No, that sounds stupid. Potion seller. I'm interviewing chemistry. I need your strongest potion. I can't do voice acting. It's not a thing. I wish I could do it.
It's so funny
but...
because I was originally gonna have everybody try to do an impression. I ended up having Tarrok do it because it was part of Tarrok's thing,
you
right?
want to hear my Pikachu?
Would you guys like to hear Chem's Pikachu? Of course you do. Chem, do the Pikachu. Of course they do.
What's a meat cube? It's a meat cute.
Meat
a
cute.
meat cute. You uncultured
Meat cube.
meat cube. All right, hold on. Let me find it. Let me find it.
Pika Pikachu. Pika Pee. Pika Pika Pee. Pikachu.
I think that's pretty good, right?
That's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Pikachu. Yeah, that sounds like gamer. Hashtag
Gamer.
gamer. Oh,
Meat cube.
I would have cried if I had to do an impression. Not gonna lie. That is Support Elf. I could probably make the worst impression ever. And you would still think that it's good.
It's literally
You're in
Support
love
Elf's
with me,
job.
so that doesn't count. But thank you, honey. I
That's
appreciate
part
you.
of the support.
He's the Support Elf.
Yeah.
Ocean seller.
Ocean seller. Require your
Also,
largest ocean.
I will talk about this.
Yeah.
I feel like Shira and Donut know this, and of course Support Elf does, and Bug and Noe do as well. Anybody who's watched my streams knows that I struggle with speaking sometime because I don't know what it is. It's like a speech impediment almost. My brain doesn't catch up to what I'm trying to say, and so I'll just straight up drop like entire words. Like I'll say a sentence, right? And people will be like, "What the hell did you just say?" And I was like, "I just said this." And they were like, "That's not what you
That's
said."
not what you said.
That's not what you said.
There's
And
also times where Chem will just be like, say something as if we're all, as if we all know what they're talking about. But no, in fact, Chem did not say any of it out loud and just approaches us as though we heard the last minute of internal thoughts. Yeah. Mouth literally moved faster than brain could even catch up to at all.
And you're gonna hate this, guys. Chat, you're gonna hate this. If you do that, along with some other symptoms, you might have ADHD.
Uh-oh.
You know? No, Chem, we can't hear your thoughts.
No, we don't. What do I know?
I'm ADHD Gang Unite. No! I've done this to my hubs bear. Oh, I love Bear Doc too. it's so funny because I'll be playing like Fortnite with, by the way, Bug, I want to play Fortnite with you so bad. I miss you so much. I'll be playing Fortnite with Bug and Noe, and I'll just be like, yeah, you guys know what I'm talking about? And they'll just be like, no.
You were just silent for like 2 minutes. What do you mean?
Silent for like 5 minutes, or making like little, Naya. Oh, that pisses me off. Fuck. And then I'll be like, guys, do you know what I'm talking about? And they'll be like, absolutely not, actually. I'm literally just trying to live life. You can't do this with me. It's fine. I accidentally, am I allowed to say it, Donut?
Sure. What are you saying?
I accidentally diagnosed Donut.
Oh yeah, I've said this before. I saw a meme recently that was like, oh, if you self-diagnose, if you self-diagnose as autism because all of your friends with autism said you have it, that's not self-diagnosis, that's peer review. I am a peer-reviewed. I'm your peer. Welcome. I'm Donut, your peer-reviewed autism.
You peer-reviewed my autism.
Yeah.
It's fine because that's what happened to me too. My autistic friend, who is, I want you to understand, like, my friend in real life, is a genius. Like, that is the coolest person I know. I'm so sorry, everybody, but like, they basically raw dog life and manage to come out on top every time. I don't even know how to explain it. Anyway, so when we were like autism courting each other and we're like, oh my God, do you want to be my friend? Yes, I want to be your friend. I think I said this to Noelle and Bug too when I first met them. I'm like, do you guys want to be friends? And that's just how I made friends with them. Anyway, so basically what happened was they looked me dead in the eyes, right? And they go, so you're autistic, right? And I go, Also, Bug says me and Noe balls deep in a team fight while Chem is meanwhile manly on A6. I've done that, yeah.
And to be clear, the way that me and Xira got assimilated was we had much less agency in the matter because Chem literally said it was after the Monster Hunter, our first time streaming together. We played Monster Hunter together, and as soon as the stream cut out and we were done and we were just sitting there in the call for a minute, Chem went, so we're best friends now, okay?
I don't remember that, but that sounds like something I
You literally said, I think you said like word for word, so we're friends now, right? So we're gonna do this again later? And we were like, I think after we dropped the call and we were going to bed, me and Jiro were on call, and Jiro was like, I guess we're friends now. Okay. It was so funny. It was honestly so goddamn funny.
Knowing Shira, that probably was just like a deer in the headlights moment for that poor little creature.
Yeah. Oh God.
We're friends now.
Yeah.
It was very much like a picked you up by the scruff of the neck and like, we're friends now. I'm gonna go take tacos later.
Yeah. That's exactly what it was. Chem introduced.
Disarray, welcome in.
Bug says that Chem introduced me to Noe, and said we were gonna be friends.
I'm extrovert.
You're just like picking people up and putting them in the little like dollhouse together, and like, haha, now be friends.
I think, and I need you to understand. So, like Ash, I consider us friends.
Yeah.
We don't talk necessarily, but if you showed up in my DMs one time and I answered you, that means we're friends because I don't answer people I'm not friends with. Sebin and Candy, I'm friends with them. They send me memes and I'll give them a thumbs up. That means I like you. That means I like you.
Yeah.
It's so funny. But wait, chat, am I an extrovert? Poll now.
Poll now. I don't know how to make polls. I'm gonna be so real, guys. I leave that to my mods. My mods make the polls occasionally.
Oh, okay. Well, guess what?
Hey mods, poll now. Is Chem extrovert?
Wait, no, hold on.
What the hell did you just write?
Hold on.
Introvert, extrovert, ambivert, Chem.
Okay, hold on. Hold on, I'm doing is Chem extro?
Chemtrovert. Oh God. Fun fact. Oh, hold on. Let me read this from Bug. Fun fact. Kem commissioned me for a model, didn't use it for 2 years, said I gave off super Hulock vibes, and then adopted me as their gay child.
Yeah, that's true.
Wow, you literally sat there and went up to somebody and said, you give off super Hulock vibes. You're so
I
super
did.
Hulock coded.
I don't think they were alive when that happened, though.
Don't think they were alive.
I don't.
Bug must have been like 12.
Exactly. Chemtrovert. Oh.
I was alive. I was 12. Yeah, see, I was right. I know roughly
Hey,
the
Donut,
times.
you want to ask me a question?
Oh yeah, that's right. We're doing a chemtrovert. Everybody chemtrovert.
Chemtrovert.
Okay.
Oh,
Look, we're gonna have to really pick and choose these questions. We're literally 20 minutes overtime, and we answered like
matter.
6 questions.
You knew this would happen.
I did
What
know
did
this would
you
happen.
expect?
This is why I put Kem at the end. I'm not gonna lie at all, guys. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it at all. I knew I could force other people to kind of get through their questions. I knew that getting Kem to get through the questions would be a little like pulling teeth, and that's okay.
No.
That's why we needed the maximum amount of time to pull the teeth.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that?
Maximum amount of time to pull the teeth.
I thought you were saying the maximum amount of teeth.
Oh, yeah, that too. I mean, we're gonna pull as many teeth as we can.
Like one of those cats who. Oh, my friend has a cat who
With no teeth?
Has no teeth except for one front snaggle tooth.
Oh, cute.
So cute. Her name is Pumpkin, and she's also blind.
Oh.
She's the best.
My great grandma had a cat that looked like it was dead. It was the most scrungly, held together by duct tape cat I have ever seen. It looked like it was the meme of like, this is my son who has every disease. That's what that cat looked like. But it was so sweet because it would come up to you and it would want pets. And my mom was like, oh, you're so cute. I don't want to touch you. I think I'll get sick.
That's how I filled out babies.
Yeah. Oh my god. Okay, let me try to
I'll
find.
sit down with you right now.
Let me see if I can find a question that is kind of leads into what we've been talking about at all.
Sure.
I don't think there is one. We've gone
Yeah,
so
just
far.
I'll just ask me any questions. I'm a yapper. I can yap.
Yeah, I know you can.
I
Nobody
literally
here is
made money
doubting that.
I literally spoke at several conferences.
Yeah. So, okay.
Oh, do you guys want to know a fun fact? It's only
Yeah.
a fun fact to me. So I've been to Washington, D.C. twice to speak to Congress,
Yeah.
congressional leaders on climate change and
Yeah.
water resources, because it's like a big issue from where I'm from. And additionally, I've also been paid to go to Thailand, Bangkok, Thailand, and attend a symposium at the United Nations. I've also been paid to speak at several science conferences and also spoke at the National Audubon Society. And talked specifically about DEI, so diversity, equity, inclusion,
Yeah.
specifically when we're talking about like youth. And when I say youth, I mean people under 30. That's not me anymore.
Oh.
35. We'll say 35. 35.
Yay, we're youth.
So when I say I literally got paid to yap,
Yeah.
I did get paid to yap. CC about that.
I know. I like how you said, Donut, ask me a question. Wait, I'm going to talk about this first.
All right, now you can ask me a question.
So
And we need to
funny.
focus. Noe,
So-
did you pass out?
No, he's
Baby girl.
gone.
All right, go on. Not a single person was
So-
surprised.
Yeah, not a single person is surprised that, you know, that this is the way it was going to go. Anybody who knew who you were knew what they were signing up for. But here, let's get back to a little bit of talk for people who are still trying to get into streaming, okay? So So I feel like a lot of people, for their first stream especially, you're either incredibly nervous or not at all nervous. And I think that carries through for like generally people, like even after like months of streaming, people can still be incredibly nervous to hit that go live button. Do you ever feel nervous starting a stream?
All the time, every time. I'm actually was so nervous today that when I was putting my water cooler in my new PC, which works, by the way, it
Yes,
works.
yes.
We tested it right before stream.
Yes, we've been over this.
Did we?
Yes. Kem, did you know there's a baby pukei-pukei in Monster Hunter Wild? Yes, we did go over this. It's okay, it was very
Anyway.
briefly. You didn't explain it. You just very briefly said that it works.
It works. But I was actually shaking so bad that support elf had to come and hold in stuff for me. And my hands almost couldn't screw in screws.
Oh, God.
I'm always nervous when I come in, and then I mean, it really is what it is, right?
Yeah.
I think it isn't necessarily that I'm nervous about people seeing me and perceiving me, which I also don't like.
Yeah.
Are you doing Velcro?
I am taking off my hand brace because my wrist was hurting me earlier.
Oh, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it happens.
Okay. I can't stop winning. So I guess I get nervous personally because I'm always worried nobody's going to show up. And it feels really vulnerable saying that. But there's nothing worse than me like talking to myself for like 6 hours, which I have experienced with my study streams. I knew going in when I started doing them that people weren't going to be really interested in them unless they're like a certain subset of people.
Sorry, I just realized something.
What is it?
Real quick, if anybody uses the Discord to hop in, I completely forgot. I had to remove. I had roles automatically assigned for accepting the rules and stuff because I was using CarlBot at the time. But I pulled CarlBot out because I don't know if anybody knew this, but there was a point where it got like I don't know if you want to say hacked, but it had a security problem where people were able to basically access it and do things in other servers that they were not part of, basically a backdoor kind of, and they could like straight up just if they had the permissions, they could just straight up like delete an entire server. So I removed it and I completely forgot. So if anybody joins the Discord, I will have to go in and manually assign roles later because I never put a new thing to get roles going. I think it might be okay now. I'm not 100% sure. I think it might be fixed, but at the time it had literally happened like an hour before I took it out, because a friend, Lucas actually, was the one who messaged me and was like, hey, Donut, you use CarlBot, you should get rid of it real quick. So I did. But yeah, so I think it might be fine though.
Bug, I thought you dead named me for a second and I was about to throw up.
God. So what was I saying? What were we talking about? Oh no, now I'm the problem. Me. I'm the problem, it's me.
I was talking about how I get nervous before streams.
Yes.
And I guess I get nervous.
Vulnerable about the study
stream, right?
streams.
Yeah, and I knew that going into it, it wouldn't be super popular, right? Like it's not going to be like a big thing people want to do.
Yeah.
But this leads into another thing of like, how do you balance, joy in doing what you're doing and what people want to see? And for me, it was definitely a thing of like, oh, there's an ad break.
Oh yeah, ads are happening. They'll be going for like 3 minutes. I see. Originally, I was gonna take the ads. Originally, I was gonna just like cut the ads, but then I realized that the problem was I would have pre-roll, and I didn't want pre-roll. Even more than I didn't want ads, I didn't want pre-roll. So I had to leave the 3 minutes of ads. But I figured it was fine.
I like being tiny.
Yeah.
We're just gonna wait here.
Sorry, I was gonna move you. Then I was like, hold on, let me check something. I'm taking a look at my Discord server to try to figure out where it has deposited bug. I gotta figure out where the hell did my server deposit bug, and I don't know.
Yeah, I guess there's people who like, you know, don't have ads going, so I'll just keep talking. So basically, I mean, you have to balance what you'd like to do versus what people want to see you to do, right? I mean, I don't want to stream to like one person. Are you kidding me? Who wants to do that, right? For me personally, the more people I have in chat talking to me, the happier I am, because I love interacting with other people. And steady streaming is kind of lonely. We're here to lock in, we're here to get things done. And I made a whole separate account for it, to be honest. I'm gonna basically play cozy games and study stream on that account because I just don't want to. It's not about the viewership. It's like people come to this particular account, right? To see wacky train of thought, just stupidness, right? And I mean, I get it, right? I get it. But sometimes I don't want to be that person. Sometimes I need to get shit done, and co-streaming is like a really good way for me to do that, right? It's really useful to be able to lock in and have other people lock in with you. It's basically like called body doubling, and that's what I've been using it for, right? I don't know. I like, basically, yes. Do I get nervous every stream? Absolutely. Is there a way to combat it? No. And I think the moment you stop being nervous is probably when you know that like you're gonna have like 20 people show up or whatever every time. But even then, like, it's still scary. You're putting yourself out there. This hobby and essentially puts yourself out there every single time you stream. And that's really scary. I mean, it's scary in real life. Why wouldn't it be scary in a hobby that you really enjoy? Right? Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense.
It does. And honestly, like, I feel like I don't experience nervousness the same way about streams,
just
right?
Be tiny. I like it.
That's fine. You can just be tiny. Here, let me make it so you. If you wanna just be tiny, I'll make it so you're like standing on the table, because I think you'll fit. You're basically standing on the chair. Perfect. Look at that.
Tiny.
So, I think that
Lower me down so it makes me look like a mini. Oh, I went big size.
Yeah, you just randomly are like, growth time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So, what I was gonna say is though that like I don't get nervous about like going live. But what I do get nervous about is like not being entertaining enough while I'm doing things, right? Because like it's the going live doesn't bother me. It's like going to a show, right? It's like getting on stage for a play. It's only scary in the moment like before you're there, and once you're there you just get into a flow. But what typically happens for me is like I get nervous at the end of a stream of like, oh shoot, did I even give people what they came here for? Did I give them something that was worth the time they spent sitting here in chat talking to me or lurking, right? Because again, I literally, this is one of the things that like I say usually at the end of every stream is like, you guys can pick any stream to go hang out in, right? There's literally thousands upon thousands of streams that you could go watch, and people choose to hang out here with, you know, with me or with you or whatever, right? And it's like, you want to make it worth their time. And I think that's like my biggest concern.
Absolutely. And I think I think for me, actually the motivator is a little different. I just get really sad when nobody shows up. I'm gonna be so real with you. If I get under 5 viewers, if I get under, like, especially like if Ash doesn't show up or like Bug or like the people, Coleman, or Dara, like I get really sad because I'm like, I love
my friends.
No, it really is. Like, I just want to talk to my friends, man. Like, just come here. Just come be my friend. And that, I know that, like, oh my God, parasocial. Shut up. Let me make friends via the internet, man. don't mind viewers. I'm just sad when no one talks to me. No, that too. Like, please yap in my channel. Just ask me stupid shit. I love it. I love it. Look, I tilted my chin up so you can see my little mouth. I love it. Come talk to me.
Yeah, as we know, Chem is a yapper. They will simply perish if they cannot yap.
It's true.
It like explodes. It's like a little bomb that you're just slowly venting the pressure of.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's
right,
attempt to let's attempt to get to another question. So let's see. I don't even remember. Oh, that was there.
Needs a booster seat. That's true. This is my secret mini version. I don't use it very much. By the way, when you redeem Trippy Form on my channel, this is what it does. Please redeem it more. It's so cute, guys.
It just makes tiny Chem.
Chem is an Adam trying to ascend to the next level. No, but that's for real.
So
why he tiny? Because sometimes we tiny.
Sometimes we tiny. So Chem, one thing that we've talked about this before is that one thing I think is a valuable like part of your streams is that you're very candid and authentic in the way you interact with people, the way your streams go, and I think it's something that a lot of people can kind of learn from and kind of learn to adapt. But would you say that that sort of authenticity is like important to you to maintain, or is it just kind of something that just comes naturally?
Oh, you guys are gonna hate this answer. Are you ready? I can't turn it off. I can't be anyone who else other than who I am.
Yeah, ironic.
And I know
for
that's
the
like
role player.
disappointing, right? There is a difference because there can be a layer between privacy, right? So like there are aspects of me that people don't. Can you move me up? People can't see my mouth. And I'm just like, just a little bit, just so I'm not like, no, not again.
There you go. Just pushing the cat off the chair.
Okay, we're good. I'm dying. It's fine. Okay, so and to be clear, you can be authentic while maintaining a sense of privacy, right? For me personally, I can't be anyone else other than who I am. And I want to say that's because I tried really hard when I was younger to fit in. You know, I have autism and I'm ADHD and I'm mixed, and so inherently I was othered by other people, and I tried really hard to fit in, and that just wasn't something that was possible. And then when I got to, I'm gonna say my late 20s, I gave up, right? I realized that people liked me more when I was just myself. Yeah. You know what I mean? Like, and why be anyone but me, right? Yeah. And I was happier being myself. With that said, you know, you gotta be careful, right? You gotta be careful about your privacy, for one thing. You know, there are aspects of myself that I just don't share with other people unless we're close friends, right? Like, I would say, to mimic what you were saying, I would say that like you and Shira are, and obviously, you know, Bug and Noe are probably some of my closest friends right now, right? Like in the online sphere, right? And that's like after years of knowing people. Yeah. Right. And, you know, it comes down to, I've had a lot of really negative experiences in online spaces because people get really aggressive when they see what they perceive to be a female-bodied person. And I use they, he pronouns or they, them pronouns. And they just get really mean. For some reason, and I can't explain it, but when they see someone who is assured of themselves, right? Yeah. And when they see someone who is really like, they know who they are and they're okay with it, it can get people pretty mad. And so I keep a wall of privacy now. Like recently, I might be closing my Twitter DMs because people keep trying to like hit on me in DMs, and it's very clear that I have a partner. I'm not shy about it. Or they'll say really unkind things to me. Like I caught another like kill yourself DM, And it wasn't even because I was a furry, they just didn't like me.
Oh.
And I don't talk about it very often because it's not something that like I want to bring attention to, because when you give people that kind of attention, they do it more.
Yeah.
But it's like every month I'll get like a DM on my Twitter where people are just awful or tell me to like KYS or, you know, are going to threatening to dox me. Like it, and in a real way, not just like, haha, I found your real name. No, like, haha, I found all your Instagram and I'm DMing your boss. And, you know, I think there's a line there, right? How do I stay authentic while also protecting myself?
Yes.
And I think the best advice I can give to people is embrace who you are as a person. That can be really hard sometimes. Sometimes it's really hard to look yourself in the mirror and be like, yeah, I am who I am.
Yeah.
But it's important you do, because at the end of the day, you're stuck with you. Everyone else can literally leave and you're still you.
Yes.
And if you don't like you, if you can't tolerate being with you for like an extended period of time, then you need to soul search why that is.
Yeah.
You really do. And I think that translates into streaming too.
Yes.
There's a lot of streamers that I'm just gonna be honest, aren't authentic. You know, like we know some of these streamers and you can tell. And they're very good at hiding it. They're very good at playing up this persona. But if you are secure in yourself, you can really point out and really understand who isn't.
Yeah.
And with VTubing specifically, like it's also important, you know, to remain that have that sense of a privacy, so like that wall, but also like I don't know how to say it. You can reveal who you are, like as a person, your personality traits, without revealing who you are.
Yeah.
And I think that just having like basic like internet safety literacy is probably going to help you a long way.
I wonder honestly if like I don't know what they teach in school nowadays, but I do remember like growing up, like there was definitely a big push on like knowing internet safety. It was like a big thing because the internet was just coming to be at that time. And now it's like people are doing the dumbest things on TikTok and outing themselves for the stupidest things without even like thinking about it. It's like I don't know. We're kind of a weird internet space right now.
We are. We're simultaneously so connected, and yet because we are so connected, we're disconnected.
Yes, because it's
very weird.
I remember something I was gonna say.
Hey,
is it
Lamo!
still relevant? it was from when we were talking about being mixed and people not respecting culture, because this is twofold, right? Is that one, it used to be a big thing to be like, oh, the person you're talking to on the internet could be a serial killer, they could be an axe murderer, don't meet them ever, right?
Or they could be your best friend.
Yes. And
but you have to be smart.
My first like actual girlfriend was somebody I met doing Gaia role playing.
Shut up. It's fine. I'm literally marrying the person role playing on a video game. I can't say anything.
But the reason I bring that up is, right, we got along for the most part, right? And what I was gonna say before is that she had this thing where she was one of those people who would very much be like, look, I'm not racist, but blah, and then say like the most racist thing you've ever heard. And that's part of why we're not together anymore. There's other reasons why we're not together.
Shit.
But she used to always do this thing where, again, like we've talked about it, I'd never really got to properly celebrate like Latin like holidays and stuff like that. Like I don't really connect to it because I didn't really get that chance. But what she used to do is she would call me up on Cinco de Mayo.
Oh,
and then be like,
I can see where this is going.
Hey, happy Cinco de Drinko, buddy. And I'd be like, excuse me?
First off, people don't celebrate Cinco de Mayo.
Yeah, so
it's like not a thing. We did just celebrate Mexico Independence Day though. That was pretty sick.
So but yeah, sorry, I was gonna say that earlier and I completely forgot about it, and then talking about internet safety.
I want to fight this person. I'm so sorry.
She absolutely would fight anybody. She's probably the scrappiest person I've ever met.
I've hit someone in the face with a lunch tray. I think I'm pretty good.
She used to literally. You know what? I'm not going to talk about this.
Yeah, don't talk about it. Let's not rehash trauma. Anyway, fuck her. No offense. All offense, actually.
Like, again,
Yeah.
God.
When and why did they stop teaching internet safety? When it started becoming problematic to do so. I'm not going to go into it. I could because, again, I worked in tech for a very, very long time. But technology is so integrated in our schools anymore that people... How do I say this without giving myself away? I worked with school districts that were probably about 5,000 students, and every single one of them had a Chromebook to take notes with. And we're not talking about high schoolers, we're talking about like elementary schoolers. That's what people are learning on today. And so internet safety is kind of a nebulous like topic. Like you can't, how do you teach that when everything's online? It's when you have to trust the information you're given. Implicitly.
I feel like critical thinking is I mean, it's always been a thing that like is rare to be taught, right? But it's definitely become much less of a focus. Like there definitely was a period of time where like people were teaching critical thinking. How do you know how to check this information? But now it's like if you want to know how to check information, people just trust so much stuff online. It's hard to teach people to be critical about the things they're consuming anymore, without them being like, oh, what? You're just being you're
a lame-o man. You're a drag.
Chem, I don't think that's what people say anymore.
Really?
I don't think. Hey, hello.
Is this
greetings,
a cool bean thing? Is this one of those things where I'm just like, I say cool beans and everyone's like, huh? And I just think that's like a relevant thing. Is this like a Rizzler kind of deal?
Like
sending my yacht to the Rizzler? Is that what this is?
Gotta say, sorry, on a related note to beans, there was a period of time where I was...
Where's Bean?
Oh, no, because Noe always goes, beans, right?
I love Noe so much.
And I would just I didn't mean to start saying it, but there was a period of time where I was just like, because I was watching Noe kind of regularly at the time. I was not in chat, but I was watching fairly regularly. And in my day-to-day life, I was just going, beans, every time something went wrong. Anyways.
Oh, the osmosis of things you need to say. Oh my god, I understand that. Yeah, they don't say you're a drag. I mean, I do. The kids don't say drag. That's crazy.
Loaf still says drag. It's okay.
I was 15. I had a 15-year-old messaging when I was like 11. I thought that was totally normal. That is not normal. To any youths who might be sneak watching this channel, that's not normal. And if an older adult, right? If you are a teen and an older adult takes like interest in you to talking and not like a friend of your sibling or like whatever, and you don't know them, do not talk to them.
Yes.
Don't talk to them, please. I'm begging you.
Be very careful. Ideally, just straight up. The thing is, right? If you're, I have very strong feelings about this, considering I have many younger relatives, right? Is that ideally you should not be in, if you're under, I'd say even like, this is probably hypocritical to say as somebody who got their first girlfriend at like 14 in the Gaia roleplay forums. But if you're under like 16, you probably shouldn't be in people's DMs generally. And if you're 13 or 14, you definitely shouldn't be in people's DMs. Stay in group, like stay online in group spaces, public spaces. Yeah, go back to Gaia.
Play
it's
Barbies,
okay.
Dude, live your life. Just you don't need to be an adult yet, dude. Being an adult sucks.
And I think the thing is, right, is like that wasn't an option before. Like, yeah, Skype came back, or Skype appeared probably in like our late teens.
I actually got my old Gaia account back, and I'm so happy.
I think I logged into mine like last year just to see if I could. But
damn, that's crazy.
When we were younger, like DMs were not a thing. That was not a thing that you could do. Like
you DM people.
Yes, you could. If you were playing WoW, you could hit somebody with that PM and message them. But like generally speaking, you weren't like in spaces where you could like consistently be DMing people who you didn't know, but now it's so common and there's so many group spaces. It's just, I don't know. It's very worrisome how easy it is for people to get access to other people, basically.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
I bigified myself too much. Hold on.
Okay, let's see. Do we have, what other questions can we get to?
I actually wanted to talk about that real quick.
Yeah.
Even as an adult,
Mhm.
yes, once you get to a certain age, it's not weird.
Mhm.
But like, and Bug, I'm so sorry. I actually was very hesitant to be friends with Bug at first because of the age gap.
Yeah.
But Bug is like very mature, very like they've been through some stuff, and so we can relate. But like typically, if you're in your 30s, don't be friends with 20-year-olds. On the internet, it might be a little different unless you have like the same hobbies. Like VTubing's an interesting hobby where it's like full of like younger people, and so you'll collab with them. Blah blah blah.
They won't believe I'm mature from the way I am in this chat.
You're more mature than me, and that's crazy because I'm being the one interviewed. So let's put that out there. Let's get the opie out to prove that point. But in all seriousness, like there's no reason a 30-plus-year-old needs to be talking to a 23-year-old like they're their peer.
Yeah, and that's the thing,
And
right?
maybe that's.
Sorry, I was gonna say, because like and this is a problem. I'd say it's a problem, right? That like I deal with because I make myself very available to my community if they need me for any problems and stuff. But there's a very big difference between me like making myself available for people in crisis to there's a handful of people who have messaged me who have had problems with stuff that they wanted to talk about and they don't really feel they have people to talk about, but I still have this distance that I keep from pretty much anybody who's not like you or like Denko, any of these people who I've recently started like actually talking to. But like I very much keep a barrier. Like I don't generally try. I try to keep a distance so that nobody gets too familiar, because at the end of the day, right, like I have, and this goes to everybody, you know, as an adult, right, as the adult in this interaction, you know, we've got responsibilities to make sure that people, you know, don't feel entitled to access to us in ways that we are drawing that boundary, right? I let myself be available for crisis if people need me, but like I generally speaking won't. While I have like, I don't do the community days anymore, but I used to do like community Minecraft stuff with people and stuff. But like I would very much not. There's a reason why when a lot of the younger ones would ask me to like hang out and play games and stuff, I'd be like, I kind of can't. I'm a little busy, right? And I try not to make it. I try not to make it so like too awkward for them, and I usually try to just make an excuse. But the thing is, like, you have a responsibility as the adult and the one in like in that interaction to make sure that like kids always are gonna think they're mature.
That age, man.
Yeah, like I definitely was a back in my WoW days. I definitely was a 14-year-old giving advice to like 20-something-year-olds.
Oh god, don't even get me started on Ragnarok Online. I think me and my brother were like, I want to say 12 and 13 when we first started playing that game, and we were so lucky we ended up in a guild of like older adults that all had like kids.
Yeah.
And that's the important part. They all had kids.
Yes.
So when they realized there was like a little kid like playing video games in a game that they shouldn't have been playing video games in, they basically were like, nope, that's mine now. Like, we're not, nope, you come here, we'll give you all the gear. Like, nope. And I guess what I'm trying to say is that like, as an older adult, you have a responsibility to make sure that any younger person you're talking to understands the kind of relationship that you are setting forth, right? Like, for instance, a lot of my friends are younger, but I make it very clear that I'm here for emotional support. I am here to help you get advice. I am here to support you. Do you need money? I will give you money. Like, do you need support? Like, do you need someone to come beat up your annoying ex? Absolutely. But what I'm not gonna do is let you like slide into my DMs, right?
Yes.
What I'm not gonna do is like have this like parasocial like intimate relationship that I think sometimes happens.
POV.
Yeah, no,
getting me
exactly.
told.
But like, how do I say this? When I was younger, I had that same experience of older adults basically being like, nope, pick you up by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah.
You're not going on the internet by yourself anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that at 20 I was an idiot, but I am saying that I did pay $2,000 to fly across the world to meet a guy who ultimately was like a shitbox, right? And had I had an older adult in my life at that time who I could have been like, hey, is this smart? I probably wouldn't have done that, right?
Yeah.
And that's the kind of role that I want to play for people
Yes.
at this point in my life, is that like, you know what? Happily, I'll give you all the Roblox money you need, right?
Yeah.
And I'll see you as a peer and all of that, because of course, Bug, I see you as a peer.
Yeah.
Do not take this as a personal thing.
Yeah.
But I also like, I have lived that life and I have made so many mistakes. Please just let me impart my mistakes on you.
Yes.
Please listen to me when I give advice.
And here's the thing,
like, I'm
right?
begging you.
For anybody who's in like your early to mid 20s, trust me when we say when you hit 30, you're gonna look back and kind of realize you were pretty stupid. You might not think it. It definitely doesn't feel like it in the moment. But
It doesn't feel like in the moment.
I can tell you that when I turned like 28, there was like a little like light switch flipped on, and I went, "Oh shit! I was
And cringe.
so dumb. Why did I do that?" And like,
I had so many situations.
my prefrontal cortex finished developing.
Sorry.
That's what it is. Your prefrontal cortex usually finishes developing at about 26-ish. That's about the time when it's fully developed.
No, but Bug, I need to be clear. Bug, you're a special case because did my bottle break?
It might have broken.
Oh, I think she broke again. Hold on.
You want to reset again?
No, I got it. I'll just turn her off and on.
Disarray
on.
says, "Oh, for sure, younger me was an idiot, and I'm sure older me thinks current me is an idiot." Yeah, it's a cycle. You're gonna look back and realize, oftentimes, because you're just different people. Over the course of a couple years, it's Ship of Theseus, right? You're gonna be an entirely different person.
No, and also like it also has to be like, how do I say this? Oh, when you have been through trauma, okay? You age mentally and physically a lot faster than the peers around you. So it makes sense, Bug, very specifically, that you would be friends with older people. And I'm not gonna say what happened or whatever, because I know that like you've had cancer, right? But it makes sense, right? Because not a lot of people have had that experience.
Yeah.
And at some point you want to be surrounded by people who have had similar hardships and who have lived life a little bit more.
Yeah.
And that was also me in my like mid-20s.
Yeah.
I was in a car wreck and broke my spine and had to relearn to walk. And
now you
I
powerlift.
basically started making friends with like 40-year-old people because like it's not like everybody in their 20s has to relearn to walk, right?
Yeah.
And I suddenly found myself unable to relate to people my age.
Yeah.
And that's a real thing. So if that happens to you, also don't feel bad about
Yeah.
reaching out to older people, because again, like
A lot of the
older
times,
people,
Oh, sorry, I was gonna say a lot of the times what it is you're looking for people who have had similar experiences, and you're you know, for better or for worse, much more likely to find that in people who are older than you, because they've got more years behind them to have had those experiences, right? Somebody who's 10 years older than you has 10 more years where they could have had whatever thing happened to you, basically.
Yeah. And we could get a whole thing into like why trauma does that, and why it's like so isolating. But please know that if like you have, did you break again?
I don't know, you got
What
a keyboard
happened here?
out. You pulled out a whole desk. You pulled out a whole desk, got your gamer outfit on. Oh
What
my
happened?
god, there's so many things.
The's so many things happening.
Everything's happening.
happened?
What did you do?
No, that's not it. What happened?
Kevin, please.
I'm screwed. screaming. I don't know what happened. Hold on, how do I fix this?
I don't know.
No, guys, I got this. I'm so smart.
I love how everything's going wrong. Also, I'd like to note
about? This is the best ran stream I've had in a while.
I'd also like to note that we're an hour over.
And that's life, baby.
Yeah, just to keep everybody on deck about like what we've got going on. Basically, is originally this was supposed to be from 9 to 10. I knew full well it was not going to go from 9 to 10. I anticipated at least going to 10:30. We are surpassing my expectations. Oh, googly eyes. Cool. Oh. It's just you giving up on taking them off, just gonna start moving things around now?
Yeah. I don't know how I did that. Anyway, what were you talking about, Kem? I said BRB. I need to game.
Yeah.
I got to lurk, but defo will catch up on the VOD. Okay, Coleman, I'll see you later, buddy.
Sounds
the Shade
good.
Experiments pool gets shallow quick when looking for younger members. Yes.
Mhm.
Breaking everything. Absolutely. Hover keyboard. Everyone stay calm. The wizard potion was too strong. Suddenly death. Don't worry. Jelly arms. The googly eyes. A weapon to surpass Metal Gear. Midnight rollers. Let's go. Can we make it to 12?
We honestly, it's looking likely. I'll be so real. We have asked maybe 10 of like, okay, maybe we've asked like 12 out of like a total of 40 questions.
What did you expect?
Yeah, I literally said, yeah, I think this is gonna go over. Because we did a mock run, and it I think we answered like 4 questions in 30 minutes. So this was entirely in the realm of possibility. I literally looked at this list and went, damn, I'm gonna really need to prune this. And I just didn't.
And you didn't?
Yep.
All right, answer. Okay, how about you ask me a question you think is most interesting for me to answer?
So I think
like one you're personally curious about, because I mean we're already here, right?
Yeah. I would say that probably one of the things I've been most interested in, because you've been doing this shift to getting into these cozy streams, and you're now making an entirely, you've mentioned it now, so it's not a secret, but you're making an entirely different persona specifically for those cozy streams. But like, and you've kind of touched on this a little bit, but like for a lot of people, like trying something new, going outside of what you usually stream, can be pretty scary because you don't know if your audience is gonna like come back for that, right? So it's like, do you, how has that been for you, right? Because you kind of mentioned that like the study streams typically pull in less people. Like, has that been hard for you?
It has, but only because I think, how do I say this? I tried to do 2 very different things at once on this channel, BadChemistry, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the thing is, people don't come for me to be cute and cozy.
Yeah.
They come for me to be chaotic and silly and funny. And the moment I realized that just having a separate persona was possible, I went for that, right? Because you have to find your niche. I am really rapidly finding that the most successful people in this hobby, if we even care about success as a measurement, are people who have niches. So Noelle has a very like specific like gaming niche. Like I don't know how to encapsulate it, but they're very silly.
Noe has a very specific type of game too, because it's like all games that are relevant to, how do I put this in a way that
they're all kind of retro.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. That's exactly, well, okay, that's actually probably better than what I was gonna say. But
don't
yeah,
insult my friend.
I'm not trying to. It's just like the only other way I could say is like it's games and like franchises that would appeal to people in our age demographic, right?
Yes.
because it's not things that like you know
We're
yeah
retro.
because like Noe
bones
plays
creak.
like dot hack and stuff like that. I really enjoy like the dot hack streams and stuff like that because I love dot hack. When I was a kid, okay, hold on. When I was a kid, I was trying to convince my mom to let me be, I forget which character it was.
Who are you? You know me, but I don't recognize the username. Did you change your username? Who are you?
There's somebody from YouTube.
Oh,
They go by another name on YouTube.
that makes sense. Oh, there's this mosquito in my room.
Oh no. But yeah, so it's like when I was a kid, I tried to convince my mom to let me essentially cosplay a character from dot hack for Halloween. This is before I knew what cosplaying was. I don't think I ended up getting that. I think we couldn't figure it out. But yeah. But yeah, Noe has a very specific like kind of retro game niche. I kind of have a niche, right? You guys know me more or less for like almost exclusively playing like Souls games, right?
Right.
And then Kem's niche is screaming profanities.
Now hold on.
You're broken again.
I'm broken again?
Yeah. Wait.
No,
Oh wait. There you go. There you go.
Do you figure yourself out? Okay, great. That's good.
But I think that like if anybody was going to assign like a niche to the content you were making prior to adding in those cozy streams, is like I do feel like the Yaptimus Prime
What?
Yaptimus Prime
Yaptimus Prime.
definitely was like, because your reactions don't have very much filter to them, right? So when like something happens in a game, there's no thought process that happens to filter out anything that you say or do. It's just immediate. Something happened, son of a
Can I tell you my favorite clip so far that someone made of me?
Sure.
I was playing Fallout New Vegas. Fallout New Vegas is my love language.
Yeah.
I love that game more than I can say. So there's a clip of me and I'm like, God, did I just fuck myself? And I'm saying it so quietly. And then I fall off the cliff, die on a rock, and you just hear my scream go out, God damn it! And you just hear me smash down my fucking mouth and walk away.
Yeah.
And that's my favorite clip of me. Other than the Mayo one, which is really, really funny too, which is the one you made.
Yes.
The Mayo one is so funny. And I think what's even funnier about that is that it's genuinely authentic. There have been countless times where we have been talking in group chat and I have repeatedly been unable to say things.
Yeah, unable to
And
say
you're
things,
like,
unable
you
to
got
spell
there.
things.
You can get to it. And it's even
You got
with
this.
typing.
Yeah.
Like it'll take me 3 or 4 times to type a word I want to type.
Yeah.
Word of filter broken. No, but for real.
Yeah.
What's a verity?
Where?
Bad is chaos verity. What's that?
Oh, I don't know.
Is that one of those hollow libers?
No, I don't think so. Chaos variety?
Oh, that makes sense.
That's what I would assume. Ash, you can feel free to confirm or deny that.
Confirm or deny.
Yeah.
Bug.
Love that clip. It's so funny. Can I say
Noe,
it?
are you guys still here? I don't know if they're still here.
It's kind of late.
It is. That is true. It's like 2 a.m. for them. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, Buggy. Hold on. Let me give you a kiss. Mwah. Mwah. Keith. Sorry. I just. Bug is one of my friends who I like to pamper a little. Like, they could show up on my doorstep and I just give them plushies and like ice cream and be like, yeah, it's my friend Bug. I need you to understand that Bug is like a very gentle soul. And if you like content that is cozy and charming, then you will like Bug.
It's very funny because whenever I think of Bug, I think of the two of you playing Overwatch and screaming at things.
That is true. We get very how would you describe this? I would say it's like I wouldn't say it's locked in. I would say salty. I would say we are very good at a very specific video game, and we get really mad when other people aren't. And we play the video game very well. Yeah, we're two brain cells with exactly no neurons firing, and yet we are still better at the video game than other people. Except for it's Fortnite. When it's me, Noe, and Bug playing Fortnite, I am very much there for emotional support.
Yes. They get the brain cells, and you get the... You're the occasional brain cell that fires off periodically, and everybody cheers when you win your 1v1.
Yes. No, for real. You run away. You just leave. And then me and Noe are like, wait, Bug, please. And then you die sometimes, and you're so far away that we can't get you. We can't fix you.
Oh, and Ash says I was right. It was variety.
Oh.
And that the Vegas
clip is what I made for you. I wonder, I'll say it again on live right now. I don't know. What was it? What was the milk clip? I actually hate milk. I despise milk. It's my least favorite drink.
I love milk.
It's too thick. It's too chunky.
If you're drinking chunky milk, I think that's a problem. I don't think you should be drinking chunky milk. I think that therein might lie where the problem is. Chunky?
What is it, Supporto? What do you want?
I'm not going to make those comments on Donut Stream.
Supporto! Get out of here! You're a demon!
Oh, God.
We're gonna get divorced!
If your milk's blushes, don't. Just don't. Milk gang, rise up. Make the tummy grumblies. Sorry, hold on. Let me try to read that as written. I'm lactose intolerance.
No, you gotta say, I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm lactose intolerant.
I'm lactose intolerant.
Oh, no, don't get me.
I do.
I'm lactose intolerant.
If you look at me wrong, I cry. How long have we been friends, Bug? I wouldn't say like 2 years? No, at least 1.5 years, right? Did I freeze again?
No.
No, it's fine. 2-ish years. Yeah, it's been at like 2
That's a many years.
I love how you're like just bebopping over there too. You're like, boop,
oh
boop.
yeah, I got the music in my head. Hold on. I'm gonna change the song. I had 2.
That is true. I didn't realize you were 21 because again, you're very mature because of reasons. And then when I learned you were 21, I was like, oh God, can I reasonably be friends with this person? And then I was like, yeah, it's fine. I mean, like they've also been through like a life-changing event. It's fine. Okay, so what's the next question? Give me another hard hitter.
Let me see.
Even if you just want to like ask me something that's just out of your brain.
My brain is shut off ages ago.
Bug isn't a child. Bug is a whole ass adult.
I have a job at an apartment. We can be friends. Oh God. Okay, so here's something that I think is actually kind of important to talk about that I wanted to make sure we got into, which is that you've mentioned this on Twitter, and we kind of like briefly were almost like on a similar topic when we were talking about potential interviews for people with who are mixed, but you're actually going to be holding interviews for autistic experiences and VTubing spaces, right? So
I am.
Can you? We kind of have briefly like talked about it a bit, but what is going to be like? What's your main focus on holding those interviews, though? Like, what is it you want to get people talking about?
So, I think, how do I say this? Give me a second. When you participate in community as someone who has consistently been othered, and consistently interact with the world in a way that society may not deem as acceptable, right? That transfers over into everything you do. And I personally, it's not like, oh my god, I want to bring autism awareness. No, I want people to have conversations about their experiences and how like they navigate the world.
Yeah.
Because the way that I navigate the world is so inherently different to a lot of other people that it can be hard for me to even explain or comprehend to other people. Even if I did my best and had a billion words to say and had all the time in the world to explain it to people watching who may not be autistic, they probably still wouldn't get it because it is a constant thing. It is a constant thing.
Yeah.
And it affects everything from the way you consume media and how you think about that to how you express yourself as a human being. And then you layer on top of that, like, how people perceive you and how you try to like minimize yourself to meet or frankly fit into the box that they're putting you into so that you are digestible, like, and palatable for them. And I think VTubing is really a sphere where that is very prominent, right? Because I was talking about it with like Moo Clover. She's this funny little child VTuber. She's so cute. But we were kind of like yapping back and forth a little bit on Twitter about how like gamer voice, right? And it's a real thing, this gamer accent. I can't do the accent because what you're going to get is just me. And when you are on the spectrum or neurodivergent really of any flavor, you don't have really a choice but to be yourself, even if you are super high masking, even if you spend every moment of every day being exhausted because you're masking to fit in. There is something still inherently different about you that other people pick up, and that is very evident in streaming spheres. And so it's not like, oh my god, I want to raise awareness. No, I want people to acknowledge we exist, and I want to celebrate that. I want to celebrate the fact that we exist.
Yeah, I was gonna say, boy howdy do people pick up on it. Whether you know it or not.
It's true.
Yeah.
And it can be really scary. You know what I mean? Like when they're one of my best friends in real life, when they said that to me, I was deeply frightened. I wasn't offended. I was frightened that someone could pick up that I was different. Yeah. And I'd already suspected it. And I think that being scared of people realizing that you're different and then like hurting you because of it, whether that's career-wise or emotionally or alienating you or, you know, denying you an opportunity to like be yourself, right? That can be really frightening. It isn't so much like, oh my god, I don't want to be autistic. It's like, oh god, other people perceive me and I know they're going to be unkind to me because of it.
It's not necessarily like the fear of being the way you are, it's what results from it.
Right, basically. It's how people perceive you and react to that. That's the scary part. I'm not afraid of being who I am, but I am afraid of how people react to me.
I think that's valid.
And I think that like with these interviews, I hope that it's not even for an audience, it's so that people can tell their story. I want people to be able to tell their story. And whether that's, you know, they're just now like coming to terms with what's going on, or they were early diagnosed and they've had the tools, because there are tools you can get to like navigate this world that isn't meant for us, right? Or maybe they're late diagnosed like I am. Like I didn't really get a confirmation until I was in my 30s, right? And it suddenly made all things made sense. But then you know, like that's in its own challenges, right? Like I want people to be able to tell their story, and that's what I really hope we get out of this. Is that we have a catalog of experiences that people can look back on and say, "Oh, I get it now." And maybe other people who are experiencing this as well can feel a little less alone.
And I think that's really
not to be like super heavy.
no. I think that's the thing though, it's less so for other people to, it's less so for like, you know, neurotypical people to be like, oh, so there's autistic people in the VTubing community, and more for other autistic people to see like, hey, yeah, we are here, and see, you know, here's the experiences, here's how it goes, and to feel less alone in general, because it's a lot. And I say this a lot, you know, again, being a mixed kid, right?
But it really colors like everything you're doing as a person. It really does.
You just, when you're different, you kind of get such a very, very skewed perception of like the way the world is and what you can do and what things are happening, and seeing other people who are the same as you, similar to you, it can be a very healing experience to be like, you know, if you're a young, like, I remember being like a young, you know, mixed kid and seeing like older like adults who clearly had very similar experiences to me, like succeeding or even just being happy, was like very, very healing for me in like places where there was very few, right? Like when I was young, there was like a lot of other colored kids, but like when I got into like middle school and high school, it kind of shifted. And I think like the same thing is said of like, you know, VTuber community is like, yeah, there's one, it's important to see like other mixed people, but also it's like, you know, if you're an autistic streamer, VTuber, content creator, etc., right, sometimes it can be discouraging because your experiences don't seem to match up with what other people you hear about are going through, right? They talk about something being super easy, they talk about something being like just like all you got to do is do this, and it's like, well, why does it feel like it's not just doing that? I feel like I have to do 20 other steps. Where's the ease coming from? Right. And seeing other people who are like you, who have gone through these things or are going through these things, can be healing.
Absolutely. And I think to add on to that, like when we have these feelings, like it has to be put in context of like, you guys know what intersectionality is, right? The idea that like all portions of our identity intersect into one holistic thing. Yeah. And there's both privilege and oppression mixed in with that as well. When we think about like, why is it easier for other people? We really have to set it in the context of like, what's going on with us as people. And, in the VTubing sphere, like I feel like that's really one of those things that's been really hard for me personally to grapple with, is because I see people who are like, oh my god, like I got partner overnight or whatever, and then I look at them and I go, oh, because they're using a model, and I'm just gonna say it, so YouTube or Twitch, don't ban me. YouTube, don't ban Twitch, don't ban Donut, ban me. YouTube, same thing. They're typically white and they have big boobies, or they're broad-chested or whatever. They're a typical model that is within lines of societal beauty and standard, and they also have a voice or a background, which you can tell with how people speak, right? That is in line with that societal like expectation. They also typically play a character really well. And how do I say this? It can be really discouraging when, you know, you're just you, and that's not enough for other people. In fact, other people hate it. And you're just trying to live. You know what I mean? It's not your fault you exist.
Yes, exactly.
I hope that makes sense for everybody.
No, I think it does. But I guess I'm a bad metric for whether it makes sense. I've gotten used to the way you talk about things. Everything just makes sense.
What does that mean? Oh no. I try really hard to make sense when I talk about serious things.
I think it does make sense.
I'm so sorry.
I just don't know. It's like I have a friend who like typos all the time, right? And I used to make jokes about how I have like a dictionary just for his words, because he would make so many typos. This is long before autocorrect was a thing on phones.
Oh god.
And so I would look at a message and it's like there's like only 3 actual words in there and then a bunch of like gibberish, and I'd have to be like, okay, yeah, I know what that means. What it was actually like, I can't even like begin to give an example of it, but it would literally be like letter salad, but I could figure out where his hand was supposed to be and what words he was trying to say. So that's why I was just like, I don't know if I'm a good metric, because I basically have a history of puzzle solving people's words. But I think you made sense. I think you made sense.
Great. Okay, you know what? Everybody says that it makes sense, so we're good.
Yeah.
It was Crystal. Good. Fabulous.
Okay. So
I do
again,
have a hard time expressing myself. Sometimes.
many words, very point
Very
not
word,
made
very
something.
yap yap.
Yeah.
Learned the chemism. Ugh, no.
Okay, so I think we'll ask the same question that I've asked everybody to kind of like wrap things up,
Okay.
which is, so how does a newly starting out YouTuber / Twitch streamer reach out to other content creators for collabs or create a content group?
I'm a terrible person to ask for this. How do I say this? I'm really, despite being very gregarious, I'm really, really shy, and it takes me a really long time to reach out to other humans.
You have a content group, says
I
Bug.
do. I do. But do you... Okay, I do, but... Now, hold on. Let me tell you something. I am one of those people that's really selective with the people that I invest my energy in.
Yeah.
And I think if you want to be that kind of person, there's a couple ways you can do this. You can either throw things at the wall until something sticks, which is totally valid. That's totally valid to meet people. Or you can be like me, who's kind of selective. And I am really particular about the people that I talk to and spend energy with.
Yeah.
And there are people that I've known for years that still know nothing about me.
Yes.
And I would say that if you are new, you can either be picky and wait for the people that you jive with, or you can just do it with everybody.
Yeah.
There's pros and cons to both. For me, you know what, I chose the one where it keeps me sane, right?
Yeah.
I am actually really sensitive, and so when I experience rejection, or I get uncomfortable, or I get nervous about social interaction, I just shut down.
Yeah.
Like, I'll disappear. I've done that on our group chat where I just got nervous about something, and it wasn't even our group chat. I just like didn't talk for like days, and then like popped back up once I sorted myself out, right? And I've done that to poor Bug and Noe. I keep talking about him, but like, you know, I've done that to them too, where it's just like I don't talk for like a day, and then I'm like, yeah, I'm good, guys. I was just going through it.
Yeah.
But opposite that, you know what, like there's people like Tarrok who like talk to everybody, blah, 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 and that works too. I think it just depends on the kind of person you are, what you're comfortable with as a person, and what makes sense for you as a streamer. Like, how invested do you want to be in this hobby? And what kind of investment, I guess is what I should say. Do you want to do this hobby because you want to make friends that last, or do you want to do this hobby because you're just having funsies and you're just vibing, right? None of that is invalid, right? None of that is wrong. It just depends on the kind of thing you want to like garner, right? The kind of like relationships you want to garner. Ooh, we get a snooze. I'm snoozing it because I'm yapping. And it, you know, or the kind of person you are. And I hope that makes sense, right? Like,
I think it does.
I know that's probably not a very satisfying answer, but it really boils down to like who you are as a person, the kind of relationships you want to build, and what you're comfortable with, most importantly.
Yeah, and I think, like you said, there's pros and cons to both ways of doing it, right? Because if you're more selective, like I'm a very selective person, right? I've only reached out to a small handful of people, and I have essentially hit the mark each time on not reaching out to anybody who's a problem, right? But if you are more like spray and pray, essentially, right? You kind of reach out to everybody. Yeah, you're possibly gonna get a good number of like interactions, streams together, maybe people you talk to. But if you're taking it that way, there's a good chance, and you have to be ready for this, that you're going to interact with somebody eventually who's going to potentially hurt you, potentially be a problem, or potentially basically just like not respect you as a person. Because it's the thing is, the more available you make yourself, the more likely it is that you're going to end up in that sort of situation. That happens in all sorts of spaces, not just VTubing. So
absolutely, yeah. And I do want to say that, like, when I want to talk to Disarray for a second, especially when there's a fear of appearing like you're trying to grab some audience, absolutely.
Yeah.
I actually had an instance of that last night. Maybe it was the other day. It's Candy Calico.
Yeah.
She's so nice, guys. I resolved myself this month to be like, for the year 2025, and we're starting today, right? We're not doing that New Year's resolution stuff. I'm going to talk to people that I want to talk to and have meant to talk to.
Yeah.
Candied Calico, Porcelain. There's a bunch of Calico VTubers that where I want to do a giant Calico like thing with, because there's not many of us and it's fun.
Yeah.
And we were just yapping in her chat, and, you know, I had to pause myself because I do get really excited and just, how do I say this? I approach people with earnestness. If I am talking in your chat, if I am talking to you, it's because I want to talk to you. It's because I want to interact with you. It's because I wish you the best. If I don't show up for you, that means that there is something wrong that I feel there, and I don't want to interact with you, and that's just how it is, right?
Yeah.
I had to ask and be like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry to be talking about this. She's like, no, I want to talk about this. Like, I want to be on your charity stream. I want to do this with you. And I was like, thank you. You know what I mean? And there is a feeling that there are people out there that will just talk to you and be in your streams and whatever because they want your audience. But you have to understand that if you operate in dishonesty, if you operate in a way that is disearnest to who you are and the people around you, you will be on the losing side.
Yeah.
You will always be the loser.
It eventually catches up to you.
It eventually catches up, and maybe it's not now, maybe it's not 10 years from now, but at some point it will. I actually just had this happen where a professor of mine, I'm not going to go too into it because it's like a whole legal thing actually, basically got yeeted off a project that I was on because she was being unkind to students. Yeah. And she was very outwardly a very gregarious, nice human being. And it just caught up with her, right? Yeah. You can only be so unkind for so long. Yeah. And that goes with VTubing as well. So I guess for your question, Disarray, is that, like, just be genuine. Just be honest about what your intentions are. If you are very much like, I want to approach this person and talk to them because I think they're neat, then do it and just be honest about it. And if they aren't jiving with you, it's not the end of the world. You will find your people. You will.
And I think that's like a good way to put it, is that, like, it's not the end of the world if you reach out to somebody or try to connect to somebody and it doesn't work. If it doesn't work, it just, you know, it's not necessarily, it's not you, it's not them, it's just the connection wasn't there. And that's not something you need to dwell about, right? Because eventually, as long as you're, again, like Kem said, acting in good faith, you're not trying to be a bad actor or whatever, right? You're going to find people who like you for who you are and want to be around you regardless of, like, it's not going to be, if you're a content creator, it'll happen regardless of, like, size or whatever, right? Nobody's going to sit there and, like, Kem comes in and apologizes all the time for yapping in my chat.
I do.
And
I do, like, because I feel like I just yap constantly.
And I have to be like, Kem, it's okay.
I'm not getting for my friends.
Yeah. And I have to be like, Kem, it's fine. I'm not gonna be mad at you. I'm not gonna. Nobody's sitting here going, Kem's trying to take over Donut Stream.
Life Roseanne.
So, like, it's not gonna be like, I'm not gonna be bothered by it. And again, as long as you're coming at people with good intentions, people aren't going to be bothered by it. They'll just be happy to have you there interacting with them, right? And sometimes I have the same worry too, right? Like, tomorrow we are going to be having internalist VT on the stream, and they have a stream where they do community trucking. It's American Truck Simulator but chat gets to control the camera, camera changes, turns on the lights, do all these other stuff, honk the horns, etc. And it's my favorite stream. I'm not even joking when I say I go there every time I can, and I stay for as long as I can, just because I love using Big Horn.
The beep beep.
Big Horn.
Big Horn. Okay.
But I worry about.
I need to
Oh, go ahead.
talk.
I was just gonna say I worry sometimes that like I'm sitting there, I'm spamming chat with commands and spamming the horn and stuff like that, and I worry that like I'm being obtrusive. But I mean, I at least I like to hope that it doesn't bother intern, because I'm there genuinely. I'm there because it's fun and I love it. Go ahead.
Let me put it to you this way. Owlin, right?
Yeah.
I need you guys to understand. Owlin's like a pretty popular streamer. They're one of the nicest people I've ever met. I still I think they're secretly a goblin like me, but they just don't let it out. They don't let the worms out. But they're so welcoming and nice, and they know who we are. And like, let me be real with you. If they didn't like us, they wouldn't talk to us, dude.
Yeah. It's very
and it's
funny.
the same with internists. Like, there are plenty of people who come into my chat and they do not bring the correct energy, and I just don't talk to them. And maybe that's mean, but I'm trying to cultivate an authentic, sincere community bit by bit, block by block. And if that means that I have to ice out brick by brick, and if that means that I have to ice out people who aren't that vibe that I want, then that's how it is. And you just have to keep that in mind. You just have to understand that yes, not everyone's going to be on the same like level of authenticness, but if somebody doesn't like you, you have to trust that they're going to say something.
Yeah. It's not your responsibility to basically figure out whether somebody has a problem with you. It's their responsibility to make it clear.
Absolutely. As an adult,
we
learn to communicate. It's very demure of us to communicate.
Yes.
Very cutesy, very demursy.
Very mindful.
I also want.
Oh, we're in
very
ads,
mindful.
by the way.
Are we? No, we've like 2 minutes.
Oh no, you're right.
And I just want to really address Bug real quick. You have a content group. Yes, I do have a content group, but you have to understand that like we have the content group because we trust and we care about each other very much. And you guys are the only people I would trust with that. You have to understand that yes, I have a content group, but it's not just a content group. It is based on the fact that we're all friends and we trust each other. To have that content group. We trust each other that if there's an issue, we talk about each other or talk to each other. We trust each other that like we're open and honest with communication. And I see to that point, I see a lot of VTuber groups that just don't have that. They just don't, they partner up with strangers or they partner with longtime friends, but they never learned that communication skill. And yes, it's a content group, but it's also silly fun times. It's the same thing with like us four, right? Like, there's no competition. It's just different friend groups, and we cross streams all the time. Like it's not like it's just another way. Like personally, I view it as another way for me to connect with my friends on a deeper level.
And I think that's
how I feel about streaming.
I think that's a good point, right? Is that like you could sit there and be, oh hello,
Invader detected.
I was talking about you earlier.
Hey, look, it's 7. How's
oh my god, I was
it
talking
going?
to you earlier. We're about to go on raids in like 27 seconds. Oh my god,
it's
guys, I was literally talking about you. We have 20 seconds
Yeah.
before the ads roll, but I need you guys to understand. I was literally talking about, like, if I didn't want to talk to people, I wouldn't. Like, take Charlie and Seven, for instance.
Yeah.
They send me memes, and sometimes I only respond with a thumbs up, but that's because I really, really like them. And, like, I just sometimes don't have words to say. But just so you know, guys, I consider you guys my friends, and I'm really excited. Oh, no. Is it ad time?
It's about to be ad time. Ads are about to start. We'll be here in 3 minutes, guys. If you can wait 3 minutes, we'll be here in 3 minutes, okay?
Yeah, and you can hear me yap about how much I like you guys.
Yeah. Stick around. It'll be a treat. We're already we're an hour and a half overtime, but that's okay.
That's okay. Everybody's living. They're vibing.
Yeah.
It's great stuff.
Can I knock?
Yeah, come on. Sure.
Okay.
Here.
Do you
Is
want
that okay with you?
Yeah, that's fine. I love how you're like, yeah, duh. And then you're like, wait a minute,
I'm so
this isn't my
sorry.
stream.
It's not my stream. It's not my stream.
It's so funny. Disarray off to bed. Thank you for hanging out. Have a good night.
Thank you
But
so
yes,
much for hanging out.
Jerry, you can knock. If you would like to send me your veto Video Ninja, I can put that up again, or we can just use your your Fugi, whatever you want.
Let me see. Hold on.
For anybody who doesn't know, knock knock. Oh, hi.
Video ninja, here I come.
Itty bitty.
For anybody who's here and not in ads right now, knock knock is a reference to the fact that Kem showed up one day in chat and was just like, knock knock, getting call.
That was our sign.
Yeah, and so now I have a chat in the Discord, and I really mean this when I say don't feel personally attacked that you don't have access to this, but I have access to only a small handful of people for the Knock Knock channel, which is basically if you send it.
Make my braid.
Basically, it's the secret chat. It's my secret chat in the channel that only a handful of people have access to.
It's waiting for it to load.
Actually,
Charlie, we went a wee bit overtime, and lol, just 1 more hour. 7 said 5 hours. How long did you guys stream?
5 hours.
How long did you guys stream? Oh my god.
You guys are they in ads? Hold on. Are you guys in ads?
Are you guys in ads? Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yep. Can you hear me?
Are you
Can you
guys in
see me over the
ads?
desk?
Are you guys in ads?
No, I don't understand. Why is it not working?
Why isn't it
Just
working?
6 hours. Oh, just 6 hours.
Discount?
Discount. We gotta play Monopoly again. That was so fun.
It really was. You up, please?
I don't understand. It's
Why
not
ain't it
working?
Woo!
Did you try restarting it like you did last time?
Yeah. And
Anyway, I just want to give a shout out to Sebin and Charlie.
Yeah.
I keep calling you Candy, but I remember that your name is Charlie. I just see Candy as the first name, and that's what I call you in my head. I'm so sorry, friend. They're my new friends. I'm picking you up by the scruff of your neck, and we're gonna go get tacos later.
Why is it all ugly looking?
It might be like that.
But why? Why is it not like HD?
I don't know.
I
Chem's
haven't
was
seen
HD and then it no. Rar. Chem's was HD and then they turned it to not HD.
Okay, I send.
Did you? Thank you. I guess I have to make a new one of these.
I'm in ads.
Cool. Love that. Thank you. New
We got
browser
27
source.
seconds. Y'all can live. It'll be alright. It'll be
Veto.
alright.
Don't mind the veto. Danny DeVito. Tube.
He's so
Don't
round.
Don't forget to switch so my bow is on the left
I
side.
will fix everything.
you.
You're not the way you're supposed to be. I need to green screen you.
Gleam.
Where's
Yeah.
my chroma key? Chroma.
I'm about to just buy you VTube Studio. This is ridiculous.
There. Wait, you don't have a chair.
No, I don't.
Just set her on the desk, bro.
Oh, put me in the back. Put me in the back.
Oh,
Yeah,
you want to be
No,
behind the
you
bar?
can't.
I
Yeah,
can.
put me behind the bar.
I can. Hold on. I can do that. You gotta be a
Can
little
we get a round
tiny.
of applause for everyone supporting the channel by watching ads? Yes, thank you so much.
That's too tall.
I'm gonna go to bed. I'm quite sleepy, but I have adored. Good night, Bug. Get some sleep. I know it's super late for
Bye-bye,
you.
Bug.
Yeah. Have a good night, bud.
Bug. Get some sleep. I'm so glad your power is back on, friend. Oh my gosh, I'm so relieved.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
not actually behind it.
Have a
I'm
good
gonna
night,
make
sweetie.
it behind. Give it a second. Give it a second.
Oh wait, can I shout out Bug for having a birthday stream soon?
Yeah. There. You're behind.
Yeah, Bug. I think it's on the 25th of September. Please go support Bug. I think me and Noe are gonna be on it, but we're gonna be playing Fortnite. Just please say happy birthday to Bug.
Happy birthday.
To the
Happy
buggiest of bugs.
birthday to
To
Bug.
Bug.
Happy birthday.
To Bug. Happy birthday, little buggy. Happy birthday to Bug.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! Wiggle bottle.
Wiggle wiggle.
This is not different from when I was working at a cafe.
You also had
Jira's looming in the distance.
weird
like...
pink-haired people and tiny cat at
Oh, yeah.
your table.
This was exactly what I saw. Or like this. Okay, so what you as
Have a good
chat
night,
are
Bug.
seeing right now is what I had to do when I was working as a manager at a cafe and a bakery. I was behind the bar the entire time, watching everyone else enjoy their drinks.
Yummy for you
You look so
guys.
depressed back there. I'm not gonna lie.
I am. You want me to come back up?
You want to come back up now?
You wanna come back up? You wanna? Pss, pss, pss.
You want to put your controller away?
Wait.
I'm
Oh my
gaming.
gosh, the outside. Oh my gosh, the trees move outside. I didn't notice that.
So there. Perfect. No. There you go. Chem's sitting in your lap now. Stop crying. Stop
Downsize
crying.
me.
No.
Stop crying.
Crying because on cat duty.
Assigned cat duty. Yeah, it's animated. You can see the light bulbs shift around. There's
It's
a car
really
that
cool.
drives by once in a while. It has sound too. I just turned the sound
spatula.
off.
No, don't spatula me. I'm just a little level 1 goblin.
Level
I
1
do not drop
goblin.
good items.
Just a level 1 goblin.
What goblin?
I love Monster Hunter, but God, I'm so bad at the game. I'm so bad at that game. Also, yes, thank you everybody for staying for the ads. If Sebin and Charlotte are still here, Charlie, just know that I was talking very kindly about you guys. I'm really happy to know you guys, and I'm glad that like we're planning stuff to hang out with. Thank you guys for sending me memes all the time. I was actually using you guys as an example of like, if I talk to you and like even just thumbs up your stuff in a group chat, it means I like you and like want to keep talking to you. I just don't talk a lot until I do, right? I'm very picky, unfortunately.
It is very funny.
It's
Sorry.
very funny because you would think that I'd be like, oh my god, I'm super gregarious and stuff, right? But no, like you have to approach me like one of those weird alley cats that you have to like slowly dangle cheese in front of, and then eventually I'll start talking to you.
Yeah.
It was the same way with the Shira too. When we first met, I was so scared that I was gonna make a bad impression. Have I ever told you this? I was so scared I was gonna make a bad impression that I stopped talking for like 3 days.
Oh. Was that before or after?
No, that was. What?
Jay's like, all I remember is yappage.
What? That was when you first like when we first met. I stopped talking for like 3 days because I'm like, oh no, this is Donut's partner. I have to make a good impression. Donut's so cool. Shira's so cool. I can't do this. And I stopped talking for like 3 days and then just dropped a bunch of memes in chat.
Yeah, and then Chem came back and went, Donut, no offense, but Jira's really cool, and I like Jira more.
No, it's true. I'm so sorry. Okay,
Charlie
but
says we like you
understand,
too, Cam.
Shira likes stuffed animals and cute things and cool cafes and boba. Like, these are not things that do you know how hard it is to find these qualities in another human being? That like
you come to where we live. There's like a bunch of them.
Yeah, it's literally everybody.
It's like you can handpick whoever you want because they're everywhere.
They probably like boba.
Where I used to live.
They probably like boba. It's like a 50-50. They like stuffed animals.
100%. No, it's 100%
like
they like boba.
I'm not a
Yeah, that's what I'm
cereal
saying.
girl, but I like Gudetama a lot because I too am a little egg.
I like his little booty.
I like cinnamon roll and then the Gretsuko.
Yeah.
I love a Gritsuko. Can we watch a Gritsuko, please? It's the best.
I've
I'm
only ever
really
seen the
mad
first season,
that
I think.
listen, it's such a good show, but I'm really mad she ends up with all these loser people. Like,
dude, she could have she had a chance to like not work, not do anything.
Literally, she could have just married the rich guy.
She could have married the rich tech guy, the CEO of the company that she worked at, but she said no. She could have been in the K-drama, Japanese drama. She had like the typical romance from rags to riches. She could have had that, and then she's like, nah, I'm gonna choose the guy that's like works right next to me, and
he's
like,
a loser too. He's like literally has nothing going for him.
He's a little pathetic, you know. It's
he's
okay.
pathetic, and not in the good way, not the Gale way.
I was about to say.
Not the Gale Mario's way. Like just like actually like what? Like
I mean, anyway, yeah, no, like there's a quality to that, but the thing is, it's just like she
Girl,
would
choose
always
the
talk.
money every time.
The thing is that she had a goal of like she wanted to find love, right?
Yeah.
But then also she just didn't want to work anymore. She was tired of working an office job. You know, this was like
Exactly.
I forgot what is it called in Japanese. It's those black
company.
Black
Yeah.
companies where like they work you to the bone, no breaks, no nothing. And right, she's like, I'm tired of this. I wanna do something with my life. And the thing is, she had a chance to do it with that one guy, and she said nah.
No, but for real, and it's not even like he's a Lotte Husko or whatever. He was like a genuinely nice person. I'm just so irritated. Okay, I'm glad we're on the same page with that because I was just like I couldn't watch after that. Like I literally skipped the rest of that season and just started the new one.
I tried to watch the recent one, and I'm like,
I can't.
girl, like I get for happiness. I get it. You want it for love, but
money
like,
can make you happy.
the beginning of
Money does buy happiness.
The beginning, the whole premise at the beginning, it was like her trying to like not deal with the black company that she worked for, right? And the best way to get out of it was being rich. And like the thing is,
Very
she could
rich, bitch. Like
she could have started her own company or something, get
anything.
money from that.
And she chose a fucking bass player? Are you kidding me?
Wait, did you say bass?
Bass?
Yeah, he plays bass or whatever.
Yeah.
Bass? Like, bass.
Bass, like the fish?
No, leave me alone. Also, I'm so glad, Charlie, that you guys like me because like I genuinely like I have wanted to hang out with Seven and you for a while, but I'm like so notoriously shy. It's basically like one of those alley cats you have to like, you know, like I said, you have to slowly entice me, and then once I get comfortable, I'll just send you the most unhinged shit you'll ever see in your life. Like I'll just be like, hey, do you guys remember that meme from like do you remember Blue Waffle? Wasn't that such a wild thing? And then I won't say anything for like 2 days.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of the same way, but like a different cat. You know, like like take your cat, right, Cam? But then you bring them home and you're trying to basically get them used to the other cat. So you stick them in a room by themselves until they get used to the sound and smell of like everybody. And
It was so funny.
every now and again, you would go into the room like, hey, how's it going? Are you okay? You give them food, give them treats, and then you leave them alone for a while, and then you go back and you do the same thing over again. That's me.
Yeah.
So like, hey guys, if you guys want to get to know me, that's kind of like the way you have to go about it, because I am like I'm afraid of people.
Yeah.
We literally did that exact thing. It was so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so glad we're over that right now.
Because the thing is, like, I want to meet new people, but I'm so scared of meeting new people.
God,
so like,
same.
again, guys, everyone in chat, if you want to get to know me, stick me to a room, give me some food, give me some water, and then like send me a meme and message me like, hey, how's it going? How you doing? And then I may or may not respond depending on how I feel, because I get really, really anxious about messages. And then if I do respond, then you're on the good side.
If you approach with too much energy, too many messages, Xira, like a small animal, will get scared away. And then you'll have to wait. You'll have to wait a week for her to return to the spot, and then you can attempt again. So you can't mess it up the first time. Or I mean, you can, as long as you're patient and wait.
Yeah, you gotta be patient with me. See, the only reason why this worked is because Donut introduced us. Donut was the one that like
They were
Donut
both
was like,
cats,
hey.
and I put them in the side rooms. I let them sniff each other from under the door periodically.
I'm
Which
so
is
glad
ironic.
you're the same way, Charlie. I really am. Seven is a witness seat. Listen, when I have to tell you guys something. Let me tell you something.
Yes, tell us.
If I DM you first, it means I really like you and want to be friends, but I get so scared DMing people or talking to people, even in real life, like that people know me at my university as someone who's like totally unapproachable. And it's not that I'm unapproachable, I'm just have anxiety, bro. Like I cannot tell you how many times I've almost cried in my car because someone had a conversation with me and I thought I did bad in it. Like
oh god, what's that one meme? It's like I can do good at this thing. This is a thing that is both desirable and attainable. God, what does that meme?
What is? Oh, well, that was so filet mignon. What does that mean? Is that like a blue waffle thing? No, it's not. Yes? No, that's a
Blue
ham
waffle?
sandwich thing. No,
A
Shira,
filet
don't
mignon.
worry about it.
I like how
filet
Kem
mignon?
has now mentioned twice, unprompted, the waffle.
It's always. Can I tell you a secret? It's always on the back burner. I'm always just like
constantly
passively
exists in
thinking
your
about
head.
that in Lemon Party.
What's a filet mignon waffle?
Don't.
Don't
Don't what?
Google it. It's very. I'm not even gonna say it's pornographic. It's like disgusting.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I know what a filet mignon is. I know the actual thing.
Don't worry about it. I promise you. We'll explain it later. We're not gonna give you
Oh.
pictures though.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Uh-huh. No, it's how I have actually read that out loud very much incorrectly, and it was to something else. But what does it mean? Oh, it's just blue waffles? I mean, sure, but like, how do you explain to
Googling it.
someone?
Blue.
Oh my god. Oh my
waffle.
god. All right, ask me one question. One more
Oh, we're
question.
getting watered, by the way.
Yeah, we were watered.
drink-
We were
the wa-
watered. I don't
I
know if I
drink
have any
wine.
water left. I guess I have a little
What?
bit.
Have a good night, Seven.
Yeah, thank you for stopping
It
in.
was
Thank you
good
for
to
the
see you
raid.
guys. Bye.
Bye.
Last sippy.
That is pretty much the last sippy.
There's a lot of words I don't want to read it, so you explain to me later.
Oh. Mm.
I will. I so will. I will take that
All I
duty.
saw was a picture of an actual blue waffle, like a blue dyed waffle. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like green eggs and ham. But
Sweetie.
it's not
Oh,
the same.
buddy. Oh, buddy.
See, this is why I live under a rock, and then you guys can help me
know
decipher
if it's helping in
the
this
words of the
case.
world.
Interpreters.
Yeah, you guys are my
Interpreters.
interpreters.
Okay, I can give a share a
Donut was our what was it? Our cat liaison.
liaison.
Like one of those people who like has to, like a zookeeper almost, but for like domesticated cats. What do they call them?
What?
Cat whisperer?
Oh, okay.
No. Do you guys remember Caesar, the cat guy? Or was he
No.
the dog guy?
What?
He's a dog guy.
Oh yeah,
I-
so you know what it is. The
The
dog
only
guy.
Caesar I know is the monkey from
Caesar-
Planet of
oh.
the Apes.
What?
That was what is it?
Caesar.
Apes together.
Apes together, strong.
Oh my god,
What
I'm
was
gonna
the other
die.
thing that we laughed over? It was what? So young.
Oh, yeah.
You
Why did he
remember?
come up to you? Why did he come up? Sorry. There's a part where he like comes up and he's like,
It was the
"Ah."
third movie.
Yeah, it was the guy in the
I've never
hole.
seen any of them.
It was the guy in the hole, and he's like, so young. I don't remember what else he says, but he says it and looks at him in a very odd way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Golly.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Okay,
I'll
it
try to
has
find it while you
been
guys
Here,
6
guys.
hours, guys.
Dancing
Yeah.
rats. Here you guys go. Dancing rats.
You know what? That was the best $15 I've ever spent.
Yeah, I'll be working on your videos Sunday because I need a break.
Yes.
Mhm.
It's nearly 3 a.m. I just want to say thank you so much for these interviews. I appreciate the inspiration and knowledge I've gotten. I look forward to the next set.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Donut, are you gonna put these on YouTube, like as videos, so people can watch them?
Ash did ask that earlier. I completely forgot to answer because we went off the rails so many times. But Ash
God,
did
I'm
ask
so
about
sorry.
that. The thing is, I do want to. This is going to be a hard one to cut down. I'm going to have to really figure out what's going on with this one. But originally, I was just planning to put
Why don't you
each
make
of the
3 separate
sections.
ones?
Well,
Just
that's what I was
splice
going to
it.
do. Is originally I was going to cut them into 3 separate sections and
Mm-hmm.
basically just unedited post them, and then maybe post like little clips from each of them that were relevant.
Oh yeah.
But basically post each of the interviews separately as a video, and then maybe go through and pull clips out of like the most important parts, or
Mhm.
find parts that are like relevant. So, advice for like people who are looking to do this, advice for people who are starting out, basically, right?
Mhm.
And then cut those together. But we'll see. I am going to be taking, after these interviews are done, my plan was to take a 2-week break, and and I've mentioned this to a handful of people. Originally, my plan was to take a 1 week break, stream for a little bit, and then take off the rest of October. Possibly, it was never like set in stone. But for people who don't know, and I don't talk about this too often, and I almost never talk about this on stream, but I'm a very large Amelia Watson fan. She was the first VTuber I ever watched, and she's ceasing activities on the 30th. So I'm going to be ceasing my activities for a little bit to watch those. Well, okay, yeah, that too. To watch those streams, because again, I genuinely mean it when I say I would not be here doing this right now if it wasn't for watching Amelia Watson.
Yeah.
It was legitimately, I had legitimately given up on content creation as a hobby back in 2020, I think it was. And was re-inspired to pick it back up and decided to try giving streaming a shot. Originally, I was just doing video editing, and then I was like, you know what, let me go ahead and... Xira is actually the reason I started streaming in general. But, yeah.
Yeah, I pushed him. I was like, do it.
But, yeah. I've also been getting urged by other people to just go ahead and take the October break as well as this break, and basically just pick back up in November. Which is possible. I might do that. I'm uncertain. I don't really like the idea of taking that much time off, especially right after doing the 2-year anniversary stream. But I think I did roughly the same thing last year, where I basically had a week anniversary, and then I immediately went on a 1-month hiatus.
It's important to take breaks, man.
Yeah.
Yes.
So we'll see.
Like,
if
I
I
take a
do,
summer break.
yeah. If I do, I might just end up coming back and doing audios for a while, or I'll the other reason why I'm not really, I don't super want to take a break is that we're so close to the end of Elden Ring's DLC. I kind of want to just get it done. So what I might do is maybe I'll take the break, practice that boss, and then come back, and once I feel like I've got it down and I can beat it, just randomly pop a stream in, and then just take that break and come back in November. Other than that, so, but we'll see. Anyways, yeah, my point was, I don't remember what my point was, but I'm gonna be taking a hiatus.
Also, I'm glad that you thought we ate with this one, because like, I tried very hard to give cohesive answers that were helpful to people.
Yeah.
I can tell that I'm getting sleepy because I want to gnaw on a table.
Yeah, you're at table height right now, Wesley.
I know. That's what my brain is like. I'm at table height. I could eat that. You can't. It's digital.
But yeah. Donut's kind of streamer that breaks the mods. A streamer that takes breaks without their mods having to bug them for it is too much for us. We can't compute. Yeah. Honestly, I'll just go ahead and be super real. The people like Kem and Xira have been pushing me to take breaks, and then I had mentioned it to Denko in passing, like, because again, this all kind of like came up when the announcement that Ame was ceasing activities. I was just like, I messaged a handful of people about it and was like, whoa, this is kind of a big thing for me. I'm thinking about taking a break. And Denko was the one who was like, just take both breaks, you idiot. Shaking me like a rat. So yeah, everybody has definitely been very much pushing me to take a break, because I have been streaming a lot lately, but it's because I like it. So we'll see. But yeah. Shakes it because it's all been Elden Ring and I'm trying to avoid watching for spoilers. I'm sorry. It's just I really am enjoying it, and I can't help it. I'm a Souls guy. Hello, Ender family. Welcome.
Meowdy.
But yeah, I think this is probably a roughly good place to stop. We addressed enough of the topics. We're now officially the 1 hour interview turned into a 3 hour interview.
Oh God, did it?
Yes, it's 12 o'clock. We started at 9. So even this
I'm
is
not sorry.
Yeah, this has surpassed even my wildest expectations. But I am going to try to turn this into a
negative, like derogatory.
I'm going to try my best to cut this into like a decently sized VOD. I will definitely be posting Xira and Tarrok's eventually as their own videos. Chems, I will potentially just leave the whole 3 hours. Potentially, I will try to do my best to cut it. So we'll see kind of what happens. But yeah, it's been a blast. Tomorrow we have more interviews. I have to finalize questions. I now kind of have a bit of an idea of about how long these questions go, and I don't need as many as I thought I did. Especially if anybody yaps half as much as Chem does. It'll be easy.
What the fuck?
Can I just reiterate again, Chem? I have probably like 40 questions on this list.
But it was content. It was good content.
It was. I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm just saying I don't need 40 questions if the next person I interview can fill an hour with 6 of them. Okay? I'm not saying it's a problem. It's simply a statement of fact.
I'm a yapper. I yap.
Yapper.
I'm a yapper.
Yeah.
That's why my new VTube Sona is like a golden chihuahua. They're a golden retriever chihuahua mix.
It is what it is.
That
It
fits.
is what it is.
But yeah, so
Damn,
tomorrow.
chat's really catching strays with me, huh? You're really, damn, that's crazy.
How upset would you be if your other VTuber persona skyrockets more than this one?
I'll probably just cry.
Hey, look, I mean, if it happens, I mean, it's still you. Oh no, Twitch is getting silly. Oh no, no silly Twitch. Don't do that.
Well,
Well, it's fine. We're about to wrap up. So,
yay.
let's see. How are we gonna do this? I'm going to do roll call real quick as we do, and then I'm gonna look for who to raid. Spoiler alert, it'll probably be Owlin.
Yeah,
But
Alan, Intern, and Aji.
Yeah.
And Numberman is streaming right now.
Yeah,
From
yeah.
my end.
That's what I was looking at. So I'm gonna take a, or if you want to do me a favor while I do what's it called? Roll call. If you want to take a peek,
Rating.
if you want to take a peek at Intern and Aji and see what they're doing real quick and see.
Aji is playing Apex. Intern is drawing more memes of people. And then Alan is playing Street Fighter 6.
Okay, well you checked those things too fast. I'm not done getting my roll call list ready.
And a Numberman
I
is
vote
playing
Alan.
Lethal Company.
Move me. Get out of me way. Yar. There it is. I was trying to find my roll call list. Who do I need to pull out of this list because they are not relevant because they're me. Let me pull me out of this.
I need to figure out.
Mm-hmm.
I'll say it later. I'll say it later so I don't distract you.
Mm-hmm. I'm just finding. I don't remember which of these people were the bots. I know this one was. Was it Sleptix? Was Sleptix the other bot? I'm gonna say Sleptix was the
so.
other bot.
Yes.
It was someone named David.
Oh, Epsy was here. Completely missed
Yeah,
Epsy.
Epsy was here.
Oopsie.
Epsy Pepsi.
Mm-hmm. Pepsi.
Okay, so another raid.
Oh.
Invade.
Oh, hey, Numberman. We were just talking about you.
I'm Numberman.
Well,
How's it
me, I'm the
going?
other bot.
Welcome. Okay. Welcome. Good to see you. No, not Donut Holes raid. We've been over this. Yeah, we were
Donut holes?
No, it's not what they're called. It's not what the community's called.
April Fool's it will be.
Why not?
No, I'm not gonna come in here talking.
Don't you want the whole donut? The donut hole?
I want a raspberry filled donut.
The
That one's
silence
closer
is so loud.
I'm sorry, I was thinking about which donut I like. I'm like, I like
Uh-huh.
raspberry filled donuts.
I'm super basic and actually just like plain like.
And chocolate.
Ooh.
Chocolate glazed.
Yes,
Chocolate
Kim.
glaze.
Donut hole. Please stop.
Mm.
I need to get Jira's audio soundbite of ban yourself.
Yeah. Please, can we just distribute it amongst the group so we can just
Just to ban yourself.
it works? I've won 2 times today.
What are we talking about? We've done
Only 2? Really?
That's definitely because
You guys
people
are
were not
so
keeping
mean.
tabs on it.
Okay,
So
can we-
Numberman, to fill you in on what was going on, I'm gonna interrupt Chem.
I'm reading
the
Alan.
impossible. I'm going to say that we were doing interviews. 3 people were interviewed. It was a good time. We learned a lot. We talked a lot about streaming and VTubing.
Actually.
You cannot activate it. I do not have that. Mods are not allowed to decide. So here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go ahead, do roll call real quick, and then you caught us right at the end, Numberman. It's like your superpower. We're gonna raid out. We're raiding out to go hang out with some other people because we've been live for 6 hours. This is a much longer interview than it was supposed to be because not gonna point any fingers.
Okay, even if it was only over by 2 hours.
You realize that that's 3 times the amount of time that everybody was allotted.
How many times? How many times have we all gotten into like a stream or whatever, and it's been like 6-7 hours, right? And
Hey, Waco.
and then one of us is like, "Damn, my bones hurt," and we're like, "Oh."
Yep. So, I'm gonna do, for anybody who doesn't know what this is, I like to call it roll call, where I thank everybody who was here in chat, and then we go other places, then we go do things. So that's gonna be the last thing we do, and then we will wrap up. It was smart of you to keep Chem last. I literally had the thought, originally I almost put Chem in the middle, and I was like, that's the dumbest idea I could ever have had.
I'd be offended if it wasn't true.
It's like, that's the dumbest idea I've ever had. I'd literally be setting myself up for failure.
Content words. It's no filler, literally.
All thriller, no filler.
Exactly.
Yes. Okay, I'm gonna do roll call now.
No,
and then
Brain,
we will
don't say that.
Oh.
The worms almost won really bad, actually.
Okay, so I'm going to now thank everybody who was here to hang out and for sticking around. Hope you guys learned something, or at least were entertained. So, thank you to Burb for hanging out. Thank you, Denko, as always. Again, Denko will be on interviews tomorrow. They are the portion of the interview. They will be at 7:45 PST. So if you want to see what Denko has to say, you should tune in.
If you don't come see Denko, I'll find you and manifest in your house.
Yes. Thank you to Zora for stopping in. Thank you, Bugs, for being here and for your hard work. Great job. Thank you. Your trigger finger is the bands were so fast today. Thank you for being on top of it. Thank you to Aquads for hanging out. Thank you, Chem, for being here and for hanging out. Thank you, Jira, for being here and hanging out. Thank you to Alfarius for stopping in. Thank you, Peter, as always. Thank you, Dara. Thank you, Papa. Thank you to Gail for hanging out. Thank you, Support
Not that
Elf.
Gale, though.
Yeah, not that Gail. Not Gail of Thank you to Support Elf, as I said. Thank you to Tarrok for being here and for participating in the interviews. Thank you to Epsi for stopping in. Thank you, Quinn Tobin. I know who you are. Thank you to Cinder Witch for stopping in from the raid. Right? That was that Seven's raid? Wait. No, Cinder was here. Cinder was here when Tarrok was here. Never mind. I think it was thank you for the follow? Who followed me? Wait. Now I'm confused. Who turgled? Now I'm all confused. Somebody followed me earlier. It was Cinder. That's why I remember that name. Who turgled? Thank you to Kat for stopping in. Thank you, Ash. As always, we love Ash Mask. Thank you, Nicholas, for stopping in.
Ash, my beloved.
Thank you to Bugrista for hanging out. Thank you to Loaf. Again, Loaf will also be here for interviews tomorrow. So if you want to see what Loaf has to say as an artist, basically your one-stop shop for all things VTuber, you can go. Shira, what's happening on the side underneath
Don't worry about it, man. Mind your business.
You're right. I'm gonna go back to what I was doing.
Mind your business.
Mind your
Do your
business.
thing.
Thank you to Cedar the Tree for stopping in. Thank you to Starlight Noel for hanging out. Thank you, Coleman, for stopping in. Thank you to Disarray for hanging out. Thank you, Sinner Soul. Thank you, Liz Thursday. Thank you to Charlie and Seven for stopping in from the raid. Thank you to Ender Family for popping in. Thank you to Numberman, and thank you to Waco. Thank you guys for hanging out. And then, of course, oh, hey! That's my boy! Trevor! Thank you for stopping in. What, the new rigs? When that happened? Trevor, you haven't been here in so long. What up, BB? How's it going? Thank you for stopping in. You caught us right here at the end as we're about to wrap up. But yeah. And then, of course, thank you to anybody who's lurking. If you were hanging out, led the stream on, hey, I appreciate it. It really helps. Tomorrow we'll be doing this again at the same time, 6 p.m. PST to potentially 10 p.m. PST. We'll see who's at the end of the interviews. I think intern's at the end of the interviews tomorrow, so it depends on how much intern will yap. Intern is going to be our yappage metric for tomorrow. So I hope you guys all had fun. I hope you guys all are happy, healthy, having a good time. And yeah, that's about it. We're gonna wrap up and head out. Shira. Okay, let me set up. We're gonna raid into.
I don't know what you're talking about, Donut. That's so normal.
Yeah, it's so normal, so regular.
I figured stuff out. Okay.
Oh, I didn't know intern was doing day 4 of the Distractathon.
Yeah.
I thought it was just day 3. That was 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
What the Sigma?
Uber's for real.
Actually.
Actually.
Okay, so, but the crowd has voted. We are gonna go hang out with Owlin. So, I hope you guys all, believe me, you guys will all have a good time over there. Just have faith.
Thank you guys for listening to me yap for 3 hours. I appreciate you deeply.
Yeah.
Nice.
Nice. All right. So thank you guys for coming. Thank you guys for hanging out. I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your day and or evening, depending on your time zone. But with that said, it's time for us to go. We are eepy. It is midnight, and I have to do this again tomorrow.
So eepy. I'm gonna eat tiramisu and Taco Bell.
I'm so hungry. I did not eat anything earlier. I had like half a bowl of pasta.
I had
all day.
popcorn,
That's all I had.
Water and tea. I didn't eat anything.
That's not food. Tea is not food.
It's a diuretic.
Well, I never.
Go
pooped,
piss,
That
girl.
means, yeah, that's go piss girl.
Go piss, girl.
Go piss girl.
I never went. So.
That's your final message from us, guys. Go piss
Go piss
girl. All right, bye.
Not for me.